Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. The game comes true. I created the first Immortal clan in all eternity. Chapter 81. Your descendant Li Tianyi is determined to become the king of tomb robbers. In the past 7 years, he has robbed all the tombs of his ancestors in Qingyan Pavilion, but he didn't find anything of value. He only found a series of mechanisms. Sighing secretly that the disciples of Qingyan Pavilion were stingy and unfilial, they finally opened a door in the final tomb of Qingyan Pavilion, and looked at the 23 old grandfathers floating in midair with their eyes open. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After communicating with the remnant souls, I learned that it turns out that there is an inheritance in Qingyan Pavilion. Those who are approaching the end of their nascent soul stage will go into the depths of the tomb of Qingyan Pavilion and practice the 6 Nen divine number. They will get the ancient magic circle of Qingyan Pavilion to shield the heavens, and the remnant souls will not be able to enter. In reincarnation, as long as the descendants of Qingyan Pavilion become immortals, the life of the ancestors can be extended, and the chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. The ancestors of Qingyan Pavilion learned about the current situation of Qingyan Pavilion and the great disaster it had caused. They wanted to destroy Qingyan Pavilion and then establish it, and accepted Li Tianyi as their disciple. With the help of many seniors in cultivation, Li Tianyi washed away other spiritual roots, leaving only a single wind spiritual root, breaking through the middle stage of foundation building and approaching the peak of foundation building. Acquire the trait, Son of Qingyan. With the guidance of many seniors, the speed of practice increases and opportunities increase. Quote. Li Shang opened his mouth blankly. Otherwise, stupid people or blessed. Li Tianyi dug a tomb for many years, robbed a lonely one, and finally dug up 23 old grandfathers. Especially when looking at Li Tianyi's information panel. A skill came into Li Zhang's eyes, the earth-level skill, blue clouds will not fall. Even those in the nascent soul stage would flock to this earth-level skill. As for the Liuran divine number of Qingyan Pavilion, it is truly the authentic one of Qingyan sect, but for some unknown reason, these old guys did not pass it on to Li Tianyi. Even so, it was a great opportunity. Whether it was Li Tian sect or Zan Wu sect, they only practiced Zan-level magic and martial arts. Qingyan sect seems to have won, but it is rumored that only the sect leader's lineage can practice. Yu Xian also became a target of arrest after he ran away, because Yu Xian ran away with the Qingyan Pavilion's ancestral earth-level skills. Our Li family is finally able to practice earth-level skills. Now we win at the transit station. Li Shang memorized this skill and prepared to give one to each member of the Li family during the big ceremony. By the way, Li Tianyi was assigned this task, but because of the presence of these old antiques, Li wanted to increase the difficulty of the task. In an instant, Li Tianyi felt the spirit tablet in his arms move. After digging the tomb for so many years, our ancestors are finally showing up. Li Tian hurriedly invited the grandfathers back into his body, and he couldn't wait to bow to the floating ancestors' memorial tablets. Ancestor, I really dug out the souls of their ancestors. The child avenged Grandpa Pig. Now that the seniors have made the boy the authentic pavilion master of Qingyan Pavilion, we only need to drive out all the people in Qingyan Pavilion, and then he will belong to our family. Quote. Li Shang was speechless. He always felt that this stupid boy had been PUAED. After killing all the people in Qingyan Pavilion, why would he use those 23 old guys to seal him? However, Li Shang probably also got some information, that is, the 23 old monsters are probably in the state of remnant souls and cannot take action. Their biggest role is to help Li Tianyi practice. After all, there are benefits. For example, the Li family engaged in prostitution for the blue cloud will not fall. Immediately, Li Shang ignored these and gave Li Tianyi a wave of skills. I issued an order using my ancestor's spiritual throne. At the foot of Qingyan Mountain, in front of the ordinary Qingyan Martial Pavilion, worship your ancestors. Seeing the words in the air, Li Tianyi quickly bowed. Over the years, their descendants have received tasks from time to time, and he also learned some family news from the spiritual tablets of his ancestors. He knew that when the mission came, it would be time for family members to see blood. And this time, the sacrifice the ancestor wanted was the blood of Qingyan County, just like the red snow that fell from the Li family that day, except that the blood color was transferred to the earth. Kid, I understand. Li Tian bowed, put the spiritual tablet in his arms, and headed down to Qingyan Mountain. At the same time, the descendants of the Li family from all over Qingyun County received their orders. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the ancestors' spiritual tablets in front of them. Then take orders without hesitation. Toward a specific place. They all knew that this was a crazy bloodbath, even bloodier than the Shao family purge planned 7 years ago. Because they are no longer fighting the Shao family, but the entire Qingyun County. During this year when snowflakes were falling all over Qingyun County, the Li family invariably set up their ancestors' memorial tablets in front of various doors, looking at the enemy opposite. Yaowang Valley. It was a valley filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Even in the dead of winter, the heavy snow could not drift into the Medicine King Valley, which was protected by a magic circle. The spiritual energy is dense, and you can smell the medicinal smell inside from miles away. In this beautiful valley that is incompatible with the snowy winter, the grand formation started. Because a group of strange people appeared outside the door. They actually arranged an altar and placed a copper stove in front of the Yaowang Valley as if nothing had happened. They were worshipping their ancestors. The pharmacists and alchemists from Yaowang Valley gathered together, and many of their disciples stood up with their swords. This force that saves the world is more terrifying than the Su family that the Li family faced back then. But even so, when they looked at the surging demonic energy outside the door and the sword energy rising into the sky, they still felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly, everyone in Yaowang Valley moved out of the way. The owner of Yaowang Valley is a very beautiful woman, wearing a long dress, like a flower fairy. People in the world call her a fairy doctor. Behind her were Elder Chuya from the Lishan sect and Xiao Huanger. Xiao Huanger didn't know what happened. Her hair was half white, but her appearance remained unchanged. There is something strange, that is. She's pregnant. Li family. Seeing the 8 people outside Yaowang Valley, Elder Chuya's expression changed drastically. He had obviously taken Xiao Huanger to hide his whereabouts, but he was still found by the Li family and the door was blocked. Chuya, kill them, you go kill them and avenge my children. The moment she saw everyone in the Li family, the pregnant Xiao Huanger seemed to be going crazy, pointing at the people outside the door. The magic power in her body was surging, and the Phoenix Dharma body appeared. But Elder Chuya didn't move, his eyes were evasive, and there was fear in his eyes. In the past 7 years, Qingyun County has not been searching the Li family for a day, and Li Tianzong is also helping, but nothing has been found. On the contrary, the forces who want to find the Li family have suffered heavy losses. And now, these crazy people are here. Yao Shan'er, the master of the Yaowang Valley, took a step slowly, stared at the Li family outside the valley, exhaled a long breath, and looked pitiful. Everyone, I know about the Li family's affairs, so why should I be so entangled? What happened to the Shao family back then? The 9 human clans have been exterminated, and the grievances of your Li family should also be dispelled. When will the injustices be repaid? Leave. Just because you can't break into my Medicine King Valley, if you show up, fellow Taoists from all over the place are coming, so you can treat me as Medicine Fairy doing one good deed every day. The people coming from the Li family turned out to be Li Yaozu, who killed Jindan with 10,000 swords 2 months ago, and the 7 iron sects who were brought back by him. A group of 8 people. Where are you pretending to be a good person? Li Shang squinted his eyes, cursed for the first time today, and then placed the mouse on the skill. This is just across the screen. If it were in the game, he would have just raised the gun without saying a word. In the picture, everyone in the Li family ignored Yao Shan'er. If the former 7th son of Iron Gate had heard such words, I am afraid that they would have been unable to bear it long ago and would have uttered all the curse words in their lives. But now, they ignored it and just quietly arranged the ancestors' memorial tablet in front of the altar. Under Li Zhang's memorial tablet, they placed the Pig Demon King's memorial tablet. Their cow-like bodies were engraved with black demonic patterns, even spreading to their faces. The demonic energy floated from their bodies into the sky little by little, causing the clouds above them to be densely filled with demonic energy. Each of them carries huge weapons on their backs, including halberds, knives, hammers, spears, bolas, pillars, and maces. These weapons they used before are also engraved with magic patterns. In the Mad Blood Demon realm, after being soaked in the blood pool for 7 years, the 7 of your descendants, the 7 sons of Iron Sect, are all of one mind. Together, the 7 of them received the inheritance from the peak of the Mad Blood Demon King, and they all broke through the realm of fake elixirs. The low-grade magic weapon of the blood-drinking demon lord, the fragments of the blood-drinking mad blade, were inherited and integrated into the weapons of the 7 sons. Their weapons have become their natal spiritual weapons, and their ranks have reached the top level of spiritual weapons. Acquired the blood-drinking demon's natural skill, the earth level, immortal demon skill, which absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time. The spiritual energy does not disappear within 10 miles, and you can recover from injuries in a snap of your fingers. After practicing to the perfection, you can be reborn with a drop of blood. Acquired trait: Magical Cultivator. Inherited the madness, bloodthirsty, and violence of the Bloody Lord. Acquired trait: Symbiote. The 7 people each inherited the immortal ability of the Bloody Blood Demon Lord. They passed it on separately, but only gained the ability to recover quickly. The mana was not used up, and the fighting continued. 7 people are one body, one is immortal, and 7 people live forever. This is the current 7 sons of the Iron Sect, possessing all the inheritance of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. This is also the reason why they were able to survive the rescue of Li Yaozu 2 months ago when surrounded by 3 golden elixirs. It is true that golden elixir is a natural barrier to fake elixir, but if he can't be killed, what about the fake elixir that possesses earth-level skills and high-grade spiritual weapons? The potential of the 7 iron sects is even more terrifying than that of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. Once the Demon Lord is sealed, it will be over. The 7 sons are divided into 7 places, and when they self-destruct, they can be reborn wherever their brothers are. Even though the 7 sons have become demon cultivators, there is still a trace of clarity in their eyes. This may be the benefit of the 7 of them working together to separate the demonic nature of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. Set up the altar. In full view of the Yaowang Valley, they were led by Li Yaozu and knelt down towards the spiritual throne. Li Yaozu untied the sword case and placed it beside him, letting dust and smoke billow from the ground. He and the 7th son of Iron Gate both placed 3 sticks of incense for their ancestors and 1 for the old pig. Li Yaozu is not like Li Delong, who usually makes sacrifices. Old ancestor, there are only children and these 7 possessed nephews here. Please bless me and my descendants of the Li family to be victorious and avenge the old pig. The children will definitely bring back the enemy leader for you. Watching the 8 uncles and nephews of the Li family kowtow. Everyone in Yaowang Valley once again looked horrified, and a bit ashamed and angry. Hello, you Li family. Yao Shen'er was so angry that a fairy lotus floated in the air and was furious at the people who were worshipping and did not take Yaowang Valley into their eyes. I have a good heart, but you don't take me into your eyes, and you are still stubborn. Do you really think that I, Yaowang Valley, am afraid of your Li family? Li Yaozu seemed to have heard nothing. He just tapped the sword box, and in an instant, long swords in the sword box shot out into the sky like a fountain. The sound of swords almost enveloped all the sounds in Yaowang Valley, and countless long swords were still flying in the sky. These swords are like rainbows emitting light of silver and iron, building a rainbow between the altar and the Medicine King Valley in front. Li Yaozu slowly stood up with the 7th son of Iron Gate, and picked up the ancestral tablet. With a sword in his eyes, he looked at the crowded crowd in Yaowang Valley. He stuffed his ancestor's spiritual tablet into his arms, kicked off his right foot, and headed to Yaowang Valley with Wan Jian. May the ancestors protect the children and slaughter all the Medicine King Valley. Your descendant Li Yaozu has been holding the sword for 7 years across the world, fighting swordsmen with equal skill alone, and has become more and more proficient in swordsmanship after returning to the clan with 10,000 swords. The 100 Shadows sword light was able to break through, and he created a new sword technique. The sword travels 100 miles. I obtained 2,000 swords, and fused 500 swords into my body, making the sword stronger. Li Yaozu has practiced for many years and has become a sword elixir. At this time, Li Yaozu was already carrying 10,000 swords in the sky. His sword box was made by Li Yaoti. It was a top-quality magical weapon. It could hold countless swords. It was no different from Naji, and it also had the ability to raise swords. The valley protecting formation of Yaowang Valley has been activated. It is called Baihua Formation. It is a 7th grade magic formation and is being attacked by 10,000 swords. Li Yaozu just stood quietly beside the sword rainbow that was charging like a mad dragon. In these years, he has not made many moves, but he is called Qingyun's number one sword, which shows how powerful he is. In the realm of golden elixir, his body has even reached the height of a low-grade spiritual weapon, and the sword no longer requires any mana. A mid-term battle with Jindan. The 7 sons of Iron Gate were not to be outdone. Ah! They all roared, and flew into the air with their demonic energy. They stood in the 7 directions of Yaowang Valley at high altitudes, and used their high-grade spiritual weapons contaminated with demonic energy to attack crazily. They even threw out a formation plate. That was the octagonal formation that Li Yunlin had given them. The Xuanwang array rose up, and the octagonal formation gates surrounded the entire Yaowang Valley. Facing the 8 members of the Li family, Yao Wengu did not attack. Yao Shen'er, who sounded fierce just now, is no longer as tough as before. Because Elder Chuya stayed in Yaowang Valley for 7 years. Yaowang Valley did not reveal their whereabouts for 7 years, but when there was an enemy coming from Yaowang Valley, Elder Chuya actually didn't say a word and hugged the frantic Xiao Wanzhi, while the Li family's 8-sided array was opened. Ran, Akiba, what are you doing? Yao Shen'er looked in disbelief at the 2 people who had used a talisman to escape on a boat-like spiritual shuttle. Xiao Wanzhi was still clawing at the ground with his teeth bared, trying to rush down. She doesn't understand. She dared to confront the 8 members of the Li family, who had been rumored to be terrifying and even crazier than the demon cultivators in the past 7 years, all because of the existence of Chuya and Xiao Wanzhi. At the peak of Chuya Golden Elixir, even if Xiao Wanzhi is pregnant, she is still in the middle stage of Golden Elixir. Coupled with the first middle stage and early stage Golden Elixir masters of Yaowang Valley, they can completely crush the so-called Qingyun's number one sword. With such an advantage, they actually ran away. But Elder Chuya didn't look back. The shuttle suddenly disappeared, and cold sweat began to fall from Yao Shen'er's head. She saw that the spiritual tablet that everyone in the Li family had just worshipped was flying. There were 8 in total, and then turned into 40, and began to attack the sect-protecting array frantically. The ancestors are furious x5. Yao Shen'er swallowed. Gulu. She swallowed, and now it was too late to regret. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and prepare everyone in Yaowang Valley to face the enemy. Yao Shen'er stood on the fairy lotus next to her, across the magic circle, pretending to be calm and staring at Li Yaozu, who was still attacking the magic circle with thousands of swords outside. Sword King, I, the Medicine King Valley, help the world. I don't know how many people owe me the favor of the Medicine King Valley. Saving Chuya and Xiao Wanzhi is nothing more than kindness. Why should you continue to be enemies of my Medicine King Valley? Yao Shen'er looked pitiful. Now that Chu Yi and Xiao Wanzhi have left, I, the Yao King Valley, a world away from home, no longer want to worry about these disturbing worldly things. Just wait until you leave. It's a lot of coercion and inducement, while trying to save face. If she had said okay to kind people like Li Delong and his wife, or Li Tianyi, but to Li Yaozu. Li Yaozu just thought it was ridiculous. After practicing swordplay at a young age, the young man determined to become the sword of the Li family. People in Qingyun County called him the best sword in Qingyun. No, Li Yaozu sneered at such false reputations. He knew very well that he should be the sharp sword standing in front of the Li family, and he should know who to kill with the sword. He didn't even look at Yao Shen'er, but glanced at the 7th son of Timan. When he saw the 7th son of Timan looking in the direction where Elder Chuya and Xiao Wanzhi were leaving, he angrily said, "Don't pay attention, there are people for you. Deal with them. The task given to us by our ancestors and your 4th aunt is. The lives of these hypocrites in Yaowang Valley will stain the entire Qingyun County red with their blood." Only then did the 7th son of Iron Gate come back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness, and they all responded with a, yes. They understood that they just wanted to see how desperate Xiao Huanger was, who killed Grandpa Pig, and they wanted to see how remorseful Elder Chuya was. Crazy, you crazy people from the Li family. Yao Shen'er finally hissed with a ferocious expression, but even Sashi could not hide the panic in her eyes. She regretted it. If she had known this earlier, she should have handed over Chuya and Xiao Wanzhi, the cowardly couple, and she should not have helped them get pregnant in every possible way in the past 7 years. Let me go, let me kill the Li family and avenge my Xiao family. I want revenge. On the Soul Shuttle, Xiao Wanzher's eyes were red and she wanted to break away from Chuyi's arms and rush back to Yaowang Valley to kill the 8 Li family members. Chuyi gritted his teeth, the fear in his eyes lingering, but he still said gently, Wanzher, calm down. Since they know our strength, do you think they might only send Li Yaozu and the 7 unbeatable demons? Really, if you think about it carefully, they already know our information. Now we should go back to Qingyan Pavilion, or follow me directly back to Lishan sect. With the protection of Yuanying ancestor, they don't dare to come. In the past, Chuyi regarded the Li family as ants and regarded destroying the Li family as a means to destroy Li Yunlin. But now, he is only afraid. Even when he was practicing, the Li family became his inner demons. It was difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation in these 7 years, and he even regressed a little. Especially during the past 7 years, he kept hearing news about the Li family from outside. The forces that wanted to deal with the Li family were destroyed one by one, and the Li family was born one by one. The Li family is not a sick cat. The barren land in the countryside in Talon Town turned out to be a cage, imprisoning the sleeping hero of the Li family. Lion, now this male lion is showing its sharp claws. Li Yunlin is extremely talented and possesses the 9 spirits and wonderful fire. Compared with the rising masters of the Li family, whether it is the Sword King Li Yaozu, the Grass Tree Saint, the ancestor of the Spirit Puppet or the Lord of the Dawn, Li Yunlin can only be regarded as just average. He didn't even dare to return to Li Tianzong. He was afraid that Taoist Junyang, who treated him as a chess piece, would treat him as a discarded piece. Every once in a while, his inner demons will increase by 1 point, so that now, he just wants to escape. He doesn't know what incredible secrets this perverted family has. Trash, you are a complete trash. Listening to Chuyi's words, Xiao Wanzher cried. She started to turn around and beat Chuyi. Didn't you ask me to chase the Demon King back then? Why do you just want to escape now? You are still that loser from more than 100 years ago. You have been hiding behind me since then, now you want to hide behind your Lishan sect ancestor. I'm a waste, Wanzher. I'm doing this all for your own good. The muscles of Chuyi's jaw clenched tightly, as if he was dreaming back to the days when everyone said he was a pretty boy hundreds of years ago. He even had the idea of killing Xiao Wanzher to prevent this woman from dragging him down, but when he looked at Xiao Wanzher's swollen belly, he had to take a deep breath. He knew that he was probably really useless and his inner demons could not be eradicated. Only this child who was about to be born was his hope for the future. Right now, Chuyi's expression changed. Xiao Wanzher looked towards the front of the flying boat, her eyes became scarleter. I saw a wine gourd appearing in front of me, with a drunken old man on it. The old man was wearing tattered cloth shoes, with his dark toes exposed. Ooh, isn't this Elder Chuya from Lishan sect and Elder Shenwang from Qingyan Pavilion? When you chased me back then, you weren't in such a mess. What, are you down and out? That was the drunk maniac from the Thunderfire Demon Cave. He got a jar of fine wine from the Xiao family that had been collected for thousands of years from Li Delong and his wife. He was drinking happily at the moment, and he blocked the way of the two of them with drunken eyes. One hand poured wine into his mouth, and the other hand knocked on the rotten bowl, rotten chopsticks, and proper beggar's suit tied to his waist. The two objects actually shone with golden light, losing their appearance of desolation visible to the naked eye, and floated into the air. The golden chopsticks struck the golden bowl, and the crisp sound echoed through the sky. The square golden barrier instantly trapped them. Chuya and Xiao Huanger. The ultimate spiritual weapon, the golden source divine bowl, the Chenkin spiritual pivot chopsticks. Drunken madman, have you obtained the inheritance of the god of begging? Elder Chuya looked ugly. Back then, there was a divine beggar in Qingyan County. He was at the peak of the golden core and almost broke through to the nascent soul. He used these two spiritual weapons. There was no way he could escape from the golden core. But what he is really afraid of is not the alcoholic madman. What he is afraid of is that the alcoholic madman will be used by the Li family. Elder Chuya was so nervous that he looked around and trembled all over. A little discerning. The alcoholic maniac grinned. Then guess again, why should I stop you? But before the drunk maniac finished speaking, he rolled his eyes. Someone is coming from a distance, walking in the clouds, alone. Carrying a large coffin covered with white cloth, Who else could it be but Li Delong? The alcoholic lunatic said in annoyance. In the Li family, the only ones who are interesting are the saint and your traitorous boy Tianming. The rest, from old to young, are so boring. Why do you do things so vigorously and resolutely? You won't let me either. Have fun with these two fools. The Li family. Seeing Li Delong, Xiao Huanger went crazy again. She had already obtained the information that the Xiao family was invaded that day. In that scene, it was Li Delong who commanded the Li family to issue the killing order. Chuya, kill this fool. Go kill him and avenge our Xiao family. Xiao Huanger's phoenix body has appeared. She is pregnant after all, and she is pulling Chuya forward. Chuya was sweating like rain. What he feared most happened. Li Delong just glanced at the couple lightly, and then, as honest as before, he scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and responded to the drunk maniac, "Senior, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet, so I'll snatch them away next time." Good wine, that's fun. That's well said. The drunkard's eyes lit up. Then Senior, please help me hold down this elder Chuya. I want it. The drunk maniac took another sip of wine, but this time he did not drink it. Instead, he sprayed it towards Elder Chuya on the spiritual shuttle in the distance. After spraying, he complained, "Hey, you wasted my good wine." Having said that, at the peak of Jindan, the wine maniac, the wine he spurted turned into 9 swimming dragons, roaring and rushing towards Elder Chuya. The two were already fighting elsewhere. The drunk madman even had time to look behind him at Xiao Huanger, who was already attacking with the Phoenix Dharma body, and at Li Delong, who was unhurriedly untying the white cloth. "Master Li, can you do it?" That's the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. Li Shang is also watching all this. Over the years, Li Delong and Shu Kuiwa have been close to each other, and they have not stopped practicing, but it is not so easy to improve to the Golden Elixir stage. But, no, I can't beat him. Li Delong replied honestly. Looking at the shadow of the phoenix approaching in front of him, he slowly opened the coffin. His eyes and voice were cold, but I have the blessing of my ancestors, and Xiao Huanger, who was attacking Li Delong, actually held back her magic power. A magic circle rose up under Li Delong's feet, and the boundless death energy gradually became abundant, and ghosts crawled out of the magic circle one by one. That is the inheritance of the heavenly coffin of death, the soul-seducing natural disaster formation technique. He can see. Seeing Xiao Huanger's frightened eyes and glazed eyes at that moment. The ghosts of the dead. I am fighting with the ghosts of the Xiao family's dead. Li Delong's voice was rich and cold, like the king of hell coming from the underworld. His eyes were full of joy, and a spiritual stone floated in the air, recording this moment. "Xiao Huanger, you killed our relatives of the Li family. And now, our Li family has killed 10 of your clans. You may not know what happened that day, but I can tell you that the people of the Xiao family don't even know why we rushed into their home or why we were so cruel. Do you know the ancestor of the Xiao family? Yes, I checked later and it was your second son. Do you know how he questioned me when he saw the Xiao family destroyed? He said that the Xiao family has no enmity against us, so why should we commit such a crime? When he was in the Su family, Li Delong couldn't even bear to kill his children. Now, his voice sounded like the most vicious king of hell in the underworld. Seeing Xiao Huanger's increasingly frightened and panicked expression, he felt indescribable pleasure. I can't answer, maybe you can give them an explanation. By the way, our Li family is still very kind, at least we didn't torture or abuse them all the way, they left very simply. The words fell. There are more and more souls of the Xiao family. They are heading towards Xiao Huanger from the magic circle. They are the ghosts who are seeking their lives. Why do you want to kill us? Help, you are our ancestor in Qingyan Pavilion. Tell me, why do they want to kill me? Resurrect me, ancestor. Why am I dead? It's so dark here and I'm so scared. Quote. The demonic sounds from the dead broke into Xiao Huanger's ears one after another. During the Xiao family's killing spree, Li Delong had already used the sky coffin technique to arrest the Xiao family's souls. Only some other people's souls were released in Jingguan that day, and these will be kept for today. Xiao Huanger was trembling all over, covering her ears tightly, looking at the souls of the Xiao family walking towards him. Her second son was walking in the front, stretching out his hand towards her. She finally went crazy. No, it's none of my business, don't come looking for me. Under the crazy Xiao Wanzhi, conspicuous blood slipped from the red shoes and fell to the ground drop by drop. If I had known this, why would I do it in the first place? Those ghosts rushed towards Xiao Wanzhi. This famous divine phoenix elder became distorted because of the questioning from his former family members. She went from frightened disbelief to uncontrollable fear, and finally went crazy and killed the remaining ghosts of the Xiao family. A trace of unbearability flashed in Li Delong's eyes, but was quickly hidden. He silently carried the heavenly death coffin, and after becoming the owner of the second-level coffin, this object had long been indistinguishable from him. In the eyes of outsiders, the heavenly death coffin was just a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Taking advantage of Xiao Wanzhi's distraction, Li Delong held the coffin in his hand and viciously smashed it into Xiao Wanzhi's stomach. Elder Chuya was fighting fiercely with the alcoholic lunatic in the distance. Maple leaves could be seen around him. They were absolutely extraordinary. It was the time when the fight was going back and forth. Seeing Li Delong, a seemingly honest man, hit the Taoist monk's bulging abdomen, he was stunned and said, "Li Delong, you will not die well. That is his future and the hope of all his inheritance in this life." In Li Zhang's impression, Li Delong is the most kind-hearted person in the Li family. Otherwise, the Li family would not have had so many trustworthy friends over the years. Now Li Shang saw Li Delong's ruthlessness and madness again. He saw that Li Delong's coffin had been swung in front of the pregnant woman's belly. Perhaps the old head of the Li family, who had been kind for more than 100 years, had also suppressed enough anger over the years. The scene stopped abruptly. Li Shang clicked on Li Yaowen's profile picture. "Your descendant Li Yaowen has set up an altar in front of Qingyan Pavilion to ask for your blessing." On this day, the Li family faced far more than just Chuya and Xiao Huang'er. Those who need to pay the price are already not only the murderers, but also those who help others commit crimes. It was them who forced the Li family to leave the place where they had lived for nearly 100 years, and forced the Li family to live everywhere. The scene changes. In front of the lofty Qingyunj mountain gate, where the Xiao family's head palace once built by Li Yaowen was located, a rickety old woman was sitting in a wheelchair, with only a maid-like puppet behind her protecting her. In front of her, there were many elders of Qingyan Pavilion who were facing formidable enemies, as well as countless disciples who were wielding swords. Confronted with this seemingly unthreatening old woman, the entire Qingyan Pavilion's sect-protecting formation was opened without hesitation. The golden bowl of the low-grade magic weapon that had surrendered to Elder Chuya and Xiao Wanzhi in Qingyan Pavilion that day was also hanging high in the sky. The entire Qingyan Pavilion fell into oppressive silence. Everyone focused their vigilant eyes on the old man who stood up with difficulty, stretched out his trembling hands to take out the incense stick, lit the incense, and put it on the incense burner. He looked like he might fall to the ground at any time due to exhaustion. On the wife. But the people in Qingyan Pavilion still didn't feel they had lost face. They should be afraid, because this old man is the Lord of Dawn, and because for so many years, the only time the entire Qingyan County forces saw her true face was on the day the Xiao family was destroyed. Because of her existence, no one has been able to find the hiding place of the Li family over the years. In these 7 years, she quietly destroyed 2 golden elixir families. Wherever the Chengxi killer passed, no one survived. In order to exterminate one of the golden elixir families, this seemingly kind old woman used all her tricks to plunge the rival family into a storm of struggle for power. In 2 years, natural and man-made disasters such as plague, ghosts at night, and flash floods followed closely. She did everything possible, and by the time the Dawn killers were all over the walls of that big family, it was already too late. And now, she came to the door of Qingyan Pavilion, alone. There was nothing more terrifying than this. If there is any disturbance outside the Qingyan Pavilion, the masters who are wielding swords in the air will feel that there is a terrible ambush outside. The wind and snow in the winter blew by. The snowflakes were mixed with the white smoke from the incense sticks in the incense burner. The tablets of the ancestors and the pig demon king had experienced wind and frost. Li Yaowen tightened his tight clothes and stretched out his wrinkled hands to take a breath of hot air, and then he knelt stiffly in front of the memorial tablet and prostrated. He murmured in a low voice, "Old ancestor, old Uncle Pig, there are so many of them, it's scary." Li Shang took a sip of milk tea silently. Can it not be scary? Li is scared even thinking about it. There are at least 10,000 people in Qingyan Pavilion. Li Yaoan arrived at Qingyan Pavilion on his own, with nothing but a puppet beside him. Chen Zai's killer has been sent elsewhere. But for now, it seems that the people in Qingyan Pavilion are quite scared. Among the descendants, Li Tianqi prefers to seek death, but Li Shang hopes that Li Tianqi will never write literature with Li Yao in the future. After the worship, Li Yaoan finally sat back in the wheelchair. She looked at the top 5 golden elixirs in Qingyan Pavilion. The old man in the center was hunky-backed and even more majestic in his robe. This man was the new pavilion master, Ji Yu Kangsheng. Ji Yu Kangsheng was stared at by Li Yaoan. Looking at Li Yaoan's cloudy eyes from a distance, he felt uncomfortable all over. I have met the seniors of Qingyan Pavilion. Li Yaoan's voice was calm. It was obviously not as weak as the whistling of the wind and snow, but it fell clearly into the ears of everyone in Qingyan Pavilion. Do you know what kind of family my Li family is? Everyone in Qingyan Pavilion frowned. I didn't know it before, but I only know that the Li family is probably a rural family in Qingyan County that dreams of lasting for thousands of years. It is complacent to have some skills in such a barren land. Unfortunately not. In the past 7 years, they have understood that the Li family has gathered all the evil in the world. They are extremely indifferent to life, and they all use evil methods and heresy. The whole world should be punished for their actions that are outraged by both humans and gods. My Li family is a virtuous family. There has been a severe drought in every county for 20 years. Our Li family has been able to support thousands or 10,000 people. After decades of fighting between Tianzong and Xuanwomen, my Li family traveled around and protected more than 1 million people. My father said that with great ability comes great responsibility. He said that when my Li family takes over the power of Talon and even Taiching, I should bless the people, leave a good name for generations, and accumulate merit for my Li family. My eldest brother said that his sword is the Li family sword. It can kill all enemies and protect millions of people. I have a second sister who I admire the most. She is a master of medical skills. She has dozens of doctors under her. It extended to hundreds of people, and later all the doctors in Talon town came from my Li family. They went to every town and county and cured hundreds of thousands of people. Quote. Li Yaoan talked about the Li family's good deeds one by one, which made the disciples of Qingyan Pavilion look at each other. Ji Yu Kangsheng snorted coldly and interrupted Li Yaoan. The majestic lord of the dawn came to my Qingyan Pavilion and said, "This is what you said. Your Li family has done good deeds. In this world, which sect, which family is there? Which tribe has not done any good deeds?" Li Yaoan ignored Ji Yu Kangsheng's words. She recounted the good deeds of the Li family one by one, and then said, "My Li family is supposed to be a family of great kindness, so I left the Li family and did not return for a long time. I have done many evil things in my life, and I will probably not be able to accumulate merit for the family. At that time, I felt that I should die outside, lest a catastrophe come and affect the family's great achievements accumulated over the past century. But later, Li Yaoan sighed, the old pig is dead. It turns out that my father was wrong all along, and his great benevolence and good deeds are not rewarded. People like you who are high and above are like heavenly beings. People like Li Tianzong and Xuanwu sect have committed many sins of killing, but they will not be rewarded. The old pig has never committed many sins of murder in his life. I have only killed 100 monks who invaded Silver Iron Forest in my life, but they were brutally killed by you, the divine Phoenix Elder of Qingyan Pavilion. Actually, when Pavilion Master Yu Xian left, you let Xiao Huanger and Elder Chuya go. I was relieved. This will allow my Li family to truly understand a truth. What kind of god is it? If it doesn't have eyes, my Li family will be the god of Qingyan County. Spring is coming. Li Yaoan's voice was calm, and the expressions of everyone in Qingyan Pavilion changed. How shameless is this? Boom! Thunder exploded. Li Yaoan waved his hand, and the seasons changed, the ice and snow melted, flowers bloomed on dead branches, and drizzle fell. Ji Yu Kangsheng exclaimed, "Literary cultivation. What kind of literary cultivation are you talking about? This is a catastrophe suppressed by some unknown power of literature. As long as Li Yaoan thinks about it, the catastrophe will come." He just finished speaking. A monk came with a sword from outside Qingyan Pavilion. Regardless of how warm the spring was in the winter and the flowers were blooming, he just hurriedly brought the information. "Oh no, Pavilion Master. There is a man named Li Tianyi who opened an altar in Qingyan Martial Pavilion at the foot of our mountain. Then without any explanation, he rushed into the martial arts pavilion and massacred my Qingyan Martial Arts Pavilion disciples. What? The elders of Qingyan Pavilion looked angry. But then, paper cranes, spiritual stones and other objects arrived one after another. The elders of Qingyan Pavilion who received the information exclaimed again and again. Pavilion Master, this is Yaowang Valley. The Sword King and the 7 demons of the 7 Iron Gate Sons are going to attack Yaowang Valley. Please support us. The Wu family in Lishui County is asking for help. The ancestor of the spirit puppets has led dozens of spirit puppets and many zombies to attack. The demon girls Shu Kuiwa and Bai Roro, as well as the beast king Li Tianshuang, brought all the beasts and rushed to the 100 Weapons sect. Pavilion Master, they asked us to ask the nearest Lishan sect for rescue. Beishui County. Pieces of information arrived at Qingyan Pavilion. Ji Yu Kangsheng was very anxious. Looking at the changing weather and the old lady sitting leisurely in the wheelchair, he felt sweat dripping from his back. For a moment, he could tell that the location of the Li family's attack was not simple. Yaowang Valley, Wu family, 100 Weapons sect, these places are all places where Qingyan Pavilion can provide quick support, and they are also far away from those powerful sects and aristocratic families. It would take half a day for even the powerful Jindan experts to support them. He should send his disciples to support now. This is also the best time to severely damage the Li family. But he knew better that this was an operation against Qingyan Pavilion. If Qingyan Pavilion does not provide support, its reputation will be ruined. If we go to Qingyan Pavilion's reputation is not in disrepute. Li Yaoan's heavenly catastrophe is coming, that is, the power of nascent soul. Qingyan Pavilion's sect protecting formation is useless, and the entire Qingyan mountain will be baptized by thunder. He is now even afraid of this vicious and life-threatening woman rushing into Qingyan Pavilion. Ji Yu Kangsheng stared at Li Yaoan angrily. Li Yaoan grabbed the handle of the wheelchair with both hands. She raised her head and squinted at the monks in Qingyan Pavilion, showing a gentle smile. You're not going anywhere. After today, the reputation of Qingyan Pavilion will be in disrepute. My Li family is the king of Qingyan County. Everyone in the world will know that it was Qingyan Pavilion that brought disaster to the entire Qingyan County in order to save Xiao Wanzhi. But seniors, don't worry. I, Li Yaoan, cherish my life, and so do you. Today is not the day when Qingyan Pavilion will be destroyed. Back then, you Qingyan Pavilion just sat back and watched Xiao Wanzhi bring disaster, so today you should also watch it bring disaster to my Li family. You protected Xiao Wanzhi back then, but no matter today or in the future, you can't protect anyone in front of our Li family. This is the price you have to pay. Hear the words. Ji Yu Kangsheng viciously destroyed all the information. He suddenly lost his anger. He looked up to the sky and smelled the fragrance of flowers filling the air after Li Yaoan changed the seasons, and sighed. I'm old. It's okay for me to be the leader of this sect. Hear the words. Several elders behind him frowned and took a step back. Their eyes flickered, and they felt that starting from today, Qingyan Pavilion could no longer stand high. The fear brought by the Li family gradually crept into their hearts. Your descendant Li Yaoan's catastrophe is approaching, and the power of the 4 seasons has been exhausted. This move to seize the avenue of heaven and earth will make God angry. Fortunately, those elders in Qingyan Pavilion are very careful about their lives. Looking at the Qingyan mountain range from winter to spring in the picture, and Li Tianzong from top to bottom looking at the thunder in the sky, Li Shang finally let go of his hanging heart. He and Li Yaoan have been planning for the past 7 years. This entire action had been planned in advance, and all aspects had been calculated. One of the purposes, just to discredit the Qingyan Pavilion, is the memory of Qingyan County, the rotten memory, the memory of the cowardly young man, still considered a memory. This is the price Qingyan Pavilion has to pay now. Li Yaoan was alone, threatening his own calamity, and was so frightened that all the Jindan elders of Qingyan Pavilion did not dare to step out of the mountain gate. Ancestor, there is more golden elixir aura in Qingyan Pavilion. Li Yaoan still stared at Qingyan Pavilion expressionlessly, stroking the tablet and whispering softly. At this time, the monks who were wielding swords in Qingyan Pavilion in front of Qingyan Pavilion, under the order of the pavilion master Jiyu Kanshang, hibernated back into Qingyan Pavilion and were always vigilant about Li Yaoan. Look at this posture. If Li Yaoan takes a step forward, all the disciples of Qingyan Pavilion will fly into the air and scatter. Careful. Li Shang left 2 words in his spirit tablet. Yes, ancestors, if they are really impulsive, they are not stupid, they can just run away. Li Yaoan only smiled lightly. Ancestor sends warmth x2. ... This day, the 90th anniversary of the Li family, is really like a cold winter snowstorm for the entire Qingyan County. Qingyan Town, at the foot of Qingyan Mountain, is a prosperous place, and its people are good at martial arts. There are countless young talents from all over Qingyan County, hoping to win the favor of the legendary Qingyan Pavilion and become its disciples. Qingyan Martial Arts Pavilion. Facing the heavy snowfall, young talents from the 24 counties of Qingyan County gathered here. They are not over 50 years old. It is the time for youth competition. The top one can be personally passed down by the elders of Qingyan Pavilion, which is within 10, or you can directly jump over the Dragon Gate and become a disciple of the inner sect of Qingyan Pavilion. After several rounds of competition, it was finally time to decide in the arena. This is the time to be hardy. Suddenly, bang! After shaving his beard, Li Tianyi, still unkempt, fell from the sky. Dust and smoke rose in the venue, attracting the attention of thousands of people gathered here. Li Tianyi glanced around at the people around him. He had been digging the tomb for 7 years. He was really uncomfortable seeing so many people when he just came out. 10 breaths. Everyone who has nothing to do with Qingyan Martial Pavilion will leave immediately. You will not find a future in Qingyan Pavilion, because Qingyan Pavilion itself has no future. His words were like hot oil, and the Qingyan Martial Pavilion suddenly exploded. There were some who cursed, some who saw something was wrong and left, and some who immediately came to surround Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi did not move. He silently took out his Yun Shizhang, and the low-grade spiritual weapon Dahalong floated the picture behind him. There were more people running around the martial arts pavilion. He looked at the crowd around him quietly, and the noise was no longer heard. He quietly arranged the altar and lit the incense. When the people in Qingyan Martial Pavilion saw the word Li on the spiritual tablet and the name of the Pig Demon King, their expressions finally changed. Li Tianyi remained unmoved and just worshipped respectfully. When he was a child many years ago, his maternal grandfather told him that one day, with his qualifications, he would be proud of the younger generation. His maternal grandfather watched in the audience as he became the best genius in the entire Taiching County. At that time, he didn't take these words to heart at all. Compared with this, he was more concerned about whether his younger brothers and sisters would be played to death by his grandfather and Yintilan's spiritual beasts. It really doesn't matter to him whether he is a genius or not. The safety of his younger brothers and sisters is the most important thing. And now, 10 breaths have arrived. In an instant, there was a wailing sound. In the Dragon General picture of the Great River, the techniques once used by the ancestors of the Su family emerged from the Dragon General picture. The swimming dragons wreaked havoc, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals all appeared. 23 old men appeared behind Li Tianyi, and they actually entered the bodies of the dragons, shrimps, soldiers and crab generals to help Li Tianyi kill the enemy. Even if there are only remnant souls left, those old grandfathers were once beings above nascent soul. Qingyan Martial Pavilion is only in a rural area, but it is known as a holy land for practice. There are only some fake elixir masters and no one can defeat them. Li Tianyi sat playing the piano. The sound of the piano sounded, and the strings came out from the zither, passing through the neck of a so-called genius. Clouds fell from the sky, trapping the entire Qingyan Martial Pavilion. This is the earth-level skill, blue clouds will not fall, which uses blue clouds to trap the enemy. Until half an hour, except for Li Tianyi, there was no one alive in the Qingyan Martial Pavilion. The strings returned to Yun Shizhang, and Li Tianyi played the last syllable. Then he put away the picture of the Dragon General of the river, held the guzhang in his arms, placed the altar on the martial arts stage again, burned incense and knelt down again in this place where corpses lay everywhere. Grandpa, have you seen it? My child is really a genius. Not only in Taiching County, my child is also the most powerful genius in the entire Qingyan County. From today on, everyone will know about the baby, and also know that the baby is your great-grandson. Li Tianyi kowtowed and broke the ring. It seems like I want to knock all my regrets back to the world. At the same time, the descendants of the Li family in many directions around Qingyan Pavilion were also completing tasks like Li Tianyi. Many people have already begun to search for trophies, selecting unused elixirs and natural materials and treasures, and placing them in front of the altar. Li Shang also received various news. Your descendant Li Yaoti attacked the Wu family with many spirit puppets and zombies, and found that the strongest members of the Wu family only had 2 fake elixirs. What Li Yaoan said that the Wu family might have a golden elixir master was completely false news. He deeply suspected that the 4th sister was seeking revenge because of his unbridled words. While he besieged the Wu family, he was so angry that he jumped to his feet and asked you to go to a more dangerous place. I saw Li Yaoti, a strong man, kowtow and complain, "Old ancestor, you are so bullying. How can a younger sister bully an older brother like this? I go to Yaowang Valley to meet up." Li Shang immediately blocked the screen. It wasn't that there were no other tasks for him, it was just that he was too far away. Shu Kuiwa, Bai Ruro, and 4th-generation descendants Li Tianshuang attacked Qi sect together. Countless monsters appeared from the silver iron forest and the swamp jungle, and layers of monsters completely surrounded Qizong. Jin Yu, the ancestor of Qizong's Jindan, opened the sect-protecting formation, swore to defend Qizong to the death, and viciously threw the sect's secret, 100 weapons secret code, at Shu Kuiwa. Jin Yu and his sect disciples made a blood oath at the request of Shu Kuiwa that their disciples would never be enemies of the Li family. They sent 2 8th-grade weapon refiners to Xian Town for technical guidance and handed over a mid-grade item. The spiritual weapon, Shu Kuiwa gave up on it. Under Jin Yu's suggestion, Shu Kuiwa learned that Linglong Tower, the auction house next door that had been oppressing the Qi sect for many years, was inseparable from Qingyan Pavilion. Everyone in the Li family is asking you if they will immediately secretly join hands with Jin Yu and the 3 fake pills from Qizong to attack Linglong Tower. That Jin Yu was a tough guy, with bulging muscles covered with veins and fiery red hair. Seeing the 3 fierce women of the Li family still kowtowing to the spiritual place that had been set up before, they were quite puzzled, but they didn't say much. They just urged, "How? I'm really afraid of your Li family. Besides, we isn't the reason why Qizong posted your wanted order because you can't disobey Qingyan Pavilion. We have never let anyone hunt down the Li family. Now as long as we take over the Linglong Tower together, you will have control over my 100 weapons sect, and I will feel at ease." Until the spirit throne gestured the word, "Good," in front of Shu Kuiwa. Shu Kuiwa turned around and nodded slightly. "My Li family contributed a lot this time, so my Li family will choose first. Calculated at 70%, your Qi sect will get 30%. From now on, the Qi sect will be my friend of the Li family." If it's a trap. The corner of Jin Yu's mouth twitched. "Fellow Taoist, no master from Qingyan Pavilion has come to the rescue so far. There are so many masters from your Li family, but only 3 of you are seen, which has already put the life and death of our Qi sect in danger. Besides, your Li family, we are all desperados. If you fall into my trap, why don't you let me kill those monsters in your family? No matter how stupid I am, Jin Yu, I know how to choose." Shu Kuiwa nodded slightly. Everyone headed towards Linglong Tower. Jin Yu hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Everyone, why did you give me 30%? Shu Kuiwa replied, "No matter how evil you are, our Li family has rules. The Li family never treats its friends badly. Don't you ever treat your friends badly." Jin Yu paused, looking at the backs of the Li family, who had been rumored to be victorious over evil spirits in the past 7 years. Jin Yu grinned, "Then I, Lao Jin, really did the right thing this time. Grandma's Qingyan Pavilion, that's a big deal. Our Qi sect is like a dog." He glared at the 3 disciples behind him who also had huge muscles and were whispering, "If you dare to secretly accuse me of being a coward again, I will treat these 3 traitors like you as spiritual hammers." Seeing the 4 masters and apprentices moving slowly behind him, Li Tianshuang, who was wearing animal skins and showing wheat-colored skin, frowned and said, "4 seniors, it's better to hurry up. It has already taken a lot of time. My Li family has important matters. How harmonious it is. But this is also thanks to the conspiracy between Li Shang and Li Yaoan. They even calculated the time to deal with the enemy and the time interval when other enemies besides Qingyan Pavilion might arrive for support. Most of the day is enough for the Li family to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Of course, the premise is that the nascent soul master still sticks to the old rules and does not take action against the Li family. If Yuanying is really coming, Li won't be afraid even if he thinks about it. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, brought the original blood tree, the temple protecting beast, and 2 golden elixirs from the Thunder Fire Demon Cave to break into Luohai Island. It took an hour to kill all the members of Luohai Island. The original blood tree drank the blood. It conveys supreme respect to you. Your descendants Li Tianqi, Li Tianyu, and Li Tianyu will go to Beimei Mountain together with hundreds of Chengxi masters. Your descendants. This time, disaster is coming everywhere with Qingyan Pavilion as the center. Your descendant Li Tianming entered Qingyan Pavilion, and while everyone was alert to Li Yaoan outside the mountain, he secretly killed a genius who was in the middle stage of foundation construction at the age of 52. He held the ancestral tablet in his hand and asked you to praise him. Quote. Li Shang quickly clicked on the screen and saw Li Tianming holding a dagger, his face covered with blood, and excitedly staring at the corpse with his ancestral tablet. His facial muscles twitched. Why did you do it too? He didn't take Li Tianming with him in this operation, and he didn't know how this guy knew the secret of the family's operation. After all, Li Tianming, an unfilial descendant, is too unstable. It would be really bad if he accidentally causes trouble. But I never expected that this kid would sneak back to Qingyan Pavilion again. But seeing Li Tianming's efforts, Li Shang casually gave Li Tianming's ancestors warmth X1, which made Li Tianming excited. Seeing the heirs of the Li family completing their killing missions at 12 locations, Li wanted to know that from this day on, the entire Qingyan County should have a sense of awakening. Qingyan Pavilion is no longer the savior of hundreds of thousands of years ago. And the Li family is like ghosts, able to kill any force in front of Qingyan Pavilion. They should remember the fear that the Li family brought to Qingyan County on this day. This is not enough, it is just part of the Li family's revenge plan. He began to slide the mouse and click on the portraits of the Li family's heirs one by one. At this moment, their spiritual bodies floated up in front of them. Everyone knelt on the altar and began the grand ceremony that was once only performed at the family residence. In the 90th year of the Li family, the 10-year grand festival begins. Your descendants are offering sacrifices to you. Bailing Pill X10, Red Water Chestnut X5, Vitality Qingyan Pill. The only function of every elixir and natural treasure is to increase spiritual power. Li Shang looked at the room full of natural treasures and elixirs that increased spiritual power. He clicked the mouse frantically. Do you want to consume 50 points of incense to immediately digest the spiritual power of a bailing pill? Yes, congratulations, you have gained 50 points of spiritual power. As Li Shang clicked, he could clearly feel that his dantian was growing. At the same time, the descendants of the Li family took back the altar and the incense. They were all heading towards Yaowang Valley and moving forward quickly. As the Li family takes action again, their location is known to everyone. All forces in Qingyan County that have been inherited for more than 100,000 years have disciples to report to them. The Li family's plant Saint Ant brought the 7th grade demon tree and wreaked havoc in Luohai. Luohai Island asked me, Qingluan Mountain, to help. There is news from Qingyan Pavilion. The Lord of Dawn is immortal, but has the power of literary cultivation. It is the moment of breakthrough that triggers the Thunder Tribulation and suppresses Qingyan Pavilion. Linglong Pavilion, a subordinate of my heavenly palace, is besieged by the Li family's enchantress. I would like to request the palace master to order an encirclement and suppression of the Li family's evildoers. Quote. The Li family's talents gathered towards the Yaowang Valley, and Qingyan County was like a powder keg, ignited by the Li family's swift and neat rampage. Without exception, all the major forces in Qingyan County sent people to encircle and suppress them. Even nascent soul stage. These old monsters with a lifespan of 2,000 years opened their eyes one by one from seclusion, their nascent souls came out of their bodies, and wandered between heaven and earth. In the room, Li Shang is still clicking on the screen. Every time he clicks, the treasures and elixirs displayed at home will disappear little by little. This is a function that Li Shang has had since he started playing the game. He can quickly digest the power of the medicine through the game. It's just that during his previous fake elixir period, a small amount of heavenly materials, earthly treasures and elixirs could no longer enter his eyes. And now, both he and Li Yaoan knew that this operation of the Li family would also encounter encirclement and suppression from various places. What the Li family will face will be pressure from the entire Qingyan County. Even the nascent soul stage. You are digesting the power of the beast blood fruit, gaining 100 points of spiritual power and consuming 100 points of incense. Feel the power of your body. At the same time, he also gave this gift to Li Yaoti, who was closest to Yaowang Valley. Your gift is detected, the jade slip recording the earth level skill, Qingyan does not fall. Would you like to give a gift? Yes, you are gifting C7 model Tianxing Soul Seeker X4. As Li Shang continued to be busy. In the picture of the game world, everyone in the Li family is gathering quickly. In the plan of the ancestors and Li Yaoan, they must seize the opportunity, otherwise the masters from the big forces will encircle and suppress them. At the same time, they may also have lost the opportunity to avenge the old pig with their own hands. Yaowang Valley. I have to say that Yaowang Valley is really extraordinary. There is a middle-grade spiritual weapon called Tianqi White Lotus to protect the sect, and there is also a 7th-grade magical array and 100 flowers array to protect Yaowang Valley tightly. Although Li Yaozu has a sword body, after all, he is only in the early stage of the golden elixir. His physical strength is strong and his sword intention is extraordinary. For a while, he really couldn't break through the defense of Yaowang Valley. The 7 Sons of Iron Gate resisted the attack, but they could only use the power of fake elixirs, and even the power of high-grade spiritual weapons could not activate 11. With them alone, it would be impossible to break in without a months-long siege or until the Medicine King Valley Spirit Stones are exhausted. Yao Shen'er even showed a smile, waiting for the big forces to come and kill the Li family in one fell swoop. But such luck only lasted for half an hour. In the distance, a bald man with an iron arm descended from the sky. Dozens of puppets fell from the sky. Among them, the mecha floating in the air and spraying tail flames was particularly terrifying. Ha ha ha, okay, brother, and my 7, please rest for a while. I stayed at the Paowu family for a long time, and I'm exhausted. As soon as Li Yaoti arrived, he hit him with a hammer as big as a man. Then there was a giant tree in the sky, on which stood a woman whose body was covered by vines, and her gentle voice could only be heard, "Brother, 3rd child, just kill people, don't destroy the elixir in the Medicine King Valley, I can be of great use." Immediately afterwards, there are countless monsters. Li Tianyi came with 23 remaining souls. Dawn killers are coming from all directions, as well as the 4th-generation descendants of the Li family. Even Li Tianming rushed over. This kid killed someone in Qingyan Pavilion. When Li Yaoan left, he was chased and killed. He held up the head of Qingyan Pavilion's rare genius in 1,000 years and beat the magic circle of Qingyan Pavilion, begging her idol, Grandma 4th Aunt, to take her away by the way. Yao Shen'er raised her head with dull eyes. The shadow of the Li family completely enveloped the entire Medicine King Valley. She thought that by standing on the side of Li Tianzong and Qingyan Pavilion, she was standing next to the winner. She thought she would get rich rewards if she worked for the truly strong. She thought that by standing on the side of justice in Qingyan County, she would usher in the final victory and gain both fame and fortune. Unfortunately, her gambling luck was not good. When the Li family flooded the magic circle in Yaowang Valley, she saw the ferocious faces of the Li family. She still thought she was upright and roared, "Don't be afraid, evil cannot defeat good. Where is the Medicine King Valley? Get ready to fight them." 10 minutes later, there were no corpses in Yaowang Valley, only the Li family, and the spiritual weapon like the nails used by the Li family, were nailed to the wall in a large shape and could not move. Yao Shen'er's eyes no longer have any brilliance, as if they have lost 7 souls and 6 souls. She saw it. A blood tree with a scarlet crown appeared in the Yaowang Valley, and its roots pierced every creature in the Yaowang Valley. She saw countless zombies and countless crazy monsters. These beasts and demons were biting the people in Yaowang Valley. The zombies slowly dragged the dried corpses into a silver coffin. Out of that silver coffin walked out a devil who was full of devilish aura but no longer intelligent. This demon and the Li family's demon tree almost got into a fight because they were competing for blood. She also saw that the demon was getting stronger little by little, from refining qi to fake elixirs. Devils, they are all demons, Yao Shan'er murmured. She saw this group of crazy demons gathering together. They did not feel guilty for the killing just now, and actually showed their hypocrisy in front of her. The first 4 generations of the Li family gathered together, built an altar, knelt down to the spiritual tablet engraved with the character, Li, and shouted, "Ancestors bless you." The turbid eyes of the 7 devils of Iron Gate flickered and became clear for a moment as they knelt down and worshipped the first 2 generations of the Li family one by one. The child. Has become a demon. If we really lose our minds one day, Grandpa will definitely throw us into a coffin and let Dad and Mom go in and beat us until we wake up. It's okay, Mother, don't worry. As long as we have blood to drink, we will be fine. I believe, my child, that we will be able to stay sane. Yes, we have photos. I don't know why, but just looking at the days we spent in Xian village can suppress the evil thoughts in my heart. Quote. The 7 demons showed honest smiles. Yao Shan'er couldn't understand that these demons should be killed by everyone, they have no humanity. But how did she know that it was the people she thought were humane before who did the most inhumane things that made the 7 sons of Iron Gate choose to lose their humanity, and now they are struggling to maintain their due humanity? Dad, Uncle. The 4th generation children of the Li family knelt down and worshipped the 7th son of the Iron Gate, even though they had already known that the 7th son of the Iron Gate was possessed by a demon. But now that he really saw their appearance, the 4th generation descendant couldn't help but burst into tears. They know deeply that their parents, like them, have experienced everything that is unspeakable. The sign given to them by the original blood tree was never a trial. Whenever they have free time, they will think of Town and Xian village. There are acres of spiritual fields there, kind villagers, and families gathered together. There, they can walk to any villager's home to have a meal, and compete with their peers with wooden swords, and laugh every day. In fact, they sometimes feel complacent that they are members of the Li family. It was the Li family that brought the entire Xian village to its current prosperous days. At least in Xian village, they were born with endless glory. But now, they have walked out of the village and Town, and they have never seen those familiar faces again, spending less time with their families and more separation. They have to fight with ferocious beasts and confront nature. Only then do they realize that there are so many intrigues in the world. Who doesn't want to live innocently? It is never easy to lose innocence and childishness and slowly become mature and powerful. Growth turns out to be so painful. They are like naked mortals running in the thorny jungle, far more. It hurt even more when the grandfather fell on his back. The children of the 4th generation feel that growing up is so painful for the first time. Their 7 parents were even able to do something like forbidding people to defecate in the toilet back then. They should have been more childish than them. Now they should be asking them with loud and high-pitched voices why they are crying here. By the way, one person can kick them until they hit the wall and they can't even be dug out. First, they begin to miss this feeling. But now, the 7 iron gates just stood quietly, their faces covered with magic patterns and their eyes scarlet red. Their parents finally became responsible, mature, not scolding, and quiet like they hoped when they were children. But sometimes what you hope for as a child turns out to be truly innocent, and their parents have to endure more than they do. Dad, Uncle. The 4th generation children shouted again, and this time the 7th son of Iron Gate finally put on a difficult smile. Li Yaoan seemed to notice the embarrassment of the children. She waved her hand gently and the children stood up. Li Yaoan smiled and said, "Okay, as long as your 4th aunt and grandma are here, they will be fine." Everyone nodded slightly. Devil, you are all demons. Yao Shanzi, who was nailed to the wall, finally shouted. She understood that the Li family never cared about whether their family members were possessed by demons. All they cared about was whether they could invade a peaceful place like Yaowang Valley. Kill her kind disciples. Amidst the roar, he saw the light flashing in Li Yaozu's eyes in the distance, and the sword gradually enlarging in front of him. Then comes endless pain. Li Yaozu used his sword to peel off her skin alive. No one paid attention to Yao Shan'er's wailing, and the Li family gathered together. They still remembered the words of their ancestors. It should be the enemy who is sad, and it should be the enemy who is in pain, not them. They looked into the distance, which was where Li Delong fought with Elder Chuya and Xiao Huanger before. I came back because I felt your breath. As the head of the family, Li Delong stared into the distance with a calm expression. Yao King, thank you for inviting Senior Zhu Luo, he is very strong. Li Yaoqing nodded slightly. Even in the Devil's Cave, the alcoholic madman is a top master. Li Yundo, one of the 7 sons, had a cold look in his eyes. Grandpa, are they still alive? As soon as this statement came out, everyone is paying attention. They knew that as long as Li Yaoan was willing, with the existence of his ancestors and the current strength and control of the Li family, it would be easy to eradicate Chuya and Xiao Wanger inconspicuously. But they still gathered here because they wanted to take revenge together and completely repay the Li family for the pain they had experienced. Still alive, Li Delong smiled and said what everyone expected. They want their enemies to live. If they die easily, that would be disrespectful to the Pig Demon King. The coffin rose into the sky and gradually grew in size until the surface of the coffin could accommodate all the Li family members. Li Delong took his family to the coffin and flew away. It seems that Li Jiatang Yun brought the coffin to the enemy. The enemy will be trampled under the feet of the Li family forever, and their corpses will be tortured in the dark space. Ah! Within the golden transparent barrier, Elder Chuya was scarred, his hair was disheveled, and he had gone crazy. Before that, he could have summoned the skills in the golden elixir with his magic power. There were thousands of maple leaves, and one leaf could kill the peak of foundation establishment. But the secret technique that he was so proud of turned out to be a delusion even when it was used on alcoholic lunatics. The alcoholic lunatic took a sip of wine and kicked out his dirt-covered shoes. Another shoe print appeared on Elder Chuya's face. You've got it right. If you were really at your peak, with your earth elixir and the spiritual object, Xuanwu Feifei, integrated into your body, you can really fight with me for 3 days and 2 nights. This made Elder Chuya even more crazy. A maple tree behind him was already riddled with holes, but it still swayed its branches and leaves and killed the drunk maniac. You have ruined my hopes. The 5 fingers had silver claws, and he arrived at the drunkard's side in an instant, but the drunkard had already disappeared from the spot and was slowly putting on his shoes. The alcoholic maniac frowned. Not only Chuya became crazy, but there was also Xiao Wanger who was even crazier than him. Thinking of how he had just fought against Li Delong with all his strength, even the demon cultivator had lingering fears. In his impression, although he only met Li Delong a few times, he could feel that Li Delong was a kind-hearted person who was polite to others, like a mature and steady farmer with some culture. That guy was really ruthless. The drunk madman glanced into the distance. Xiao Wanger was still alive, sitting on the shuttle, with the same hair scattered, and her lower body clothes were stained with blood. Her hands and face were all covered in blood, especially, she was holding her in her arms. A ball of bloody flesh, crying and laughing at the same time, trembling all over, shouting, my child, we have someone in the Xiao family again. This is Li Delong's masterpiece. A coffin knocked out Xiao Wanger's children. The alcoholic madman has been a demon cultivator for 200 years, and he feels that Li Delong is more worthy of being a demon than him. One blow directly drove 2 people crazy. The only difference was that one was real and the other was fake. Let me out, I want to find Li Delong, I want to find the Li family. The autumn leaves roared, and the leaves on the maple trees dyed the sky golden. Are you really looking for the Li family? Chuya, I understand you. The alcoholic maniac laughed, causing Elder Chuya to change his expression. Time has not made you a warrior, but has made you more dependent on the machinations of women. People like you will never be crazy. His voice was faint. People like you like to hide behind others. When you were young, you hid behind this poor woman Xiao Wanger. When you are old, you hide behind Li Tianzong. Even if you want to assassinate Li Yunlin of the Li family, you still hide behind the unlucky Su family. Behind the scenes, even after all these years, you clearly knew that the Golden Core was at its peak, but you didn't dare to face the Li family directly, and you still hid in the Medicine King Valley with your Taoist companions. The words of the drunk man seemed to hurt Elder Chuya's heart, and a moment of clarity flashed in the eyes of the crazy Xiao Wanger. He continued, you are pretending to be crazy and acting stupid with me. Where else do you want to hide, a coward like you? Quote, Between words, he felt the spiritual stone in his crotch move. He raised his eyebrows and actually opened the barrier of the best spiritual weapon. He spread his hands and said, "Let's go. Don't you want to escape? Run away. Oh, by the way, don't." Thinking of escaping back to Qingyan Pavilion, if they could really come to rescue you, they would have sent people here long ago at such a close distance. Quote. Seeing the alcoholic lunatic who started drinking again, as if he really let him go, Chuya wanted to look up to the sky and roar, but he was looked at by this demon cultivator. He was really pretending to be crazy, and even wanted to scare the drunk maniac with burning golden elixirs, but now, looking at the opened magic circle, he seemed to see a gate. Do not know why, but he seemed to have seen a Nahi bridge that made him tremble all over. It was the gate to the underworld. Come on, do you still want to drink my wine? Po Mang. No, Mr. Meng is waving to him. For the first time, he was so resistant to escape. Then he got on the shuttle, and with that low-grade spiritual weapon, he had no time to worry about the crazy woman behind him, and controlled the shuttle to head to Li Tian sect. Ancestor, if Ancestor can protect me, the Li family will not dare to leave Tianzong. As soon as Elder Chuya escaped with Xiao Wanzhi, the silver coffin arrived. Everyone in the Li family calmly looked at the direction Elder Chuya was fleeing from, but they could not hide the hatred and anger in their eyes. Holy girl, the head of the Li family. The drunk maniac bowed his hands to everyone in the Li family. If he had never done this before, he would not even worship the saint. But facing a man who could swing a coffin into the belly of a pregnant woman, and the family led by such a man, it was enough for him to express his respect. Especially, next to the coffin, Li Tianming, who always liked to kill people for fun, was holding a pole with human skins hanging on it. With his experience in peeling skins, he could tell at a glance that these skins were peeled off alive. Yes, 3 golden elixirs and a bunch of fake elixirs. Looking at the sky above the coffin, silk threads were wrapped around the skinned monks. These guys were still alive and wailing in pain. Are they all alive? Li Yaoqing asked casually. Let him go. He is running away to Li Tianzong. I have beaten him to the point where he has lost all his magic power. His level has dropped to the early stage of the golden core. The drunk maniac couldn't help but look at the Li family's works. He seemed to have learned it and could not resist the idea of imitating him. He frowned and said, Are you really going to Li Tianzong? Now all the sects and tribes will not let you go, especially those nascent soul forces. Your Li family has only been 100 years old, but you are already as strong as you are now. You have emerged again. The major forces in Qingyan will also be more eager to destroy your Li family. Now it is not only your Li family and the hatred between the couple. It's that simple. The resources here are limited, and the emergence of a powerful family is tantamount to taking away their jobs. If I were you, the alcoholic maniac smiled bitterly and said, then take revenge and simply leave Qingyan County. I can guarantee that now all the sects and tribes have begun to surround you where you are. If you leave Tianzong again, it will be tantamount to binding yourself. Quote. Li Delong shook his head and handed over to the alcoholic madman, Thank you, Senior, for reminding me that I can help you this time. I, the Li family, will remember it. In the future, I, the Li family, will not dare to trouble you again. You still want to go? The drunkard stared. Although the Li family didn't say much to him, they only asked him to stop Chuya and Xiao Wanzhi, and also asked him to let them go. But he could tell that the Li family deliberately wanted to go to Li Tianzong. He still doesn't know where the Li family got the courage to take the initiative to go to Li Tianzong. Between words, the Li family has already surrendered to him, and the silver coffin is chasing him into the distance. More crazy than the devil cultivators in our devil's cave. The drunk maniac took a swig of wine, then looked at the direction in which the Li family members were heading, and with indescribable admiration, he chased after them. Escape, you must escape. On the shuttle, Elder Chuya looked pale, and he was extremely frightened. He vaguely understood why the alcoholic lunatic wanted to let him go, but he had no choice. Just listen to the faint voice behind. The drunken lunatic did not misjudge you. You still want to escape. Xiao Wanzhi seemed to remain clear-headed for a moment, but soon she looked like a lunatic. She lifted up the piece of rotten meat and showed a terrifying look on her face with blood. Smile, look, Chuya, the child is called Mother, ha ha ha, we have a child. Chuya gritted his teeth, but he had no time to pay attention to this crazy woman. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. There was a sound like a bell above the clouds, with a hint of malice. When you chased my Li family in-laws, did he escape like this? He saw it, Li Delong. The who smashed all his hopes into a ball of rotten flesh with a coffin is coming after him. Li Delong's coffin is faster than his shuttle. It has been 7 years. Xiao Wanzher has felt the pain of the death of her loved ones. Do you know why our Li family wants to keep you alive for 7 years? Li Delong slowly drew out a ghost-headed sword with a voice like Yama, because only she can feel it, and it's hard for you, the mastermind behind the scenes, to feel it. It's a pity that all your family members are dead. I heard that you want to go again. We waited 7 years to have a child, and you should feel the pain of losing a loved one to my children. Can you feel it? Hearing this, Elder Chuya was astonished, and he finally understood. 7 years ago, he built the capital of the 9 Xiao family clans in Qingyan Pavilion. He thought the revenge of the Li family was over, but that was just the beginning. For the past 7 years, they have been waiting for this day, waiting for Xiao Wanzher to give birth to a child, waiting for him to express hope for the child who was about to be born. What the Li family wants to destroy is not only their lives, but also their souls. And now, escape with all your strength, just like when the old pig escaped. Li Delong's face was ferocious. He used up all his magic power and poured it into the ghost head sword. The huge sword shadow struck towards the spirit shuttle. In the sound of breaking through the air, there was also Li Delong's roar, "Are you the only ones who know how to kill? Now, you, a loser who only knows how to run away, and the crazy woman next to you, think about it, remember how you chased me that day, kill the old pig. Beast, beast of the Li family." Elder Chuya's liver and gallbladder burst, he cursed loudly, his golden elixir began to burn, and he drove the spirit shuttle to fly rapidly. He really remembered. Thinking back to that day, the pig demon king was beaten and bruised just like them today, and was chased and fled towards Talon town. He felt it. I felt the desire to live, the desire to return to Lishan sect. Only, bang, the huge knife shadow struck the shield that Elder Chuya had built with his magic power at this moment. The huge momentum pushed the spirit shuttle forward. At this moment, Elder Chuya was actually happy. Fortunately, he was running faster. Looking at the place where the soul shuttle was moving, Li Delong, who was standing on the coffin of death, narrowed his eyes and shook his head. It's a pity that you are not an old pig, and you are not worthy. When the old pig came back, it was not to escape, he was to save his life. The news was brought back to our Li family. For this reason, he didn't even do any defense and used all his magic power to escape. He is a warrior, and you are a coward. Beast, beast. Chuya, who was running away with Xiao Wanzher, was roaring. The drunk maniac let him go. It turned out that he never left a way for him to survive, but gave the Li family a chance to torture and kill him. Maybe, he shouldn't have escaped, the alcoholic lunatic would have killed him neatly. I don't want to die. There was another shadow of a knife behind him, and he no longer wanted to see who had touched him. The alcoholic lunatic was really right. People like him would not be crazy. He was a coward. He would seize any chance to survive. Opportunity. That's Shu Kuiwa. She urged the fox's body and slashed it with her sword, also using all her strength. This sword exerted all her empathy as an elder. She could feel that maybe when the old pig died, he would be worried about whether the children would be affected by it. And sad. The mana of Li Yaozu and Li Yaoqing came one after another, and their swords were the anger of the family guardians. Because of these two, the peaceful days of the Li family have been separated to the present day. Li Yaoan's body as an old woman still maintains the elegance of her manners. A word of common people has shattered Chuya's shield. She seemed to be scoffing, laughing at the wanton behavior of the coward and the crazy woman ahead, and the regret they felt after they tried to overthrow the Li family and kill the people of the Li family. Ha ha ha, Li Yaoti has become a puppet. Standing on his shoulder is Bai Roro, whose eyes are red and veins are popping all over her body. Li Yaoti is laughing wildly. Why are you running away? Face us, you. His giant fist hit Chuya and Xiao Wanzhi on the back, leaving them with no tools to escape. Punch after punch, the two people were still resisting with magic power. Chuya hugged them. Xiao Wanzhi is on the run. But they didn't have enough mana, so Bairuo slashed wildly with the long knife left by the pig demon king. It turned out that their backs were bloody. Then Bairuo looked at the scars all over their bodies, as if she had suddenly lost her strength, and cried bitterly on Li Yaoti's shoulder. This is the cry of relief from the children after revenge. Immediately afterwards, the 7 iron gates and their heirs jumped up and pursued them crazily. 7 years. 7 years of anger and hatred, all the dangers encountered in 7 years of wandering, 7 years of growth, all are vented at this moment. They are really crazy. These children who grew up on the back of the pig demon king came with their past resentments, and no one knew what kind of mood they were feeling at the moment. They only knew that when the old pig came back that day, his body was completely covered with skin, and all of this should be repaid in full. No, it should be returned 100 times, 1,000 times. They will no longer fall to pieces on anyone's back, and they no longer need to be carried on anyone's back. They no longer need their elders to teach them the principles of life little by little, nor do they need to be accompanied by no one, cry. Because there used to be a pig in the silver iron forest, which accompanied them through their childhood. But now they have grown up and have gone through hardships in all directions in Qingyan County. They face the enemy with the stories they once had with Lao Zu and avenge Lao Zu. All of a sudden, the entire sky was full of children who grew up on the backs of old pigs, shouting at the top of their lungs. Just like the information they got from the intelligence pictures, they were killing these two once proud Jindanchi little by little. Many elders of the Li family came to their senses and stood on the coffin of death, watching the children slashing wildly. Now, in Li Zhang's room, there were no more treasures and elixirs. He looked calmly at the children on the screen taking the bloodiest revenge. Move forward quickly with the screen. He seemed to have seen a cloud in the game that turned into an old pig. He seemed to be pleased with the growth of these children, as if to say that everything he had paid was worth it. He had a group of people who were more powerful than spiritual beasts. Fierce, more filial children. Li Tianzong. In Tianli Hall, Li Yunlin, who has been practicing with Taoist Juyu, is full of magical power. Taoist Juyu, who had been helping Li Yunlin break through the golden elixir, wiped the cold sweat from his head. Just as he raised his head, he saw that Li Yunlin was extraordinary. I saw that the Tianli Hall was originally like an illusory river and a sea of stars, but now it seemed like 9 suns had risen. That's Li Yunlin's 9 spirits' strange fire. The 9 fire lotuses gradually grew larger and bloomed, and Li Yunlin, sitting in the center, looked like the god of fire. The fireworks on his body soared into the sky in the Tianli temple, forming a pillar of blazing fire. The scorching breath, if an ordinary golden elixir were here, it would definitely be able to be defended with magic power without even a snap of a finger. The air wave carrying the fireworks went towards the entire Tianli palace. Ha ha ha, I am 69 years old in the early stage of the golden pill. I have a heavenly pill in my body. The pill casts my Lishan sect's secret method Lishan Taishuanshu, Ming Tiankongbu, Lei Yintianjing Dizzy Ju, and 3 Xuanji techniques. Dharma, it's not in vain that I spent 200 years of skill to help you grow up to this day in the past 28 years. Elder Juyu was extremely excited when he saw Li Yunlin, who was in the golden elixir stage. In Qingyan County, anyone who breaks through the foundation building before the age of 50 is considered a genius. But what about Li Yunlin? If you are less than 30, you will break through the foundation building. If that's the case, then that's it. He possesses a rare item, the 9 spirits' strange fire, which is coveted by even the golden core stage. If it can grow, it can even reach the height of the 6th level. In addition, Li Yunlin has an extremely tough mind, and what he has experienced is unparalleled. And now it seems, Li Yunlin has indeed lived up to Taoist Juyu's expectations. At the age of 69, in the golden core stage, and possessing the 9 spirit wonderful fire, Li Yunlin will definitely be able to break through the nascent soul before the end of his life. This also means that in the next 2,000 years, leaving Tianzong will be safe and sound. Taoist Juyu had even thought about passing on all he had learned throughout his life to Li Yunlin when his life was about to expire. Li Yunlin may even break through to become a god, and he will lead Li Tianzong to another level. Call. Seeing that Li Yunlin was still stabilizing his cultivation, with a somewhat painful look on his face, Taoist Juyu walked out of Tianli Hall with a face full of joy and expectation. But he just went out. He saw the waiting disciples standing outside the door. If there was nothing important, no one would wait outside Tianli Hall. What happened to the sect? When the disciple heard this, he quickly told what happened outside during the past 20 years when Taoist Juyu was busy cultivating Li Yun. Starting from the killing of the pig demon king of the Li family 7 years ago, to the entire Li family fleeing Talon Town and hiding their names, to the building of a human-headed temple outside Qingyun Pavilion, and finally to the crazy killing today, people everywhere are asking Li Tianzong for help. Ask for help. 12 elders, there are rivers of blood in 12 places. There are many big families among them. It is estimated that more than 300,000 people have died. A look of horror flashed in the disciples' eyes. In the past 7 years, the Li family has killed nearly 2 million people. Quote. Taoist Juyu frowned and was speechless for a long time. An angry look flashed in his eyes, and he looked behind him at Tianli Palace. His neck was even a little stiff. He gritted his teeth, and the nascent soul came out of his body and headed into the distance, becoming even more angry. Finally, the nascent soul returned to its true form. He took a deep breath, an angry look on his face. Where is the sect master? In the main hall. Upon learning that Taoist Junyang was in the main hall, Taoist Juyu's eyes flashed with a stern look, and his body turned into smoke. When he appeared again, he was already in the spacious hall. It can be seen that on the steps, Taoist Junyang looked heavy. He put his right hand on the handle of the sect leader's seat and tightened his fist hard, as if he had encountered some problem. I saw Taoist Juyu appear. Taoist Junyang's expression changed, and he quickly stood up and saluted. Disciple has met the master. Congratulations to the master for coming out of seclusion. He must have cultivated well. But he didn't finish his sentence. Taoist Juyu had already appeared in front of him. Snapped. There was a crisp sound in the main hall. Taoist Junyang's hair was messy. His head, which was originally bent upright, was slapped to the side by Taoist Juyu. When his eyes were blank, Taoist Juyu kicked him to the pillar, causing blood to ooze from the corners of his mouth. Taoist Juyu then sat on the throne of the sect leader, staring coldly at Taoist Junyang, who got up from the ground. I have been in seclusion for 28 years, and you have done a good job. My disciple knows his mistake. Taoist Junyang quickly bowed again. Disciple. Taoist Juyu said coldly. Tell me what other abilities you have. Your ability is to play with your power and make Yunlin unable to leave the sect for 50 years. Did you specifically lock up that good-for-nothing Chuya for 20 years? Disciple. Do you think you are smart? He has been imprisoned in Chuya dungeon for 20 years. With such an insidious villain like him, he will definitely wait for an opportunity to retaliate. He will exterminate the Li family. You have such an insidious plan. Taoist Junyang looked at the angry master, and he finally raised his head through gritted teeth. Master, isn't this disciple just for the sake of the sect? Yunlin possesses 9 spirits and strange fire, and is a genius, but disciple knows better. The Li family, everyone among them puts family first. Yunlin has been practicing in the sect for many years, and if the Li family does not stop, then he will not be a member of the Lishan sect. My disciple knows Chuya better. He is a sinister villain. He only sits behind the scenes and watches. Nothing can be traced back to my Lishan sect. At that time, Yunlin was alone and his family ties were cut off. It's just that my disciple didn't expect. Seeing the regret in Taoist Junyang's eyes, Taoist Juyu understood. Everything is for the sake of the sect. As the leader of the sect, I will do all the dirty things. Taoist Juyu looked up to the sky and sighed. He suddenly understood his apprentice's thoughts, but unexpectedly, the Li family has such strength and determination. The family in this little Talon town, after the pig demon king died, they went crazy and wanted to bury the entire Qingyun county with him. Taoist Junyang made a wrong decision, and it was already too late. How can there be such a family in the world? When he heard the news about this year's coming from his disciples, even he was scared. He originally thought that Li Yunlin was a genius, but for the Li family, Li Yunlin's qualifications were probably mediocre. Li Delong and his wife were born in the countryside, and they were more than 100 years old and made gold elixirs. Li Delong's physical training, martial arts were all practiced to perfection, and I heard that his golden elixir was even called a heavenly elixir. Shu Kuiwa's demon fox body has reached the middle stage of the golden elixir. There are 4 members of the second generation of the Li family, all of whom are extraordinary. Sword King Li Yaozu is the #1 swordsman in Qingyan, and his sword body is acquired the day after tomorrow. That Li Yaoking, the name of the saint of grass and trees, is famous in the world, and the techniques she uses are unparalleled in the same realm. Li Yaoti is also a genius weapon refiner and puppet master, who uses his own soul to create spiritual puppets, and is a man of extraordinary imagination. The news of Li Yaoan also came. He suppressed the entire Qingyan pavilion by one person. The power of Li Yaoan controlled the laws of the 4 seasons of heaven and earth. The thunder tribulation was coming. If he could survive the thunder tribulation, he would jump over the dragon gate and directly enter the nascent soul. It was the junior Li Tianyi who actually killed all the geniuses of 24 counties in Qingyan Martial Pavilion today. What kind of talented person is he? Madman Li Tianming, Beast King Li Tianshuang, Desperate Li Tianqi. The names were so heavy that people could hardly breathe. Taoist Juyu let out a long breath and suddenly said expressionlessly, "I used my soul to investigate just now, and the Li family has already arrived." Master. Taoist Junyang looked at Taoist Juyu, who seemed to have aged suddenly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yunlin has not left seclusion yet. As long as we kill all the Li family and let Yunlin focus on Taoism in the future, nothing will happen. Change. Besides, masters from all major forces have already arrived. The Li family is arrogant and will destroy itself." He didn't finish his sentence. Taoist Juyu and Taoist Junyang both frowned. Just listen to the roar outside Li Tianzong, and the murderous voice roars from the sky above Li Tianzong. "Old thief Junyang, get out of here. Life for a life." With a roar coming from nowhere. Boom. Dust and smoke rose outside the main hall, and 2 bloody figures smashed into Li Tianzong. Elder Chuya raised his hand. "Ancestor Juyu, save my disciple." Taoist Juyu, Taoist Junyang, and all the disciples of the Lishan sect all raised their heads. They stared blankly at the silver coffin that appeared outside the opened magic circle. There was no one above the coffin. There was only a spiritual tablet standing in front of it. It looked so small, but the bloody, Li, character on it looked so eye-catching in this silver-covered environment. There were hundreds of skinned people hanging on it with magic weapons similar to spider webs. Their eyes were cut off. The ice, snow and cold wind in the sky blew mercilessly on their exposed flesh. No one dared to imagine what they were enduring now. What pain. Pieces of human skin are connected together by silk threads like sails. There was a long list of names engraved on it, but almost all the names had been marked with sword marks. Among them, the names of Chuya and Xiao Huanger are particularly conspicuous, and they have been crossed out, leaving only Taoist Junyang. In such a terrifying scene, some disciples of the Lishan sect who had never experienced anything outside felt their whole bodies trembling. Even some experienced disciples trembled. They have never seen anyone dare to shout so loudly in Li Tianzong. How brave, who is going to knock down the coffin of this medium-grade spiritual weapon? That's Yaoshener from Yaowang Valley, one of the 10 beauties in Qingyan County. I can recognize her even if she peels off her skin. Who will rescue her with me? Can't you see that the Li family is coming to seek revenge? The disciples of Li Tianzong can feel that winter has arrived. In front of the main hall, Taoist Juyu and Taoist Junyang's masters and disciples had no time to pay attention to Xiao Wanzher and Elder Chuya, who fell in front of the door. The backs of the 2 Taoists had been cut into shapes that were not human-like. Their skin and flesh had already been torn open, and their internal organs could be seen from their backs. These were just superficial injuries. What is truly terrifying is that their souls have long been burned to the point where there is only a glimmer of hope left, and they have reached the point of going crazy. Even living is worse than death. Follow me and meet the Li family. Taoist Juyu didn't know why, but he seemed very calm at this time, soaring up into the clouds. A trace of panic flashed in Taoist Junyang's eyes, but after looking at the Taoist couple who were still wailing for help, he took a deep breath and followed Taoist Juyu until he reached the death coffin. The Li family still didn't show up. Taoist Juyu frowned. When he came out of seclusion, he had used nascent soul to explore the world and clearly saw the arrival of the Li family. But now, he could not feel the aura of the Li family at all. The coffin goes straight to the sky, like a solitary sail. On the contrary, I have met Senior Juyu, and I received his sermon 300 years ago. It is of great benefit to the younger generation. Where's the Li family evildoer? Why can't they be seen? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet friends I haven't seen in 1,000 years because of the Li family. Are you all okay? Quote. On Li Tianzong, masters came from all directions. In an instant, the eyes of the disciples of Li Tianzong widened. These are all famous masters in Qingyan County. Taoist Juyu looked around, sighed inaudibly, and raised his hands to everyone, fellow Taoist Zan Tianzi, Master Long family, Abbot Wuyu. Following Taoist Juyu's greetings one by one, Taoist Junyang was overjoyed. He knows these people, even if he has never met them, their photos still exist in his information. This is a compulsory course for the leaders of all sects and tribes, because these people. It's the sky of Qingyan County. Among the major forces in Qingyan County, there are only 12 known nascent soul masters. This time, 3 people came for the Li family. She looks as cute as a girl, but she is actually the supreme elder of Qingluan Mountain, whose name is Emperor Zan. She was wearing a green robe, revealing a smooth calf, a pair of blue cloth shoes showing the smooth instep, and a pair of ponytails. Her face was as impeccable as it was carved from heaven, making people feel pity at first sight. The middle-aged man with rough appearance but full of majesty was Long Xingkong, the only Yuanying family in Qingyan County and the ancestor of the Long family. Master Wang Yu is the Buddhist abbot of Qingyan County and commands all Buddhist schools in Qingyan County. He has kind eyebrows and kind eyes, and his temple robe is extremely old, revealing a pair of dark feet, and he is currently reciting Buddhist scriptures. At first glance, he looks like a person who has recited thousands of Buddhist sutras and traveled hundreds of millions of miles as an ascetic monk. In addition, there are also about 30 golden elixir masters from various major sects and families gathered in all directions. I am afraid that they have gathered 30% of the top monks in Qingyan County. The Li family has really brought it upon itself and deserves to die. Taoist Junyang remained calm, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised at this moment. The fear that he had just walked out of the hall with his master had disappeared, and he even wanted to find a place where there was no one to laugh wildly. However, following the words Taoist Juyu said after greeting many masters, his expression changed. Fellow Taoists, please go back. The Li family has come to seek revenge. I am leaving the grievances between Tianzong and the Li family, so I won't bother you fellow Taoists to go to such trouble. Taoist Juyu gave the eviction order with a cold face. You can't say that. Long Xuankong smiled and said, the Li family's arrogance in Qingyan Pavilion is an insult to everyone in Qingyan County. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, our Long family had the help of Qingyan Pavilion, and it has been passed down to this day. The Li family and Qingyan Pavilion are enemies, that is be an enemy of our Long family. Hearing this, Master Wang Yu clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, the Li family's sin of killing is too serious. I, the Buddha, have said that you should not just sit back and watch. Emperor Zan showed his small silver teeth, then the Li family cannot exist in Qingyan County. Other Taoist friends are not coming, but it is enough for me to wait here. I, Emperor Zan, have been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Come out and relax for a while. Besides, Bayawagu Yaoshiner is my disciple, and the Li family has already formed a karmic relationship with my Qingluan Mountain. Everyone among the more than 30 Jindan outside Lishan sect was silent. In front of these 4 nascent soul masters, they had no business interrupting. As Long Xuankong glanced around them, everyone agreed. Senior Juyu, when such a demon appears in Qingyan County, it is the time for monks like us to work together to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. Yes, Li Tianzong's matter is also our monks' matter. The Li family is not going away, I feel uneasy. Quote. After hearing these words, Taoist Juyu didn't say much. He just shook his head. He saw his disciple smiling. How could he not know that the so-called demon slaying and defense are all fake? At his level, most people don't care about worldly affairs. Moreover, the monks above Yuanying have a tacit understanding behind the scenes not to care about the grudges of the younger generations, not to bully the younger ones with the big ones, and they should not interfere in the affairs of the younger generations unless they are facing the disaster of annihilation. But today these old guys are out of prison. What is the so-called slaying demons and defending the Tao? If they really have this intention, why are they nowhere to be seen in the Thunderfire Demon Cave where the demon cultivators gather elsewhere? It's nothing more than fear of the demon lord sealed inside. This kind of genocide is not uncommon. The Li family has killed nearly 2 million people, but they were all monks. He Li Tianzong has fought with the Xuanwu sect in recent years, killing more than 1 million mortals. As for the Li family, they just want to eradicate the Li family. They see that the Li family has outstanding talents and are afraid that the Li family will become bigger in the future. Thank you seniors for your help. Everyone in Qingyan County, it will be sunny and sunny. Before Taoist Juyu could say anything, Taoist Zhenyang seemed to have seen a savior. He quickly bowed and said sincerely, now the Li family is nowhere to be found, but there are seniors and fellow Taoists who can help me, so I will let Li Tianzong come out with all your disciples and mobilize the entire Qingyan County to see where the Li family is hiding. Several nascent souls did not say much to Taoist Zhenyang, but nodded slightly. However, other Jindan masters responded one after another, gathering the strength of Qingyan County to conduct a blanket search for the Li family. But Emperor Zan suddenly pouted, and she said with some confusion, where are you going, fellow Taoist Juyu? You might as well summon the nascent soul together with us, and form a four-sided formation to prevent the Li family from escaping. Taoist Juyu had turned his back and headed towards the sect without looking back, leaving only the sound of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoists, please excuse me. I have an appointment with that old guy from the Xuanwu sect. If I make a move today, he's probably going to make trouble for me. As you get older, you may become timid. Please bear with me. As he spoke, Taoist Juyu had sat back in the main hall like a phantom. Looking at the empty main hall, he showed a smile. Taoist Gui of Xuanwu Gate has been fighting with me for thousands of years, and no one has surrendered to anyone. But he didn't come today. Let's join in the fun. Now that winter is here, it's time to bring a jug of wine and drink with that old thief. ... Everyone frowned and looked at the back of Taoist Juyu. Just a moment. In Li Tianzong's main hall, the voice of Taoist Juyu hovered, and the disciples looked at the main hall respectfully. Li Tianzong's 6th level sect protecting formation, which had not been opened for thousands of years, rose up, and there were dragons flying in the sky. Leaving the world away from the Tianzong, I, Yuanying, am traveling as a god, and the Xuanwu sect is so ambitious that I will close the sect today and be on guard against the Xuanwu sect's incoming attack. Disciples will not go out, they will do their best to protect the sect and be wary of foreign enemies. Those who disobey the order will be expelled from the sect. The Lishan sect disciples all looked at each other, and then all looked at Taoist Zhenyang outside the formation. See these strange looks. A trace of confusion flashed across Taoist Zhenyang's expression as he was locked outside the formation. Anyone who disobeys the order will be expelled from the sect. Master, what did I do wrong? You are so cruel. Isn't everything I do just for the sake of the sect? Isn't he outside the formation now? From the moment Taoist Juyu brought him out, he had already felt that the master was going to hand him over to the Li family. Amitabha, it seems that Juyu Almsgiver has made a plan. Master Wangyu clasped his hands together, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Snort. Long Xuankong sneered and said, fellow Taoist Juyu is arrogant and transcendent. Just when a few people were sarcastic and venting their anger at being rejected by Li Tianzong, the expression of a golden elixir master who came changed. Look, that coffin. Everyone looked around. On the human skin of the silver coffin, the Li family wrote a must-kill list. Under the name of the last Taoist Zhenyang, someone seemed to be writing down names. The dragon hangs in the air. Emperor Zan. Fake monk. Amitabha, it's all mysterious and heresy. Abbot Wuyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the word, fake monk. It was difficult for him to cleanse his 6 sense organs. With the stroke of a pen, everyone present to encircle and suppress the Li family was recorded on human skin. They stared straight into the coffin. Until the last stroke fell, a mist gradually appeared on those human skins. A bright silver spear appeared, and its pressure swayed, causing the clouds to disperse, and its sharp edge went straight into the sky. That spiritual tablet rises from the coffin of the dead sky, gradually enlarging to the height of a person, with the word, Li, on it shining brightly. The yin-yang fish diagram gradually formed under the black mist, rotating, and then encompassing a 10-mile radius. The 5 light pillars corresponded to the power of the 5 elements, forming a 5-pointed star array in the sky. This human-shaped black mist said nothing, and the tip of the spear flashed with cold light. Puff. Li Zhang's technique, the yin-yang diagram, is a one-level method, heaven, earth and human world, which can be used without any distance on both sides of the yin-yang diagram. He has already been waiting for this moment in front of the screen. The moment it comes out. It wasn't until he stabbed a Jindan to death that the light blue screen of the game appeared in front of his eyes. Use skills, fight, dear ancestors. It has been detected that you now have the power of the middle stage of the golden elixir, which consumes 15,000 incense per minute. Currently owns incense value 105,200. He pulled out the Tianshu soul suppressing spear and disappeared from the spot. The middle stage Jindan cultivator still had a blank look on his face, looking at his abdomen in disbelief, as if he didn't understand why he couldn't even react. The mysterious man had appeared in front of him. In front of that spear with silver light, he had instantly released the mana to form a shield, but it was as thin as paper. Instant kill. As expected of the yin-yang diagram, worthy of the divine pill. Disappeared in an instant. Li Shang looked at the Tianshu suppressing spirit gun in his hand. Only he and the Li family knew that they had already planned everything. The actions of the tribesmen coming to Li Tianzong were simply bait. Both Li Shang and Li Yaoan understand that the Li family has developed to the point where they can do whatever they want in Qingyan County in just 90 years. Even the masters of nascent soul will not allow the Li family to continue to exist, and they would like to kill the geniuses of the Li family, quick. So, the only one who came was the coffin of death, the others had long been hiding, and the real killer move of the Li family was Li Shang. Call. In the yin-yang fish diagram, he could almost teleport. In an instant, another golden elixir master died on Li Zhang's Tianshu spiritual spear. He is no longer what he was before. The Li family has been on the run for the past 7 years, and this massacre of 12 places in the Li family is also part of the plan. In addition to avenging the fact that the Li family has been hunted down, the other purpose is to obtain a large amount of elixirs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, the Li family sacrificed elixirs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures at the same time. The purpose is to make Li Shang stronger. And now, Li Shang is confident that he is invincible within the golden elixir. The reason why golden elixir practitioners pursue the quality of third-grade golden elixirs is because they have higher quality golden elixirs. Their mana will be stronger. The more mana they can accumulate, the easier it will be to break the elixir and become a baby in the future. And his golden elixir is a divine elixir. Presumptuous. A sharp shout sounded. Li Shang teleported again to kill a peak Jindan master. He even saw the panic in the other person's expression, but Li Shang disappeared in an instant. I saw where he was just now, a translucent golden bell shadow covering the peak golden elixir master. At the same time, Abbot Wuyu has appeared in front of him. The kind-hearted monk frowned and looked around cautiously. Facing Abbot Wuyu, Li Shang had to retreat. After all, it is nascent soul, an existence like a chasm in the sky. When he felt Abbot Wuyu using his magic power, Li Shang instantly felt a huge threat and retreated decisively. He even discovered that even if he used the heaven, earth and human world in the yin-yang diagram and constantly changed positions within a radius of 10 miles, these 3 nascent soul masters could sense him and be ready to kill him at any time. The consciousness of a nascent soul master can reach thousands of miles, or even tens of thousands of miles, as if it were equipped with a radar. Wherever their spiritual consciousness reaches, they can call upon the vitality of heaven and earth at will, which is almost unlimited mana. Li Shang was convinced that even if he was invincible with the golden core, he might not be able to withstand a heavy blow from the nascent soul stage. After all, even the golden core couldn't withstand being hit by a missile. In less than a second, they can mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth to attack themselves. Fortunately, his heaven, earth and human world can teleport. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing about nascent soul is that if they charge up their energy to use spells, their spells and martial arts will continue to get stronger. If they charge up for 3 months. Opportunity, I need a chance. Even when teleporting at high speed, Li Shang still stayed awake enough and did not attack the nascent soul master. He knew clearly that if he got too close to nascent soul, he was afraid that the aftermath of their instant burst of mana would injure him. He was waiting for an opportunity to cause fatal harm to these almost unrivaled powerful beings. Otherwise, even if he really has a nuclear bomb of the magnitude of Sarmat, these 3 experienced nascent soul masters will run away before the nuclear bomb explodes. Then the results of this operation will be greatly reduced. Just 30 seconds. With the appearance of Li Shang and the fact that Li Shang killed the 4th Jindan monk, the scene was already riddled with holes. The 3 nascent soul stage and many golden elixir monks had used up all their magic power. Outside the Tianzong mountain gate, they suffered a disaster. The ground began to sink under the impact of magic power. Now you can only see rocks rolling down on the ground and dust and smoke flying. Before long the whole sky will be covered with dust and smoke. Li Tianzong also escaped the disaster. He opened the sect protecting formation early and protected the mountain gate on the mountain. But now it seems that it has become a mountain gate on the cliff. Asshole. In the yin-yang fish picture, Long Xuankong couldn't help but cursed angrily. A shadow of a golden dragon appeared in the sky, mobilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth and triggering hundreds of fires from the sky, but he was like an elephant swatting flies now. Even if he found traces of Li Shang, he could not hit Li Shang. It's not just him. Abbot Wuyu's chanting of the Buddha's words and the Buddha's golden body can influence people's minds, and it is even possible to directly attribute the foundation building period to Buddhism. But the black mist is still scurrying around in the yin-yang fish picture. Puff! There was another crisp sound, and another golden elixir master was killed. Amitabha, 2 benefactors, this evil demon from the Li family has weird weapons that can break all laws. There is also a silver coffin to protect his mind. Abbot Wuyu suddenly seemed to have something on his mind. The ultimate magic weapon. Zhan Tianzi stared at Li Zhang's spear. She knew that Abbot Wuyu and Long Xuankong had not tried their best. Compared with their worries, Zhan Tianzi was more greedy. What are you still thinking about? No matter how the Li family obtained the best magic weapon, no matter whether they are a branch of a big family from another place, or what cards they have behind them, now that we and the Li family have reached this situation, how can we still have any chance of recovery? This person's origin is unknown, kill him and then figure it out later. As soon as these words came out, Abbot Wuyu and Long Xuankong both nodded. In an instant, these people used all their magic power and all showed some trump cards. Are we finally going to try our best? Seeing the mana of these people becoming more and more powerful and gathering in the entire yin-yang diagram, Li Shang still looked calm. He was still using the heaven, earth and human world to dodge and use the power of heaven, earth and 5 elements to form a 5-star array to trap many golden elixirs, and once again killed an unlucky golden elixir master. It seemed that he was playing tricks on these 3 nascent soul masters, but Li Shang also knew that he was like an ant in front of them. The 3 nascent souls began to cooperate. The golden dragon falls, the magic is accomplished. After Long Xuankong finished speaking, it could be seen that the golden dragon he had been controlling to kill Li Shang roared in the sky, and the dragon scales dispersed and spread around the yin-yang diagram, gradually forming a wall, trapping the entire yin-yang diagram, and suddenly the sky and the earth sparkled with golden light. And it is shrinking at an extremely fast speed. Even Li Zhang's yin-yang fish picture shrank due to this. Even his 5 elements of heaven and earth disappeared. But fortunately, those golden elixirs are also trapped. Amitabha, the evil spirits will be punished. Abbot Wuyu's muscles bulged all over his body, bursting through his monk's robe, and his exposed bronze skin was full of sinews. Boom! There was an air explosion, and in an instant, he appeared at the place where Li Shang teleported next, and punched him. Puff! Even though he disappeared in another direction in an instant, Li Shang was still hit by the aftermath of this fast-moving punch and vomited blood. But he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Boom! Sure enough, after teleporting again, Abbot Wuyu, whose eyes were already golden, appeared in his direction again. What a pervert, your speed has caught up with my teleportation. Ignoring his injuries, Li Shang cursed secretly, not daring to show any slightest hesitation and concentrating his energy. He knew that as the space for movement shrank and Abbot Wuyu pursued him, his living space would become less and less. And, in a short period of time, 1/3 of his mana had been consumed. There is no way to heaven or earth. Zhan Tianzi let out a very healing and lovely laugh. This woman has a Qingluan coming out of nowhere and is sitting on Qingluan's head. Her little feet under her robe are dangling leisurely. She is accumulating strength. When she strikes down with one blow, her powerful magic power will cover the entire yin-yang diagram and he will not be able to escape. At this time, not only Li Shang was extremely solemn, but even the many Jindan monks who were trapped with Li Shang were as if they were mourning for their concubines. Looking at the spells of the 3 nascent soul masters, they were almost scared out of their wits. 3 seniors, what do you mean? We're still in there. How are you different from demon cultivators by doing this? If we are killed, how will the world talk about you? Quote. They saw that these 3 nascent souls were going to kill them too. Under the charged bombardment of Zhan Tianzi's Qingluan, they could not escape the fate of being wiped out in ashes. Amitabha. Abbot Wuyu paused for a moment, and then continued to pursue Li Shang. There was another roar, but Li Shang dodged it again, and instead hit another golden elixir. And then comes the next one. Before, Abbot Wuyu would use magic to protect them, but after Emperor Zhan said those words, what kind of reward does good and evil have, and what kind of mercy is there? Those deceptive words couldn't be more pale. The space covered by golden scales became narrower at a speed visible to the naked eye. Abbot Wuyu's speed became faster and faster, and it became more difficult for him to escape. The pressure of Emperor Zhan in the sky became stronger and stronger. After years of pampering, Li Shang has never encountered such a crisis. But now he smiled. I can't help but think of the Li family's descendants who have worked hard and experienced life and death crises again and again in these 7 years. Kind-hearted people like Li Delong put down their pity and beat pregnant women. Li Yaoqing took part in this war at the risk of his identity being discovered. Li Yaoan faced thousands of monks outside Qingyun Pavilion, and was not afraid of the danger that thunder might fall. And now, it's time for his ancestor to fight for his life. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a touch of green appeared in the space trapped by the golden scales. You think you've trapped me, but in fact you've trapped yourself. What is that? Abbot Wuyu, who was sensing Li Zhang's teleportation direction and was ready to attack at any moment, actually paused. At this time, Zhan Tianzi, who was manipulating the golden scales to compress the space and was preparing to charge up a blow in the sky to blast everything within 10 miles to rubbish at any time, also changed his expression. Li Shang is teleporting. When changing directions again, he actually picked up a huge object. Like a huge green pointed cylinder. Boom! The elixir fire on Li Zhang's body was burning the thing red in a moment. The 3 nascent souls all felt at the same time that a huge energy was erupting from that thing that seemed to have no magic power. They ran away without a second thought. You too, run away quickly. The thing that the monster is carrying is too big to use distanceless means. Long Xuankong shouted. Hearing this, Li Shang narrowed his eyes. They were right. Carrying the missile, Li Shang could only teleport 2 miles at most. The dead coffin that they had always ignored was opened. Hands are like blooming flowers, stretching out from the open coffin. Among them, the 6 people covered in demonic energy formed a wall of flesh at this moment, trying to block Abbot Wuyu's way, but they were easily knocked through by him and turned into flying ash, but this also blocked him for at least 0.01 seconds. Then there was a mummy, with black fire in its eyes and blood flowing on its body. This is the Blood Demon Lord brought out from the Blood Demon realm by the 7 sons of Iron Gate. It has lost its mind and is no different from a zombie. And Li Delong happens to be the master of the heavenly coffin of death and the corpse chaser of the heavenly coffin. The blood of those 30 golden elixir cultivators was all absorbed by the heavenly death coffin and entered the body of the mad Blood Demon Lord, causing it to explode with the peak golden elixir magic power at this moment. The retrieved dragon rushed forward in the air, and then explode. The last person was Li Delong. He picked up the coffin lid, rushed into the sky, and faced Emperor Zhan directly. Li Shang even teleported and kicked Li Delong to help him. We have always been prepared to bring the heavenly death coffin, but now is the time for it to work wonders. At the same time, Li Zhang's elixir fire was burning, and a smile appeared on his lips. The body slowly dissipated in place. Today, he imitates Kong Ming and borrows the east wind. Boom! As the light lit up, the sky and the earth changed color, and everyone in Qingyan County saw a mushroom cloud rising in the direction of Li Tianzong. Boom! The ground is shaking. On this day, everyone in Qingyan County looked in the direction of Li Tianzong in horror. Qingyan County had never had such a bright day. In this snowy winter, a fireball that is hotter and dazzling than the sun rises in the sky. They saw a wave of air sweeping around them, and then a stronger wave spreading. The mushroom cloud rose rapidly from the ground, then began to slow down, covering the sky and the sun. What is that? On the streets of Qingyan County, Yu Xian, who had left Qingyan Pavilion, soared into the air and counted with his fingers. He looked down at the astonished people, then raised his head and looked around. He had a premonition that there must be many masters floating in the air like him at this moment, looking at where Li Tianzong is. They must be guessing what happened to Li Tianzong, but they don't know that there is a family there that is fighting with Li Tianzong and masters from all directions in Qingyan County. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he had already left Qingyan Pavilion on the day Rentu Jingguan was built. That mushroom cloud was a sign. The coming of a new era. I just want to open up an era, and there are many difficulties. Just like this land experienced destruction 130,000 years ago, Qingyan Pavilion brought new life. 100 Weapons Sect. Jin Yu, who had made good friends with the Li family and built Linglong Tower together, soared into the sky. He looked at the mushroom cloud, his face full of joy. The Li family went to Li Tianzong, and maybe they have destroyed Li Tianzong. Haha, my choice was indeed right. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple said, Ancestor, what if the master of Yuanying charges up his strength and destroys the Li family with one strike? Don't talk about your mother's bullshit, don't mess with my Taoist heart. The Li family is worthy of friendship. Jin Yu gritted his teeth and stared so hard that the disciple quickly lowered his head. Qingyan Pavilion. The disciples of the sect, which was originally suppressed by Li Yaoan and did not dare to move, were all looking in the direction of Li Tianzong. At this time, the golden elixir masters in their sect gathered together, and there were actually more than a dozen of them. It turned out that Qingyan Pavilion had been hiding its strength. In the main hall of Qingyan Pavilion, Jiyu Kangsheng, who had put down the order of the sect leader and was about to run away to look back at his family and consider himself his ancestor, frowned. This Qingyan Pavilion is finished. 13,000 years, hey, I don't know who will be the next pavilion. Who will be the master? He ran away without looking back, just like Yu Xian back then. Yu Xian and other smart people have run away, and we don't know what will happen in the future. We can't take this risk. After I return, I will immediately tell my Jiyu family to sever ties with Qingyan Pavilion. Xian Town. Grandpa Huang, what happened there? Above the clouds, Li Guangtu pointed in the direction of the rising mushroom cloud of Li Tianzong. There had just been an earthquake, so Grandpa Huang took him up to the sky to have a look. Li Tianzong. Huang Shujin looked in the direction of Li Tianzong and was stunned for a long time. He suddenly laughed like crazy and picked up Guangtu Li. Ha ha ha, Guangtu, a new era in Qingyan County has begun. This era's surname is Li. Yes, in this era, the surname is Li. Li Tianzong. At this time, all the disciples, together with the Supreme Elder, are using their true energy and magic power to maintain the 6th grade sect protecting formation. This formation, which has not been opened for thousands of years, is being invaded by extremely high temperatures and powerful explosive air waves. Dissolving and shattering. Even though they had already begun to cut off the strong light and sound waves, some disciples with low cultivation levels were still bleeding from their 7 orifices. At the moment of the explosion, they only saw the strong light, the world was pale, and the sonic boom prevented them from hearing anything. Sound. Only Taoist Juyu and some elders at the Golden Core stage can open their eyes and see. As the huge green pointed cylinder exploded from white light to fire. He saw it. Li Shang, who was holding the missile, was melting, and then came the Li family members who came out of the heavenly death coffin. This explosion was a force that could threaten the life of the Yuanying master. Is that a hidden weapon, or a magic weapon that can only be used once? Taoist Juyu swallowed. He glanced at the 6th grade magic circle that had been hid by the sect, and cracks like spider webs appeared. While using magic power to repair the magic circle, a smile appeared on Taoist Juyu's face. He is rejoicing. If he really chooses to go against his true intention and side with his disciples and the 3 nascent souls, I'm afraid he will have to face all this. After today, Qingyan Pavilion will become a thing of the past. The Li family wants to replace Qingyan Pavilion, but it is not that easy. Taoist Juyu murmured softly, and then he looked at the sect that was already suspended in the air, as well as the mountain peaks more than 10 meters above the ground, with stones still breaking and rolling down, and the sea of fire on the ground. The Li family is formidable. Taoist Juyu let out a long sigh. He saw it. Above the sea of fire, the first sky coffin was still suspended. In the sea of fire on the ground, figures are rising into the sky. Those were the Mad Blood Demon Lord, the 7 sons of the Iron Sect of the Li family, and Li Delong. Their figures went from pitch black, breaking through the sea of fire, to meeting Taoist Juyu's eyes. The unkillable. Taoist Juyu let out a long breath. He saw with his own eyes the bravery of the Li family members during the explosion. They used their flesh and blood to try their best to stop the 3 nascent souls, but now, they have reappeared in the world. Not only are they not afraid of death, their cultivation is like ants in front of nascent soul, but they have no fear. This is what is truly terrifying. Then, on top of the clouds filled with white mist, the Li family appeared one after another. The 3-tailed fox demon Shu Kuiwa, the sword king Li Yaozu, a giant red-crowned tree that is taller than Li Tianzong today, with a giant anaconda shining with lightning wrapped around the trunk, and a woman wrapped in vines standing on the branches. Li Yaoti and his wife clinging to each other on the silver puppet, Li Yaoan flying in the sky in a wheelchair. The first 2 generations of the Li family were not surprised by such a scene. They seemed to have everything under control. No. Not because of this, but because of the spiritual position in their hands, the spiritual position that can make the mysterious person appear like a mist. The scenes just now are vivid in my mind, the yin-yang fish diagram, teleportation, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the weapon that can destroy everything. Their self-confidence comes from that spiritual position and also from their most true faith. Immediately afterwards, according to the information, the 4th generation descendants of the Li family came from all directions. Compared with the calmness of the predecessors of the Li family, the 4th generation descendants were more excited. It seemed that it was the first time for them to see such great power. Taoist Juyu met for the first time the young heroes of the Li family in the intelligence. There was a flash of envy in his eyes. There are many young talents in Li Tianzong, but compared to the children of the Li family, they pale in comparison. It's not about qualifications, but their eyes, their character. These are just foundation building, and the heirs of the Li family who still have several qi refining stages are facing the current scene without any fear. There was only murderous intent in their eyes, as if facing nascent soul in person was no big deal. This is a great family built on a blood-stained road and built on a pile of corpses. Any one of them, placed in any force, can continue it for hundreds or even thousands of years. If these were my disciples, Taoist Juyu murmured, then turned back to look at the panicked disciples of the Lishan sect. Looking at Taoist Junyang, who was spared by the Li family outside the sect protecting formation, leaving only his upper body crawling with his intestines in front of the sect, he shook his head and sighed. There was a memorial tablet floating around all the Li family children. Perhaps this is where their strength and courage lies. And at this time, Taoist Juyu suddenly frowned. The naked Li Delong came from the sea of fire and landed in front of the Lishan sect. Shu Kuiwa took a robe and put it on Li Delong. All the heirs of the Li family surrounded Nuo Da's Li Tianzong from all directions, waiting for an opportunity. Li Delong put the silver coffin on his back again and walked step by step to the gate of Lishan sect. Save me, master, help. The Taoist Junyang was still crawling, but as soon as he finished speaking, Li Delong had already grabbed his hair and lifted him up, his intestines flowing all over the floor. Then in the eyes of everyone, he took out the soul of the wailing Taoist Junyang and threw it into the black fire formation at his feet. Li Delong and his wife raised their heads and looked at the Juyu Taoist floating in the sky from Li Tianzong, as well as the many elders from Li Tianzong, and he smiled. Junior Li Delong, together with the descendants of the Li family, has met Senior Juyu. I've met Senior Juyu. All members of the Li family are polite, if not a little aggressive, it would be better. Senior, this is not the place to talk outside the gate of Tianzong Mountain. Why not let this junior go in and talk to you? Hear the words. Taoist Juyu glanced at the spiritual tablets floating around all members of the Li family, and then looked at the little girl who was trapped in chains next to Li Yaoan and suppressed with various talismans and spiritual weapons was Emperor Zan. When Li Shang was trapped, Zan Tianzi, who was gathering strength, was blocked by Li Delong with a coffin board. Now his body and soul are both injured, and his life hangs by a thread. Call. Taoist Juyu let out a long breath. He knew that since the weapon exploded outside Lishan sect, 2 of the 3 nascent souls escaped and 1 was captured, the situation had changed. No force is willing to easily provoke the Li family unless they are absolutely sure. Otherwise, these lunatics will definitely cause another disaster like the one they caused in the entire Qingyun County today. Maybe it would be the best choice for him to leave Li Tianzong immediately and kill the Li family, but... Boom! The sky thunder shook, and the coercion came. He glanced at Li Yaoan, and the Lord of the Morning in the wheelchair was arousing the wrath of heaven again. The Li family still has a trump card. This family is like an abyss. No one knows what terrible things will appear in this bottomless black hole. And this kind of fear will spread to the entire Qingyun County with today's explosion outside Lishan sect. What Qingyun Pavilion? That can no longer compare to the fear that the Li family brought to the world. What nascent soul stage? At least Taoist Juyu didn't want that weapon with astonishing power and wide attack range to fall on Li Tianzong's head. Everyone, please come in. Taoist Juyu forced a smile and showed a somewhat ugly smile. He had a feeling that if he dared to say no, people like the Li family would rush into his Lishan sect without hesitation. Li Delong took Shu Kuiwa and walked into the Lishan sect step by step. He held his wife's hand tightly and looked at the disciples gathered from all directions in the Lishan sect, as well as many golden elixirs and the Taoist Juyu in the nascent soul stage in front of him. He swallowed and told Shu Kuiwa sound. Daughter-in-law, Yaoan asked us to talk to Taoist Juyu. If something happens, you take the children and run away first, and I will stop you. Shu Kuiwa tightened her grip. Head of the family, we have to believe in Yaoan. Besides, our ancestors also said that it will be okay. Don't be afraid, we have our ancestors. Ancestors bless you. Chapter 91. Skill use ends. Congratulations, after you and your tribe used calculation and heroic cooperation, you killed more than 2 million monks from Qingyun County, killed a total of 36 Jindan monks, and captured a nascent soul monk. Get a lot of loot. Complete Golden Elixir Monk Corpse X7, Complete Spiritual Weapon X17. Golden Elixir Monk Fragments vary, Nascent Soul Thigh Fragments +1, Spiritual Weapon Fragments vary. Your tribe saw the heroic struggle of their ancestors. They are expressing their extremely high respect to you and received incense value, 20,000. Who? In the room, facing the screen, Li Shang numbly manipulated the computer mouse. It wasn't until he saw Li Delong walking into Li Tianzong on the screen that his pale face softened slightly. This is the second time he has entered the game world, and this time he died. Although it won't affect him in the real world, Li Shang still remembers that moment of pain and fear. It's not a big deal, I just died once. Li Shang rubbed his face and looked at the descendants of the Li family surrounding Li Tianzong in the screen, as well as the mushroom cloud still rising in the screen, and the little lowly controlled by Li Yaoan. He finally showed a smile. I won. He clearly saw the last scene of the Dongfang missile explosion, and he used Dan Fire to ignite the missile. He saw Abbot Wuyu struggling to escape, his muscles bursting again. The old monk was worthy of being a nascent soul, and he had rare physical cultivation. When escaping, this person punched the dragon's suspended golden scale barrier. Just as Li Shang said, the trap set by the 3 nascent souls just happened to trap them in a cocoon. Long Xuankong was resisted for a moment by the self-destruction of the Mad Blood Demon Lord. His golden scales should be his natal spiritual weapon. Abbot Wuyu's punch also made Long Xuankong curse. In the end, Long Xuankong took out a talisman and disappeared. As expected of a nascent soul master, Li Shang tried every means but failed to keep the two of them. The only thing left. Li Shang glanced at the little lowly being controlled next to Li Yaowen. Zhan Tianzi. Li Shang grinned. In that battle, Emperor Zhan was undoubtedly the most unlucky. This guy was giving up on accumulating power, but when she was hit by a backlash, Li Delong's coffin board blocked her way for a moment, and she also withstood the critical hit of the nuclear bomb. With a click on Zhan Tianzi, Li Shang saw her important information. Zhan Tianzi. Realm. Early nascent soul. Status. Seriously injured, nascent soul severely damaged, suppressed. After all, it's nascent soul, he's not dead. Li Shang let out a long breath. Only after he faced it did he realize how difficult it was to kill Yuanying. But now, the possibility of Emperor Zhan's recovery after being suppressed was no different from death. If it weren't for the family's great use, she would have been burned to death. Soon, pop-up windows appeared in front of Li Shang, which also represented the victory of this battle. Special event, the family's heroic counterattack. Your family has been dormant for 7 years, massacring the forces that oppose the Li family, killing more than 2 million people, suppressing Qingyan Pavilion, setting up traps outside Lishan sect, annihilating 32 Jindan masters, and repelling 2, captured a nascent soul master. Congratulations, your family has established a great reputation in Qingyan County. It has the characteristics of a desperate family, and has transformed into a blood-stained family. Everywhere in Qingyan County saw the rising mushroom cloud. When the news of the Li family's victory spread, the people of Qingyan County would be full of fear of the Li family. The original increase rate has been changed. For all members of the family, pressure plus 20%, popularity minus 50%, and fighting power plus 8%. Quote. Li Shang was stunned for a moment. The favorability score of the fugitive family was minus 99%, which meant that it was the public enemy. Now it has become 50%, which means that even if Yuanying is captured, the family still has half of its enemies in the entire Qingyan County. Although they may be afraid of the Li family, it does not prevent them from being duplicitous. In other words, the Li family is still in danger and the missiles have been used up. Even if there are still more, if we come to Yuanying again next time, we won't be fooled by the same thing. Li Shang frowned. Soon another pop-up window appears. Special event. The sacrifice of the Pig Demon King has been completed. The group trait, Year of Red Snow, transforms into Year of Blood. Your descendants will always remember the Year of Red Snow, and their cultivation speed will always increase by 5%. As long as they are on the land of Qingyan County, they will remember their family's today's military exploits and the might of their ancestors, and the incense value will increase by 20% when worshipping. Get incense value plus 20000. Li Shang showed a smile. He has figured out that every time the descendants of the family worship during the qi refining period, they will give him about 300 points of incense at most every year. The base building period is 1000 points, and the golden elixir period is about 3000 points. This time, I used all the incense points accumulated over the years for practice, and after entering the game world, the only incense points left were rewards. It is a great thing for him to increase the incense value. Besides, Li Shang glanced at the descendants of the Li family who were surrounding Li Tianzong. At this moment, after their continuous revenge, they no longer had the anger and resentment they had at the beginning. After crying loudly, they were relieved. The emergence of the trait, Year of Blood, also means that they have emerged from the sadness of the Pig Demon King's death. Hatred can promote a person's growth, and continuous hatred will only make people crazy. The past has gone with the wind, the enemy is dead, and the Li family will only move towards the future with respect for the old pig. Just when Li wanted to be happy about this, an unexpected pop-up window appeared. Your descendant Li Delong and Juyu Daoist had a happy conversation, and the grievances between the Li family and Li Tianzong disappeared. Under Shu Kuiwa's friendly suggestion, Daoist Juyu happily decided that when Li Yunlin comes out of seclusion, he can inherit the position of the sect leader. Your descendant Li Yunlin has been dormant in Li Tianzong for many years, determined to climb to the top step by step in Li Tianzong. Finally, without knowing it, with the help of his family, he obtained a new identity, the head of the Lishan sect. Li Shang was stunned for a moment and clicked on Li Delong's profile picture. Sure enough, in the Lishan sect, Li Delong and his wife were talking and laughing with Taoist Juyu, who easily handed over the position of sect leader to Li Yunlin, who was still in retreat. Li Xiangjun didn't know how Li Yunlin would feel when he came out of seclusion. Soon Taoist Juyu sent Li Delong and his wife out of the sect. When passing outside the main hall, the three of them stopped. Two bloody people came into view. It was Xiao Huanger and Chuya who were being hunted by the Li family. Just now, Xiao Huanger was completely crazy. She was biting Chu Yi's flesh bit by bit, smiling stupidly while eating. Eat you, and my child will come back. Coward, I made a fool of myself for a coward like you. Ha ha ha, Chuya, we are going to have a baby again. Xu Kuiwu originally wanted to drag Li Delong away and let the crazy Xiao Huanger continue to live in pain. But Li Delong shook his head, cut off her and Chuya's heads with a knife, put them back in the ring, and sighed, forget it, she is just being used, let her enter reincarnation early. Taoist Juyu glanced at Li Delong with appreciation. The information he learned from the intelligence was all about the brutal deeds of the Li family. But after talking to Li Delong, he could also see that the head of the Li family was essentially a person who valued friendship and had good intentions. He thought for a while and asked, Master Li, I don't know Junyang. Died. Li Delong narrowed his eyes slightly and lied. Only he knows that the soul of Taoist Junyang thrown into the magic circle by him will never enter reincarnation. The souls of the deceased in Qingyan County in the past 7 years will torture the soul of Taoist Junyang all the time. That's fine, that's fine. Taoist Juyu let out a long sigh. After Li Delong and his wife walked out of Li Tianzong, everyone in the Li family no longer stayed. They gathered together and kowtowed to Li Zhang's soul. Looking at the compliments from his descendants on the screen, Li Shang held his head high. The children and grandchildren are also full of pride. They clearly remember how dangerous they were in Qingyan County during the past 7 years. People in the entire Qingyan County were searching for them, and they had to be vigilant at all times. And now, 30% of the masters in Qingyan County were killed outside Lishan sect. 2 nascent souls were seriously injured and escaped, and 1 nascent soul was captured. From now on, everyone in Qingyan County who wants to touch the Li family must consider whether they have such strength. Those forces that once hunted down the Li family will live in the shadow of the Li family, always alert to when the Li family will take action against them. Even Li Shang could guess that many forces are now fleeing Qingyan County, dragging their families away from home, or looking for powerful forces to protect them. Ancestor, I think it's not the time to return to the family's headquarters. A line of words appeared on Li Yaowen's head, which seemed so abrupt among the praises of the tribesmen. Everyone in the Li family suddenly fell silent, and they all looked at Li Yaowen. The family was able to stay safe and sound in the past 7 years, thanks to Li Yaowen's secret help. Li Shang clicked on the image of the temple protecting beast in the upper left corner. Thunder Flame Crazy Anaconda, please enter the message you want to convey. In the Thunder Fire Devil's Cave, the Purple Thunder Heavenly Sun Python had already completed its transformation. In this operation, it was also because of the presence of the Demon King Thunder Flame Crazy Anaconda that the Li family easily broke through the sect-protecting formation of a golden elixir force. As Li Shang typed on the keyboard, Lei Yan Kuang Anaconda's rich voice sounded, Master wants you to tell me what you think. Yes, Ancestor. Li Yaowen nodded slightly. Our ancestors seriously injured Abbot Wuyu and Long Shuangkong, they will never give up. There are 12 nascent soul masters known in Qingyan County. If we return to the base, they will have the opportunity to take advantage of them. Hear the words. Li Shang nodded slightly, and everyone in the Li family frowned, obviously knowing that this battle did not allow the Li family to truly sit back and relax. He tapped the keyboard and asked Li Yaowen to continue. Just listen to Li Yaowen say, we should disperse. Only by controlling the entire Qingyan County can we achieve true safety. Now, as long as Yun Lin comes out of seclusion, he will be the leader of the Lishan sect. The second sister has Yun Bing in the Thunderfire Demon Cave and the Demon Subduing Alliance. With help, it's time to slowly take control of power. Father and mother also brought many corpses to transform into zombies, especially the corpses of nascent soul masters such as Zhan Tianzi, which can become my family's trump card. This time, the blood of many masters can make the crazy blood demon slowly recover. The family god trees can also grow. We still have many friends, including Yunshu Wenghelu, Baki sect, and many families in Talon. What we have to do now is to wait for more and more strength to gather, and then kill the entire Qingyan County to be invincible. This time, even Li Delong did not object, and a trace of yearning flashed in the eyes of everyone in the Li family. After years of wandering, they are all waiting to go home. Li Yaoan is right, there is only one way to go home, a bloody road. Yunshu Wenghelu will help us run the family. The madman in our family is already 8 years old. The child will send the 5th-generation descendants back to the family residence. We can slowly gather resources. As long as we don't show up, no one will dare to touch the younger members of our Li family. After all, it is Li Yaoan. Li Shang actually gave an anti-smile to Li Yaoan, who looked like an old lady. With her around, Li Shang always felt at ease and spent less time thinking. Just listen to Li Yaoan continue to make arrangements for the descendants of the Li family. Tianyu, you are the 8th young lady of the Lu family in Qingyan County. You have done well in the Lu family over the years. What you need to do next is to help your husband become the head of the family. Tianshuang, you control the monsters in the swamp jungle. I heard that there are 2 monster kings in the swamp jungle. If you capture them, the swamp jungle will become my family's help. Tianchi, I know you like to seek excitement. You go to Xuanwu sect as a descendant of the Li family, defeat all the geniuses of Xuanwu sect, and beg Xuanwu sect to accept you as the true successor. Quote. Listening to the 4th aunt's grandma issuing tasks to his brothers and sisters one by one, Li Tianyi silently took a step back, turned around, and prepared to sneak away. Where are you going? Li Yaoan called Li Tianyi over and whispered in his ear. Soon, everyone in the Li family once again kowtowed to Li Zhang's spiritual tablet. Each person received a spiritual tablet and dispersed from the sky, leaving only the smoke that was still rising outside Li Tianzong and spreading towards the surroundings. It can be imagined that in the next long period of time, Li Tianzong will be radiated. Whenever you go out, you will be protected by your true energy and mana. Li Tianming watched in bewilderment as the tribesmen left decisively. Only the table in front of them where the spiritual tablets had been placed showed the traces left by the tribesmen. Hey, Grandma 4th GU, it's me. You haven't assigned me a mission yet. I can do anything, really. I can even be a pretty boy like the beetle. Quote. There was no response, and the spirit position did not dodge. A sound came from behind, which startled Li Tianming. 2 daggers came out from the left and right cuffs, and he dodged and rushed to the rear. Soon his dagger was caught between his fingers. Seeing the person who made the noise, Li Tianming was stunned, drunk lunatic. Why are you like this? Over the years, when he went around killing people, he occasionally saw a drunken maniac. This old beggar who loved drinking always wanted to learn 2 killing techniques from him. But now, the alcoholic lunatic was in a bit of a mess. His clothes were in tatters, he was holding a bowl and chopsticks in his hands, his 2 shoes were torn in the middle of the instep, he was limping, and his whole body was stained with blood. Quote. The drunkard was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say that when he came to join in the fun, he was injured by the aftermath of the weapon used by the mysterious man from the Li family, and was almost beaten to death by Abbot Wuyu who fled, right? Distance. Li Tianyi walked forward slowly and dejectedly with the 23 old men, like a resentful woman. I want to rob tombs and play the piano in the legendary brothel, but I don't want to go to Qingyan Pavilion. Shu has been taking care of his younger brothers and sisters all his life, and he also wanted to enjoy what it feels like to be free, but unfortunately the 4th aunt's grandma cut off his fantasy. The 23 old men were still laughing. Tianyi, your 4th aunt is a bit irritable, but she is really good at judging people. Ha ha ha, she wants to help you become the master of Qingyan Pavilion. I have a successor in Qingyan Pavilion. I saw that the Li family is very knowledgeable and reasonable. I was worried that they would destroy Qingyan Pavilion. Your 4th aunt is quite a pretty person. The 23 old men were all talking, and Li Tianyi was speechless and choked as if he were mourning his heir. How do they know what those people outside say about his 4th aunt's grandmother? He originally wanted to refuse and wander around the world like his great-grandfather. Wouldn't he be happy? But the 4th aunt whispered to him that if he didn't want to, then she would take all the 23 old men and give them to him to replenish the souls in the coffin. Do I still have to leave my hometown? Li Shang let out a long sigh. It is true that they killed everyone in Qingyan County this time, and what they did was shocking to the world, but Qingyan County is indeed full of crises everywhere. The family before this fought for revenge, but now, they fight for the temptation of returning home. Li Shang also saw that when the fourth-generation descendants of the Li family were separated, they returned to the family residence one by one, knelt down in front of the tomb of the pig demon king in the back mountain, told their stories over the years, and then left one by one. Go. It can be seen that as their enemies were killed, they also let go of the hatred in their hearts. Li Shang was pleased with this. As an ancestor, he hopes that every one of his descendants can live happily. No one likes to fight and kill unless they have to. After all, his descendants are all kind-hearted people. Special event, Li Tianming's gift. Your descendant, Li Tianming, did not sense your presence. He felt that he must have disappointed his ancestors by killing too few people recently. He decided to take the alcoholic lunatic to Qingluan Mountain and water the spiritual tablets with the enemy's blood every day. To win your favor. You kid, you have to do this kind of weird and special thing when I'm expressing my emotions, right? Li Shang looked ugly and simply switched the computer screen to the Li family residence. Li family residence. Not bad. Looking at the development of the Li family, Li Zhang's mood finally eased. Over the years, the station has not slowed down its development because of the departure of the Li family. Xian Town is still formed in a semicircle, surrounding the station together with Yin Tilan, looking very orderly. There are now 4 spiritual fields. The Li family has also given Huang Shujin a lot of spiritual stones over the years. Huang Shujin is also a man of his word. All the spiritual stones have been used to buy various things for the Li family. The whole place is full of aura. At this time, Huang Shujin was standing in the center of the yard with 6 children from the 5th generation of the Li family. The original blood tree returned to the Li family's residence overnight. The original blood tree was nostalgic. It refused Li Yaoking's temptation to give it 10 corpses every day in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, and asked Li Delong to send it back to the family's headquarters. Overnight, its roots pierced 10 miles under the family's ground. Grandpa Huang, come and see, I peed here yesterday, and a big tree grew today. Huang Shujin was very impressed by this tree. He had seen this thing when he first came to the Li family. At that time, it was still the blood spirit fruit tree. Now, he heard the news outside that there were at least 1 million lives under the roots of this tree. Nothing deviated from his prediction back then. This tree could reach at least the 6th grade, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Just as Li Guangtu was happy that he had poured out a giant tree with his urine, Huang Shujin was also thinking about it. The shadow of the tree swayed, and a face emerged from the original blood tree. This old face opened its scarlet eyes. Ah, monster! Li Guangtu was so frightened that he hugged Huang Shujin's thigh tightly. The 5th generation of the family, the youngest, Guangtu Li. Bloody light flashed in the eyes of the original blood tree, and it sighed, I see, you are a coward. Maybe sending you to Yunshu Wanghai Tower is the wrong choice, and excessive care will only make you fall. However, He will be a very kind head. Crazy people are not cowards, no. The child who was frightened and cried opened his pure eyes and was a little stubborn. This made Huang Shujin frown. Shenshu, what do you mean by this? I, Huang Shujin, promise you that the madman has grown up listening to the stories of his elders, and he will not disgrace the Li family. The original blood tree ignored it. It looked at the other children who were a little scared. Li Guangming, you grew up in the Jiyu family. You are also the last future of the Jiyu family. One day you will go back. Li Guanghua, the 100 Fists sect has made your life miserable since you were a child. I only see your tomorrow. Looking at the female child among the 6 children of the 5th generation of the Li family, the original blood tree stared at Huang Shujin. Tell this friend your story, and he will take you back to the 100 Fist sect. Good and evil will be rewarded. As the braided girl told her story about her time in the 100 Fist sect, she had been pricked with needles by the wet nurse since she was a child, and she was called the little fool of the Li family every day. Huang Shujin counted with his fingers and picked up Li Guanghua. Don't be afraid, you are not a little fool. Your grandpa Huang took you to punish the 100 Fist sect. The little Li Guanghua pursed her lips. She didn't know what rectification, meant, but she knew it must be something bad. She shook her head. No, Grandpa, the sect leader is very good to me. Nanny, she. Huang Shujin listened quietly. After some calculations, he probably understood the reason. Li Kuanghua's nanny misunderstood that Li Kuanghua was the illegitimate daughter of the patriarch of the Baikuan sect. Instigated by the patriarch's wife, she had been very malicious towards Li Kuanghua and even almost killed her. After drowning, the young Li Kuanghua did not dare to talk to outsiders. He took a deep breath, and before leaving with Li Kuanghua in his arms, he frowned and stared at the original blood tree. Sacred tree, you can pinch and calculate, but can you see through me? A cool breeze blew. The original blood tree stared at Huang Shujin's pale face and white hair, hesitated for a long time, and only uttered 2 words, 10 years. Thanks. Huang Shujin looked relieved, laughed heartily, hugged Li Kuanghua and left. Looking at the somewhat frightened Li Kuanghua, he said softly, my child, Grandpa Huang will take you to take revenge. Immediately, the original blood tree looked at the remaining 3 children. Kangren Li, the eldest son of the 5th generation, you cannot sit on the position of head of the family, but I saw you walking towards the high throne. Kangren Li was 12 years old, a young man with an ordinary appearance. He fell into deep thought for a long time. Sacred tree, I have heard your story, but I don't want to go to the throne. I want to be like the Sword King Taigong, cutting in all directions with his sword. Quote. The original blood tree ignored the young man's dream. Li Kuangxi, Li Kuangkai, your brother and sister have returned from the temple. They are now 10 years old. After many years of burning incense and worshipping the Buddha nature is hard to disappear. You should go to the Thunderfire Demon Cave and set off today. Amitabha, a little monk, a little nun. Seeing the 2 people setting off alone, Li Shang clicked the mouse. The Li family sent them to the temple because they were facing the entire Talon town. They really didn't expect that 2 Buddhist disciples would appear. However, the original blood tree can not only give omens, but has always given good omens to the children of the Li family. Among the 6 people in this 5th generation, only Li Kuangtu and Li Kuanghua had special qualities, and neither of them were very good. Your descendant, Li Kuangtu, has lived a pampered life in Yunshu Wanghai Tower for 7 years, obtained the child brides, Qing Yu, and reached the 2nd level of qi refining. Huang Shujin has been alone for 300 years, and he dotes on the little fanatic. The little fanatic grew up surrounded by thousands of favors and acquired the special trait of being a greenhouse flower. He has a very high starting point, but is sensitive, fragile and unable to withstand the test of life. The chance of receiving gifts from elders is greatly increased, and the speed of practice is reduced by 10%. Your descendant Li Kuanghua, even though she was tortured since childhood, she still practiced hard in the 100-Fist sect, endured it silently, and made progress with her thoughts. She was already at the 3rd level of qi refining at the age of 9. Acquired trait, victim of endeavor. Years of torture have made her feel even more inferior and more afraid of being bullied by others. She will be timid about anything. The training speed is increased by 20%, and the combat power is reduced by 10%. Why? Li Shang sighed. A child's childhood was very important. If Lao Zu was still here and the elders of the Li family had brought them up, maybe this wouldn't be the case. One of the 2 people was living a good life, the other was living a miserable life, and both had their own problems. Li Shang only hoped that they could slowly change in the days to come. Li Kuangtu was fine, the worst he could do was throw him to Thunderfire Demon Cave or Dawn to experience life. But Li Kuanghua, this child had been tortured for who knows how many years, but when Huang Shujin wanted to take her to take revenge, she still helped the 100-Fist sect to speak up, which shows that she has a kind nature. I took another look at the well-developed station. Li wanted to speed up time. Soon spring will pass and autumn will come. Li family's 1992 year. Special event, the battle between 2 sects is over. It is rumored that the lifespan of Taoist Junyang, the leader of the Lishan sect, has expired. Lan Jing, the supreme elder of the Xuanwu sect, and Taoist Gui, the leader of the Lishan sect, expressed their condolences. The 2,000-year-old men had a big drink, and the long-standing feud between the 2 families disappeared. Looking at a screen for 2 hours. The entire Qingyan County miraculously calmed down after the chaos caused by the Li family 2 years ago. Except for the nuclear radiation that was flooding outside the Lishan sect, it was as if nothing had happened. All sects and clans had withdrawn their wanted orders against the Li family. It has been 2 years, and the Li family has not been hunted down again. Even. The two sects that have been fighting for decades have joined hands to respect each other. Back then, the Li family built the imperial palace, the Li family brutally slaughtered 12 forces, and the Li Tianzong fought against 30% of the top experts in Qingyun County. This became the last thing that the entire Qingyun County people wanted to talk about. With the help of Huang Shujin, the 5th-generation descendants of the Li family are slowly growing up, and the elders living abroad also send back treasures from time to time, which makes the family settlement develop rapidly. World peace. No. Li Shang kept tapping his fingers on the edge of the bed, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Your descendant Li Yunbing once again took control of a part of the 36 Tiangong forces in the Thunderfire Devil's Cave. The strongest one is at the peak of Foundation establishment. Your family currently controls 12 Tiangongs. Li Yunbing happily delivers the news to you. He seems to have slowly come to like the feeling of controlling power. I hope you can bless him with smooth sailing. Your descendant Li Tianshuang once again obtained a spiritual beast, ancient giant chicken, in the swamp jungle. The 2 demon kings occupying the swamp became increasingly wary of her. She decided to take the demon beasts to leave the swamp jungle and go to the Jindo forest. On the way, the demon beasts found a light spirit fruit, and she broke through to the middle stage of foundation building. Your descendant, Li Tianqi, stood on the stage of the Xuanwu sect's 10-year competition. He looked at the 49-year-old young talent on the stage who was at the peak of his foundation building. Then he looked at his own strength near the middle stage of his foundation building. He felt that it was not a good idea to commit suicide, not enough. He decided to endure it for the time being and commit suicide for another 10 years, by which time he would blow up the entire Xuanwu sect. Acquire the trait, immortality. He became obsessed with the feeling of near death, and his chances increased slightly when he was about to die. All the descendants of the Li family know that the current situation is calm, but it is difficult to see the undercurrent. He slowly opened the large map of Qingyun County. Above, most of them are red dots marking hostility. All your descendants swear to you that one day they will return to their homeland with integrity. The more peaceful it is, the more terrifying it is. Li Shang didn't believe that the entire Qingyun County really accepted the existence of the Li family. Even if they targeted the Li family and curbed the development of the Li family, Li Shang wouldn't worry so much because that was normal. He even asked the original blood tree, but the original blood tree said that it was actually not that powerful, but it was the time of breakthrough and he could see more of the future. The more he thought about it, the more vigilant Li Shang became. Especially those little red dots on the map are so eye-catching. He wished he could turn all these red dots into green or white. Just thinking about it, Li Yaoan's pop-up window appeared. Your descendant Li Yaoan requests you, Thunder Flame Quangan, to negotiate with you. Li Shang felt inexplicably relieved and clicked on Li Yaoan's profile picture. Today, Li Yaoan is in the sacred mountain, looking at the mountains, rivers and lakes, so leisurely. In just 2 years, she seems to have become younger. Others grow older, but Li Yaoan grows in the opposite direction. She organized Chengxi to spread throughout Qingyun County, and was able to send messages for everyone in the family, so Lei Yanquang Anaconda stayed by her side. Give Li Yaoan a burst of ancestors' love. When the ancestor's spirit appeared, Li Yaoan knew that his ancestor had appeared. Li Yaoan quickly knelt down and said, "My child is disturbing our ancestors, please forgive me." As Li Shang entered text and asked Li Yaoan to talk, the voice of the Thunder Flame Anaconda was rich and powerful. Li Shang missed the big insect for a moment and screamed, and now he no longer felt like Voldemort. "Yes, ancestor." Li Yaoan's old face looked a little suspicious. "Ancestor, it has been too quiet these 2 years. My child can vaguely feel that the 2 nascent souls who escaped 2 years ago will never let it go. My child sent someone to investigate. Everything is normal for their 2 families, as if the Yuanying ancestor has never appeared outside Li Tianzong and has never failed. They didn't leave, and they didn't form a gang. They knew that our family couldn't tolerate disdain in their eyes, so at least they would take action. I thought about it with myself." Li Shang took a deep breath. If he thought this alone, he would feel that he was somewhat suspicious. But Li Shang absolutely trusts Li Yaoan's intuition. Everyone says that this is the era of my Li family, but my ancestors, I don't want this to be the case. The trees that are as beautiful as the forest wind will destroy them. Those people will think, how can our Li family rise for 100 years? If there is no shocking secret, how can we is that possible? It just so happens that our Li family has many secrets. Li Shang nodded slightly. Li Yaoan is right, the secret of the Li family is not only his. There are also the heavenly coffin of death, the crazy blood demon lord, and the original blood tree. No matter which one of them, they are all coveted. Now that some secrets have been exposed in front of others, the Li family is like a big fat piece of meat. I don't know how many families want to find out the secrets of the Li family bit by bit and eat the Li family into their stomachs. My child thinks that they are dormant, waiting for the opportunity to kill my Li family with one strike. This time, Li Shang and Li Yaoan had a long chat. But the problem now is that the Li family is in the dark, and the big forces headed by Long Xuankong and Abbot Wuyu are also in the dark. Even though he cheated them in Li Tianzong last time, Li Shang still didn't dare to relax at all. In fact, they are terrible. He was so terrifying that he would immediately run away when he sensed the slightest thing was wrong, kill those golden elixirs without hesitation, and abandon Emperor Zan without hesitation. On this day, Chen Zai's killers were all over Qingyan County, conveying messages to the Li family's heirs, and without exception, they all alerted the Li family's heirs. Li Shang could feel it. Under the bright appearance of the Li family, there are still dark clouds. The war is far from over, but the Li family has fewer enemies, and this time, it is the battle for the top of Qingyan. At the end of the exchange, both Li Shang and Li Yaoan laughed. Isn't this how the family has been fighting for success for hundreds of years? It's just that this time the enemy is stronger and more difficult. After discussing with Li Yaoan, Li Shang also made plans for the future. They knew that they would definitely have a battle with the opponent. And this battle couldn't be better carried out at the Li family's station. Li Shang knew clearly that in places like Li Tianzong, their 6th grade magic circle could offset part of the power of nuclear bombs, and there were also terrifying attack magic circles within the sect. I heard from Taoist Juyu that in the entire Qingyan County, the Xuanwu sect's magic circle has the strongest defensive power. It once withstood a nascent soul master's accumulated energy for 3 months. Its power is comparable to that thrown by Li Shang. Nuclear bomb. After thinking for a while, Li Shang dialed the phone and said, "Hello, Boss Qi. I also want a nuclear bomb." After a long pause, the news seemed to be turned on the other end of the phone, and the voice of artificial intelligence sounded. "Master, there has been no news of nuclear bomb explosions on Earth in the past 2 days. It's just that someone placed a 0.5-gram antimatter bomb on the sea." Li Zhang's face turned dark. Only then did Boss Qi's laughter come. "Ah ha ha, Master Li, look at this, I have become an old uncle selling nuclear bombs. Let me help you think of a way. There are only so many people who can do this now. Still have to look for it. Sorry to bother you." Li wanted to be polite. "By the way, I just heard about the antimatter bomb." When Boss Qi hung up the phone, Li Shang seemed to hear Boss Qi scolding the artificially retarded woman. With the help of Boss Qi, Li Shang also breathed a sigh of relief. The current strength of the Li family is still very poor. Nuclear bombs are crucial. If there are antimatter bombs, it will be better. As soon as he hung up the phone, Li Shang saw a pop-up window, and he quickly adjusted the time rate. Your descendant Li Delong heard that the family needed formation masters to carve the formations, so he returned. He brought back 18 monks loyal to the Li family from Chengxi, Thunder Fire Demon Cave, Li Tian Sect, Demon Subduing Alliance and other places, including 2 8th grade formation masters, 16 9th level formation mages. In order not to attract attention, Li Delong came back secretly. Soon Li Delong met Huang Shujin. Because Li Guangxi and Li Guangkai were in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, there were only 4 5th-generation children present. Li Delong gave them a magic weapon. These children grew up listening to the stories of their elders, and now seeing their great-grandfather is like seeing a god. "Brother Delong, I've heard a long time ago that you have created a great cause outside. Ha ha ha, it's so satisfying." Huang Shujin had already sighed, thinking that when he came to Li's house, he wanted to destroy Li. The original intention of home. But now the Li family has long been out of reach. Brother Huang was rewarded and he did it as a last resort. Now he is still hiding here and there like a rat crossing the street. Li Delong shook his head and smiled, and then said gratefully, not to mention these years are all thanks to Brother Huang. I thank you on behalf of the children. He stood up and bowed to Huang Shujin. I can't do it, I can't do it. Huang Shujin quickly helped Li Delong up. To be honest, I have selfish motives for helping the Li family. It's a big gamble. If I win, I, Yunshu Wanghai Tower, will be able to ascend to heaven. This is the truth. Li Delong smiled and said, in any case, Brother Huang is very kind to my Li family. I heard that Brother Huang is in trouble. What trouble can I have? Huang Shujin rolled his eyes. Lifespan. Brother Huang's chi watching technique is calculated based on lifespan. Now he only has 8 years left. Seeing Huang Shujin's wry smile, Li Delong continued, Brother Huang, don't worry, my Li family is by no means an ungrateful people. We have found some treasures over the years. These 3 things can extend Brother Huang's life for 12 years. Quote. 2 pills and a fruit appeared in Li Delong's hand, but Huang Shujin still smiled bitterly when he saw these things. Thank you, Brother Li, it doesn't have to be like this. I met Yu Xian, the previous master of Qingyan Pavilion, a few days ago. He said that my lifespan is short, and so is your Li family's sacred tree. This is destiny, and destiny cannot be violated. This. Li Delong was stunned. When he met these fortune-telling monks, they all seemed to have the same belief in destiny. Let's not mention this matter. Huang Shujin smiled and said, how long will Brother Delong stay this time? Unknown to me, my wife has left me, so I can go home to practice and take care of the family. Huang Shujin's eyes widened. Brother Delong, please tell me in detail. Li Delong saw Huang Shujin's pleading eyes, and he said unexpectedly, you are a long time old, what are you looking forward to? My wife has found a secret place, and it is time to practice. I see. Huang Shujin nodded slightly. Little did they know that while they were talking, Li Shang in front of the screen had already nervously started searching the family events column, fearing that Li Delong, the best couple of the year, might have some 70-year itch. Family power Chen Shi has found a secret realm of Sky Fox. There are magic techniques inherited from the bloodline of the demon clan in it. Shu Kuiwa goes to practice and is expected to break through to the peak of the Demon King. Scared me. Li Shang rolled his eyes and quickly accelerated time. Li Delong also returned to Yin Tilan as before. But with the appearance of all the monsters in Yin Tilan, and now they all follow Li Tianshuang, who is known as the Beast King in the world, the name here has also been changed. Secret place. As soon as he arrived, Li Delong found a cool place, lay down in the coffin, and closed the coffin. All of a sudden, Li Shang followed the picture and entered the space of the death coffin. This is different from the space Li wanted to see in the past. There are countless zombies and flying zombies on the first 2 floors of the death coffin, which are in the realm of qi refining and foundation building, while the 3rd floor is a vast expanse of white. The 3rd floor of the direct death coffin. Every kilometer forward, there will be strong mana pressure. When you reach the end, the pressure will reach the nascent soul. The first 2 levels of practice are combat experience, and the 3rd level is magic power. Seeing the scene inside, Li Shang had a smile on his face. Here, there is the Mad Blood Demon King and 12 corpses. All of them were at the Golden Core level or above before they were alive. What made Li Shang happy was an old friend he saw here. Emperor Zan. As Li Delong entered, Zan Tianzi, who still looked like his original self, opened his scarlet eyes, knelt on one knee, and spoke human words. See Master, it is indeed a legacy left behind by the Mahayana period. Emperor Zan, who was once aloof and tried to destroy the Li family, became a zombie. Your descendant Li Delong has collected the corpses of enemies over the years and is currently refining them through the Sky Coffin Exorcism technique and the Soul-Seducing Natural Disaster Formation technique. He controlled Zan Tianzi's zombies. After his soul and body were captured, Zan Tianzi only had physical strength comparable to that of the Golden Core stage. Get the Zombie King. Through the Heavenly Coffin Exorcism technique and the Heavenly Zombie Forging technique, your descendant Li Delong is trying to make Emperor Zan more powerful. Use sacrifices, the deceased's heart by 1 million, the monk's bones x 200,000, the monk's soul. King Zan as the golden elixir, and Tianzhong as the nascent soul. Li Delong has always only sacrificed zombies and flying zombies, because if you want to sacrifice high-level zombie kings or even sky zombies, you need a variety of materials, and the refining method is also extremely cumbersome. After 2 years of refining, Emperor Zan finally has his nascent spiritual wisdom and can be used by the Li family. Another trump card. Li Shang could hardly hold back his laughter. He also lamented the horror of the heavenly coffin inheritance after Li Delong took control of Emperor Zan. He could already foresee that if the zombies in the dead coffins and the souls collected over the years appeared in the world, the enemies of the Li family might not be able to sleep peacefully, right? Li Shang also felt that as Li Delong continued to refine zombies and ghosts, his magic power was also growing day by day. He was afraid that it would not take many years before he would reach the middle stage of the golden elixir. Just as he was delighted that Emperor Zan was under control, Li Shang blinked. What's the situation? I saw a pop-up window appear on the screen. Congratulations, Feng Mi has given birth to a son for the Li family. He has not been named by the family elders yet. Please bring the child to the ancestral hall as soon as possible to name him. Get incense +3. Which little secretly gave birth to a child without telling me? Li Shang scratched his head crazily. Over the years, the descendants of the Li family have been busy developing and growing. Li Tianyu, who is most popular with women, is very measured even when he flirts with women everywhere, and he only uses fish bubbles. There has been no one in the family for a long time. They are married. Where did this child come from? And who is Feng Mi? Li Shang didn't know for a moment whether he should be happy about the birth of the new baby or angry about it. He searched the entire family residence and clicked on the avatars of the Li family members one by one. He didn't see anyone at all. Since there was no name, this guy couldn't even search for the member list, and Feng Mi, who was not married, couldn't click on it. Where did the child come from? This confused Li Shang. On this day, the adult descendants of the Li family living in various places in Qingyan County all raised their heads and watched in bewilderment as their ancestors' spiritual tablets floated up, and a question flashed in the air. Do you know Feng Mi? Have you given birth to a baby recently? Xu Kuiwo was so frightened that she almost came out of the Tianyu secret realm and asked Li Delong for details. Li Yaoti, who was blacksmithing in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, explained to Bai Roro crazily. It took half a month to receive news from Li Yaoan. Her intelligence was working like crazy. Old ancestor, there are not many people named Feng in Qingyan County. Li Yaoan showed a rare look of embarrassment. I wonder how a madman could offend such a powerful person. As Li Yaoan explained in detail, a pop-up window appeared in front of the screen. Special event, 5th generations of descendants living abroad. In the 1991 year of the Li family, your descendant Li Quangren was 13 years old. When he was purchasing items for Xian Town at the Taichung County auction house, he met Feng Mi, the young princess of the county prince's palace who had the pseudonym Nguyen Nguyen. Li Quangren makes friends with him. He has a martial arts spirit and takes Li Yaozu as an example. Although he looks ordinary, he is deeply loved by Feng Mi. When Feng Mi was 15 years old, the two of them were young and ignorant. On the eve of Feng Mi's return to the palace, he said goodbye to Quangren Li. It's night. In the inn, candlelight is covered with tulle, and light shadows are reflected in the bead curtain. There is the sound of orioles on the couch, and the shameful moon is hidden in the clouds. After that night, the young people parted, and Feng Mi returned to the palace with the guards. The two young people agreed to be together when they grow up. In the year 1992 of the Li family, no one knew that Feng Mi had given birth to a son. The county king was furious and put Feng Mi under house arrest, who was unwilling to tell him who the child's biological father was. Feng Mi forced her to die, but the child survived. Li Shang fell silent. His descendants have always been very capable in fighting. I just wanted Li Yaoan to propose marriage directly. Just listen to Li Yaoan say, Ancestor, this is interesting. The county prince's palace kept it secret until the child was born, for fear of another reason. That girl Feng Mi didn't dare to tell the county prince's palace that the father of the child is my Li family. But the child, I believe that Prince Feng Qingyang may have known about it for a long time. Hearing this, Li Shang also frowned. I searched for the county prince's mansion on the map and got the message. The prince's mansion is also the guardian of the southern barbarians. When Qingyan County was called this name, the prince's palace existed. They were different from the county magistrates and town mayors who were controlled by the sect. Most of the tax revenue of the entire Qingyan County went to the prince's palace and were protected by the dynasty. They are also very special. For hundreds of thousands of years, they have not cared about the affairs of Qingyan County. What they pay attention to is the corpse's vegetarian meal, eating and drinking. The only time they were dispatched was when a Yuanying family who knew nothing about life and death clamored for the county prince's palace tens of thousands of years ago. As a result, in just one night, the king of hell recorded his genealogy. Not to mention whether the county prince's palace is powerful or not, if a 13-year-old girl got pregnant by someone else's 15-year-old girl, the Li family is the one who is at fault. Li wanted to tell Li Delong what happened. A little bit. Li Delong was so angry that he jumped out of the coffin. Ancestral Hall. 3 descendants of the 5th generation of the Li family arrived at the ancestral hall together with Li Delong. Li Guangxi and Li Guangkai were still practicing Buddhism in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. As for Li Guangming, he went to the Jiyu family. This son grew up in the Jiyu family. Now the head of the family, Jiyu Kaming, who has been cooperating with the Li family, is approaching his longevity, so Li Guangming went back. Li Delong discussed with Jiyu Kaming. He had not many enemies as the successor of the Jiyu family. He hoped that Li Guangming could marry him, so that the Jiyu family would become a branch of the Li family in the future. At least a bloodline can be passed down. Madman, do you know your mistake? Li Delong said with a sullen face. Ben and his younger brothers and sisters were summoned by their great-grandfather. They thought they had something to explain, but Li Delong's question made Li Guangren stunned. He thought for a while and then said, "Great-grandfather, my child. I know that I was wrong, but my great-grandfather, Uncle Tianming came back a few days ago to take the child out, and the child definitely did not kill anyone with him, the child ran away." Li Delong's face turned darker, and the iron rod in his hand tightened. Do you still remember Nguyen Nguyen? She gave birth to a child for you. Hear the words. Li Guangtu and Li Guanghua looked at their elder brother in disbelief, their eyes full of shock and a little at a loss. Brother, what you said a few days ago is true. What's going on? I became an ant when I was only 11 years old. But Guangren Li was dumbfounded at this time, his eyes were lifeless, and all the muscles in his body were becoming stiff. It seemed that time had been delayed. It took him a long time to come to his senses, and he looked at his angry great-grandfather. My child. My child must be Dad. Seeing the appearance of his great-grandson, Li Delong sighed. Now when the family is surrounded by enemies, you have committed such a stupid thing. Do you know the identity of Miss Nguyen Nguyen? Her name is Feng Mi, and she is a small county in the prince's palace. Lord, what kind of place is the prince's mansion? Even if you are not the princess of the prince's mansion, as a descendant of the Li family, you should not forget the laws and morals of nature. Have you ever thought about doing this? What if Feng Mi is pregnant at a young age? To see people. Finished. Li Delong knelt down and bowed to the spiritual throne. Please be punished by our ancestors. This child failed to discipline his descendants and caused such a disaster. No, it's none of my great-grandfather's business. Guangren Li quickly kowtowed to the spiritual throne. Higher and Nuanyuan truly love each other, and Boyer is willing to bear everything. Li Delong and Li Shang in front of the screen both stared at Guangren Li. Only God knows whether they are in love or not, but they must be lusting after someone else's body. In fact, many of Li Guangren's predecessors have done this. Even though the family tradition is strict and they are reminded many times, young people are impulsive and it is really difficult to control what goes on in their pants. Thought for a moment. The spiritual tablets in the ancestral hall were raised. Go to propose marriage. Everything has been done, so we still have to follow the old rules. The prince's palace is very powerful. If you really get angry, it won't be a big deal. At worst, these children will hide in the mountains and forests with their elders. By the way, let Yaowen think of a way to steal his wife and children back home. Yes, ancestor. Seeing his ancestor's order, Li Delong nodded quickly. Within half a day, Li Delong found Huang Shujin. After hearing the news, Huang Shujin took a look at Quangren Li, who looked unremarkable and had no talent. He hesitated to speak. After a long time, he smiled at Li Delong and said, "Brother Delong, after all, I am the little princess of the prince's family. This matter, I try my best. Thank you, Brother Huang." Soon, Huang Shujin went to the prince's palace with a high-grade spiritual weapon, millions of spiritual stones, and a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Then, after accelerating the time, the scene reached the prince's mansion on the outskirts of the county city. It was very lively. 2 foundation building stages were looking at the gate. After explaining the reason, Huang Shujin and Li Quangren, who was so nervous and at a loss what to do, were led in by a general who was full of pressure. Golden elixir period. Li Shang also followed their perspective and entered the prince's mansion, and had already focused on skills. Soon he saw the most distinguished person in the entire Qingyan County. This man looked middle-aged and had a big belly. He was wearing a black python robe and was walking like a tiger. Walking into the hall, he saw Huang Shujin and Li Quangren standing up. Prince Feng Qingyang glanced at Quangren Li expressionlessly, the Li family's child. "Did you make my daughter's belly bigger?" Quangren Li was so nervous that he was trembling. It wasn't until Huang Shujin poked him with his elbow that he quickly replied, "Yes. Can I see Nguyen and our child?" "Oh, my baby girl's name is Feng Mi." Feng Qingyang sneered, and slowly sat back down. He picked up the teacup and brushed off the tea residue, blew the hot air on the tea, took a sip, and then said, "Do you know how old I am this year?" Quangren Li shook his head and did not dare to speak. He could feel that Feng Qingyang seemed calm at this time, but secretly he must be very angry. 729 years old. Feng Qingyang's tone was calm. "Do you know how many children I have in my lineage?" 6. My 4 children have all died out, leaving only 1 son and 1 daughter. Guess how much I spent to conceive Mir? How much effort did it take? She is loved by thousands of people in my palace. You are so capable, even the guards in the Jindan period didn't notice you harming my daughter. I heard that your great-grandfather, Li Delong, values family tradition the most. Everyone in Xian town is kind-hearted. How come you have such a rebellious son?" As he spoke, he took another sip of tea. Looking at Quang Li, who had his head lowered, and Huang Shujin, who was trembling with fear, Feng Qingyang suddenly smiled. "I know young people are impulsive, and I am not a pedantic person. You, the Li family, and young people like you, have to make achievements. Mir will never marry a mediocre person. I will give you 20 years. When your uncle Li Tianyi killed all the geniuses in Qingyan Martial Pavilion, then all the heroes from the world will come to the same Qingyan Martial Pavilion, and even the heroes from other counties and cities will come. If you really can't defeat these geniuses, I will do my best to send you a wedding invitation." "I understand. I'll take this kid back to report the news." Huang Shujin quickly pulled Quangren Li away. Li Shang saw that in this empty hall, Feng Qingyang was so angry that he started smashing things and yelling, "Ah! You are causing trouble to my mirror, you. Li Shang was speechless for a moment and compared his feelings with his own. If Li Delong had given birth to a daughter when he was older and was treated like this, he would probably be even crazier than Feng Qingyang. 20 years. He glanced at Quangren Li's qualifications and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "If you really only want someone worthy of Feng Mi, why bother 20 years? Can't you find a better one now?" Crazy Li. Spiritual roots. Metal, wood, water, earth. Realm. 5th level of Qi refining. Spells and martial arts. Qing Yun Bu Feng, Mi Ying Tian Kong Bu, Lei Yin Jin Jing Ren Zi Ju. The qualifications of the 5th generation descendants of the Li family can only be considered mediocre. Only Quangtu Li is slightly better, with dual spiritual roots. Unlike the previous 3 generations, they did not have magical elixirs such as the Tianji Spirit Replenishing Pill, provided by Li Shang. Li Yaoking's refining of potions that increased the quality of the 5-element spiritual roots could only make their qualifications slightly better. The worst thing is that they have not been raised by their families since childhood. You must know that the 4th generation children basically live with monsters. When nothing happens, they will enter the death coffin to fight. Your descendant Li Yaoan has important matters to discuss. Time is still speeding up. In the past 3 or 2 days, Quangren Li didn't even come home, and the news about Li Yaoan arrived. After switching the screen, Li Yaoan saw the gleaming spiritual tablet and quickly knelt down and said, "Ancestor, I have heard that the madman went to see the prince." Li Shang seriously suspected that Chen Zai's people had infiltrated into the palace. Feng Qingyang gave us 20 years, this is also an opportunity for us. What he said was that we, the Li family, and the madman should make achievements together. There is a hidden meaning in it. Hearing this, Li Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. When he listened to what Feng Qingyang said, he also noticed something was wrong. After all, since Feng Mi became pregnant, a noble person like Feng Qingyang had done nothing, which was very strange in itself. My child has checked. In fact, for hundreds of thousands of years, the successive princes of the County Prince's Palace have not had the idea of ignoring the people's livelihood in Qingyan County. It's just that whenever the County Prince's Palace wants to take action, the nascent soul forces headed by Qingyan Pavilion have the momentum to form an alliance. Feng Qingyang's many years of deeds have allowed the child to see that he is extraordinary. He is a great good man who loves the people like a son. This is also the reason why the county is increasingly prosperous. He is also the county who has been the most alienated from the sect's influence in the history of the County Prince's Palace. King, the people suffered during the war between the two sects. I heard that Feng Qingyang was so angry that he didn't sleep a wink for 3 years. Every time a big force caused trouble, he was always angry. When our family was killing everyone, Feng Qingyang was laughing and angry. As Li Yaoan explained, Li figured it out. The reason why Feng Qingyang didn't take action against the Li family because of Feng Mi's matter was not as simple as Feng Mi forcing him to death. He also wanted to use the Li family to become a knife in his hand and completely wipe out Qingyan County. Card. Coincidentally, the Li family is not only powerful now, but also has good relations with the Lishan sect and even the Xuanwu sect. As a result, the two sects have ceased war and formed an alliance. By marrying the county prince, our family will have the most powerful ally. The kid has a plan. Li Shang ignored Li Yaoan's plan. Well, that was a cunning move to sell the county prince's palace, reap the benefits, and then frame the fall to the neighboring county. Don't worry about it anymore. If you do this, the court will defeat you or be exposed. Another question. If Li Delong hears such words about cheating her relatives, he will definitely beat her up. After understanding Feng Qingyang's purpose with Li Yaoan, Li Shang smiled. When I switched the screen and saw Quangren Li, I suddenly felt that this guy was very friendly. Soon Quangren Li was brought back to the ancestral hall by Huang Shujin. Li Delong also heard Feng Qingyang's words from the two of them, which made the loyal and honest Li Delong look playful. 20 years. If you really want to find a genius, why do you need 20 years? Why should the dignified county prince's palace give me Li Delong a chance at home? Ancestor, my child understands. Li Delong immediately knelt on the ground and said happily, "Actually, it's not that Feng Qingyang thinks that our Li family is not worthy of the county prince's palace, but that they have something to ask for from our Li family, and they can't lose face, so they did this. He wants to win over our Li family. If he didn't need a reasonable reason to show it to all the major forces, I'm afraid he would give his daughter to our crazy family." Li Shang drank a glass of water and suddenly remembered the angry and calm posture of Feng Qingyang in the picture just now. Well, it looks really majestic. But now that Lao Deng seems to have been stripped naked by the Li family and can be seen completely. Quangren Li is like a will-o'-the-wisp boy. The will-o'-the-wisp is parked in front of his house, waiting for him to send his daughter to a bad motorcycle. When Quangren Li on the side heard what Li Delong said, his originally nervous face suddenly became filled with excitement. Great-grandfather, so the child has not caused trouble to the family. The child is about to get married to Mir. As soon as these words came out, Li Delong's face turned dark. Although he was his great-grandfather, he still couldn't figure out how that little girl Feng Mi could like this unsatisfactory boy of his. Immediately he took out the cane. Kneel down. When Quangren Li was punished, the elders of the Li family had already thought of a training plan for him. In 20 years, it would be difficult to defeat all the prodigies under the age of 50 in Qingyan County. Just finished being beaten. Your descendant, Quangren Li, was thrown into the first floor of the heavenly death coffin. Li Delong is exposed to both rain and dew. Your descendants Li Quangtu and Li Quanghua were watching the fun and were thrown into the coffin of death. In the 93rd year of the Li family, your descendants Li Quangren, Li Quangtu, and Li Quanghua continued to die in the heavenly coffin for half a year. Their skills and martial arts all improved, and their combat experience increased significantly. Even though their magic and martial arts had improved, when they came out of the coffin, their eyes were blank and they almost collapsed. My great-grandfather said that our ancestors all practiced cultivation from that coffin. Quangren Li rubbed his face. I didn't expect it to be so scary. Is not that right? Their strength is only at the 4th or 5th level of chi refining. In front of the endless zombies in the death coffin, they basically die every 3 seconds. Even after practicing there for half a year, he never survived for 30 seconds. I can feel my energy getting stronger. I'm not afraid anymore. Li Quanghua puffed her mouth. She was only 11 years old and was wearing a black outfit. She was 1.4 meters tall, with a slender figure and an appearance quite playful. She remembered that when Huang Shujin took her to the 100-Fist sect 3 years ago, Grandpa Huang asked her to kill the wet nurse and the wife of the leader of the 100-Fist sect. But facing those who had bullied her, she could not do it. Get rid of it. After half a year of killing zombies in the death coffin, she could feel that she was definitely not afraid anymore. Yes, don't be afraid, I'm not a coward. Quangtu Li is only 11 years old. He is a handsome young man, wearing luxurious clothes and showing his big white teeth. Grandpa Shenshu said that I am a coward. I want to prove it to him. Between the 3 of them. Li Delong's voice startled them. This is just the beginning. Quangren Li turned around and said, Great-grandfather, is there still training? Let us rest. The words have not yet fallen. The 3rd child felt his head feel heavy. A man in black appeared behind them, bowed towards Li Delong, showed the sign of dawn, and with Li Delong's approval, took the 3 children away in the clouds. When they wake up. Then I saw a sect with a stone sword going straight into the sky, giving it a majestic appearance. At this time, the place was surrounded by people, and there was a ring underneath, which seemed to be a competition. Is this a secret realm? Li Quangren looked around blankly. No. Don't know. Li Quangtu swallowed. Li Quanghua quickly pulled her elder brother and younger brother to hide behind a big tree, with a nervous look on her face. It's okay, it'll be okay if they can't see us. But they were quickly attracted. A young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes was particularly eye-catching. He stood on the ring like an unshakable green pine. The sword box behind him made a sword sound. The young man seemed to glance at them vaguely. Then, the swordsmen under the ring stepped onto the ring one by one and competed with the young man one by one. It was obvious that the swordsmen who walked up from the ring all had gorgeous swordsmanship, but they were defeated one after another by the simple and unpretentious swordsmanship of that handsome young man. It seems that no matter what kind of sword move, he can break it with one sword. Every time he defeats a swordsman, he will put the opponent's long sword into the sword box. Until the entire Zhang people looked defeated. The young man had no expression on his face as he picked up a glass of water from a stunned attendant, drank it and turned around. He's coming towards us. No, why are we here? Is this a secret realm? Great-grandfather, I can't tell the difference. When the 3 children are messy. The handsome young man had already walked up to them. It seemed that he had not smiled for an unknown amount of time. It was like a smile that was pulled out with difficulty. I am your eldest master, and I will lead you to practice from now on. Big Lord. Li Quangren was instantly excited. He had grown up listening to the stories of his elders, and the eldest grandfather was his idol the most. The eldest prince is also a heroic hero. It is said that in order to refine the sword, he once used the blood of children in Silver Iron Forest to sacrifice the divine sword. Hundreds of boys and girls a day. At that time, the 3rd Taipa's hands and feet were chopped off by the 1st Taipa. As a result, the 3rd Taipa lost all his skills and could only make puppets in order to practice again. The reason why the 4th grandma is in a wheelchair is because she was beaten so hard by the grandpa that she could not recover and even lost all her cultivation. He never wants to follow in the footsteps of the great master. Li Quangtu and Li Quanghua both admired him. The eldest master was a true legend of the family. He could even kill immortals with his sword. 7 days later, the dream was shattered. The 3 children looked at the elder who was taking them to eat noodles in a noodle shop and asked them for money to pay. In the past few days, the eldest uncle didn't talk to them more than 10 times. They thought the eldest uncle was going to take them to some fairyland to practice, but Li Yaozu took out a long list, which was full of heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for qi refining period. The next day I took them secretly to a sect to rob them. Well, we took advantage of the dark and windy night, and there wasn't even a guard at the time of the robbery. Fortunately, it became normal on the 8th day. The eldest uncle took them to a place called Qingluan Mountain. The strange thing was that as soon as the eldest uncle arrived, a monk flew over Qingluan Mountain and the sect protecting formation was activated. I'm just lending you Qingluan Mountain Tianqi to help my descendants. Don't wait for me to come again next time. Then I won't be the only one. Is it possible that you still have Emperor Zan in Qingluan Mountain? The sword box behind the eldest master was shaking, and the sound of the sword could be heard. The 3 children could see the fear in the eyes of the Qingluan Mountain disciples. The formation opened, and the disciples of Qingluan Mountain greeted them along the way carrying various magical instruments. Master, where are we? Who is Emperor Zan? Li Quangren was indescribably curious. Li Yaozu touched the children's heads one by one. They are all the same, they are all stepping stones for my Li family. Li Shang has been looking at the scene of Sanjiao practicing. They have entered Qingluan Mountain Tianqi. It was a thick pool filled with spiritual energy, with about 100 futons floating in the air. Qingluan Tianqi. Efficacy. When a qi practitioner practices inside, it can forge his bones and muscles, double his practice speed, and have a chance of increasing his water spirit root by 2 to 6 points. Every 30 years, a spirit is accumulated, and the spirit is exhausted in 100 days, and can be used by 100 people. As soon as the 3 children entered, they felt that Tianqi was magical, but they still chatted about the contrast between the great master and the legend. Maybe they felt that the legendary Grand Master had disappointed them, but Li Shang was really pleased. Still as scary as ever. Now, it was his ancestor who was looking at the computer screen who could tell some details just from the screen. It seems that Li Yaozu has always been like an ordinary person, and his sword competition with the swordsman in the sword pavilion is also simple. When walking towards Qingluan Mountain, he didn't even make a move. But actually, above the clouds where Li Yaozu was, the shadow of the sword always appeared. On all sides of him, there were also translucent swords. Standing in front of the gate of Qingluan Mountain, the sword box was shaking and it was time to reveal its sharp edge. That's some artistic conception. Your descendant Li Yaozu is honing his sword skills and has 5,000 hidden swords. The hidden swords are sword moves obtained from others. Li Yaozu used his opponent's sword to attack and entered his opponent's sword. Hidden swords with thousands of handles. The body of thousands of swords can break through the body of thousands of swords. The sword elixir can rival the heavenly elixir, and the body is like a middle-grade spiritual weapon. The physical strength of a mid-grade spiritual weapon is comparable to the peak of the golden core. Li Yaozu was definitely the guy with the mediocre qualifications, and he didn't have the same opportunities as other descendants. He learned his sword skills almost step by step. The young Li Yaozu practiced swordsmanship every day, but now he is like an ascetic monk, holding a sword and searching for the swords will all over the world. A few days passed. This Qingluan Mountain was once the sect of Emperor Zan. Now that Li Yaozu brought his 3 children into the mountain, the elders of Qingluan Mountain said nothing and even sent people to monitor them at first. And now, an old woman frowned and walked towards Li Yaozu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the cave door where Tianqi was located, with a sword on her knees, which had already hidden her sharp edge. She clearly knew that the golden core was at its peak, but this place was still her territory, and the supreme elder Zan Tianzi was killed by the Li family, but now she had something to ask Li Yaozu, but she still felt it was a bit hard to talk about it. Your Excellency, Sword King, I have something to do. Li Yaozu opened his eyes, stood up, and said politely, Senior, please tell me. The old woman said, this Tianqi belongs to my Qingluan Mountain. This year is another competition for my Qingluan Mountain disciples. The reward is to enter the Tianqi to practice. I don't know. Li Yaozu immediately understood what she meant, and sat back again, closing his eyes and continuing to feel the undigested sword intent in the sword box. Senior is joking, Qingluan Mountain is your territory, I am only borrowing it for the younger members of the family, and there is no intention to occupy it. I mean, I will also send a sum of spiritual stones to Qingluan Mountain afterwards, which is probably a transaction. I have a tutor in the Li family, I am afraid that my senior will misunderstand. Quote. The corner of the old woman's mouth twitched, and her mood was complicated for a moment. She always felt that something was wrong, and she couldn't say anything, so she reluctantly replied, "Thank you." After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, "Your Excellency, Sword King, before, I, the Supreme Master of Qingluan Mountain, was outside the Lishan sect." Before she finished speaking, Li Yaozu's lips moved. One code after another, I have learned one thing over the years of practicing swordsmanship, the world is impermanent. Senior, if you want to say that the matter of Emperor Zan has nothing to do with Qingluan Mountain, it would be too much. If I say, my Li family has forgotten Qingluan Mountain, Senior doesn't believe it either. If one day, someone invites Qingluan Mountain to besiege the Li family, how will Senior choose? This is the most important thing. Li Yaozu smiled freely and said, "That's it for now, Senior, there is no need to ask any more questions." Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, the Sword King can see clearly. The old woman left happily. She knew that the Li family was still reasonable. Looking at the other person's leaving figure, Li Yaozu turned back and glanced in the direction of the three children in Tianqi Cave Mansion. 20 years to defeat all the geniuses. That's enough. He has obtained information from his fourth sister. Whether Quangren Li can grow up is crucial to gaining the favor of the county prince. That too. The key to returning to your homeland. The Li family was born in 1994. The three children of the Li family broke through and came out. Their cultivation has improved by one level, and their qualifications have also improved. Just came out. They saw the Grand Duke, who was carrying a sword case and standing upright with his back to them, before he finished saying hello. Li Yaozu stared at them and said, "Let's go." "Where are you going, Grandpa?" Li Quangren replied ignorantly. He grew up in the Han family in Lanshan. The Han family was very kind to him, and he lived a very relaxed life at that time. But for some reason, he felt very heavy after returning to his family. The elders of the family rarely return home, and they come and go in a hurry. There is a kind of expectation in each of their eyes, just like the way he hopes to see Mir. Quangren Li swore that he had never seen anyone outside like his elders. Everyone seemed to be carrying a heavy mountain on their backs, making them silent, except for Uncle Li Tianming. The family is obviously so powerful, but everyone is working hard, so hard that he feels it is beyond his reach. Go where you belong. Li Yaozu had the most conversation with them since they met. "Madman, I don't know if you feel the urgency of this 20-year agreement. But I want to tell you that you have become a father, and you are very lucky. I heard from fourth sister that your beauty is willing to sacrifice her life for you." Quangren Li fell silent. In the past 2 years, he also asked himself whether he really did something wrong back then. Poor Mir gave birth to a child before marriage. I wonder if he will be looked down upon by others. His child must have already learned to speak. But he didn't even see the woman he loved, and he didn't even hold the child. When he entered the prince's mansion that day, he didn't even dare to mention it in front of Feng Qingyang. "I don't want you to be like me." Li Yaozu's eyes were deep. Then he looked at Li Quangtu and Li Quanghua. "Your parents have not been around since you were young, and you were brought up by others, which caused you to lose a healthy childhood. I'm sorry that we elders get along with you in this way. We don't, I beg you to understand, but now there is a chance not to enter our world, maybe in this way, you can live easier." The three of them looked at Li Yaozu seriously. Ever since their great-grandfather came back, they had felt that they were living in a very dangerous place, but they didn't know where the danger came from. Now I hear these words. Li Quangtu's eyes were red and his voice was choked. "Uncle, are you going to die? Uncle, don't go to dangerous places. When I was at Yunshu Wanghai Tower, I had an uncle who went on a dangerous mission. That's how you talk when you're here." Quote. The black line between Li Yaozu's eyebrows became the word, Chuan. He shook his head, turned around, simply ignored the three children, and jumped into the sky under their blank gazes. For a long time, there seemed to be a crisp sound of a sword being broken in the sky. Both Kuang Li and Li Kuanghua narrowed their eyes and stared at Kuang Tu Li. Did I say the wrong thing? They were just about to speak, but their minds were empty. A man in black caught 3 children who fell to the ground one after another, tied them into a string, and flew away in the clouds. You have such a strong temper. In front of the screen, Li Shang covered his mouth and his shoulders were shaking. Your descendant Li Yaozu destroyed a medium-grade magic weapon. He decided to find a bandit den or cult today to eliminate harm for the people. Ahem. After finally regaining his composure, Li Shang looked at the screen again and saw that Sanjiao had appeared in a new place. Devil Conquering Alliance. When they woke up from a coma, they smelled a refreshing scent and felt sticky on their bodies until their vision gradually became clearer. Ah! They jumped up in unison. They were in the mouth of the piranha. What the hell? Where is the uncle? Where is this? The great master has flown away. It's such a big flower, and it has teeth, huh? And eyes. I'm scared. When they recovered from their panic, they saw a girl looking at them with interest. She was sitting on a branch of a dead tree, wearing a sloppy Taoist robe. The faded green robe was very loose and open, and because she was sitting and swaying her feet, the white lining on her upper body could be seen, especially her curvy figure. He was wearing a pair of loose white trousers on his lower body, exposing the cleanest part of his calf. On top of his worn-out pale green cloth shoes were yellow and dirty white socks that only reached 2 inches above his ankles. If it weren't for the messy black charcoal marks on his body, he would definitely look very quiet and gentle. At this time, she grinned and showed her big white teeth. What a big harvest this time, you little of the Li family, you have been hiding for so long, and now I have finally caught you. Just wait here, I miss you, the enemies of the Li family. I will definitely spend a lot of money to buy your lives. Quote. The third child was silent. For a long time, Li Kuangtu waited until the girl's smile gradually disappeared, and then he said, my child has met the second grandma. Ah ha ha. Li Yaoqing forced a smile and said, as expected of the descendants of my Li family, I know you are not idiots like Lao San and Yun Lin. Jumping down from the branch, Li Yaoqing looked calm and said, your Grand Duke should have asked you if you want to accept the next practice, right? Kuangren Li nodded seriously. Grandpa asked. He asked us if we really wanted to enter the family world or choose to live an ordinary life. Li Yaoqing raised his eyebrows. You have one more chance. I want to marry Mir openly. Children are not cowards. I came back from the dead coffin, and I'm not afraid of the pain anymore, I'm really not afraid. Li Yaoqing turned around with a happy smile. 10 minutes later. There was a pool of thick green liquid that was bubbling and boiling like boiling water. The screams of the 3 children formed the discordant Suona sound in the Demon Conquering Alliance. 3 of your descendants are soaking in the bodybuilding liquid brewed by Li Yaoqing, who gathered 360 kinds of 9th grade poisons. Ah, Gulu. Looking at this pool of so-called bodybuilding fluid, Li Shang broke into a cold sweat in front of the screen. As expected of the ultimate pharmacist, not only was Li Shang flustered, there were many Li family members in the Thunderfire Demon Cave. At this time, Li Yaoti, his wife and Li Yunbing were all sitting on the green and bubbling bodybuilding fluid. Looking at this strange thing in the pool, they couldn't help but feel scared even though they had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Li Yaoti touched his bald head and said, second sister, you won't kill my 3 grandsons, right? How could be? Li Yaoqing sneered and said, this is a mixture of 360 kinds of poisons that I have collected over the years. If it weren't for my own child, and if the madman wanted to snatch Now Shizi's wife, I would still want to use it to honor my ancestors. Not long after everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Li Yaoqing said calmly, besides, I have been making medicine for many years. Whether the dosage of the medicine is large and whether the poison is strong or not can be determined by whether the person who used it dies. Quote. Li Yaoti's entire bald head was tangled up in confusion. I only have 6 grandsons. The other 2 are no longer decent. One of them is about to join the GU family and start a branch. Second sister, don't kill them all. Okay, do you really think that the names of Saint Aunt Kaomu and Medicine Master Ju are fake? It's better for my ancestors to not doubt me at all. Li Yaoqing drove these three people away. Lao San, don't you want to break through to the 7th level? I can't wait to ask your 7th level spirit puppet to help me plant herbs. Roro, 4th sister didn't ask you to help Tianshuang go back to the swamp jungle and capture 2 demon kings. Remember to bring me the 7th grade spiritual materials there, and I will also start to break through to the 7th grade. Yunbing, go out. Your eldest brother will be released soon. We haven't seen him for many years. You also want to talk to him and see if Li Tianzong can be of use to my Li family. Watching several people leave with doubts, Li Yaoqing sat down cross-legged. In fact, she was right. Li Shang really never doubted Li Yaoqing's ability. After all, she is the being who possesses the 1,000 herbs scripture, and the herbs and trees of divine punishment. With her various characteristics and the medical experience she has accumulated over the years, it is impossible for her to go wrong. But if you want to honor your ancestors, that's too much. Li Shang complained. After staying in this thunder and fire devil's cave for a long time, Yao Qing was somewhat demonic. Then he clicked on the forbidding green water. 9-level wheel azure pool. Introduction. Li Yaoqing's secret bodybuilding pool is made of 360 kinds of poisons. Li Yaoqing personally tested a large number of poisons and obtained their medicinal properties. Use strong medicine to stimulate the muscles and bones, meridians, spiritual roots, and Dantian Qi Si, with a probability of increasing each spiritual root by 8 to 15 points. The physical body is constantly split and combined by strong potions, which can absorb a large amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Side effects. Severe pain, if the body is weak and soaked for a long time, death, vegetative state, and dementia may occur. Li Shang feels that if this kind of incredibly effective gadget is actually sold, there will probably be very few bad reviews. And in the screen, when Li Yaoqing saw her family leaving, she breathed a sigh of relief, finally gone. She squatted by the pool and looked at the 3 people in the Zhuangluan Azure pool. They were still screaming in pain. It's easier for you. Li Yaoqing stuck out his tongue and smiled, and then vines appeared from around her. Those vines became rhizomes, like holding a sacred statue, slowly lifting Li Yaoqing. Gradually, flowers grew on those vines, spreading towards the dead soil contaminated by demonic aura due to years of battles between demon cultivators. The flowers seemed so abrupt, yet they bloomed so beautifully. Even the disgusting-looking 9-rank azure pond has a strange beauty due to the blooming of these flowers. Trees began to rise, buds formed, and flowers bloomed. The cave, which was originally like a devil's cave, was full of life as if spring had arrived, and it was like a paradise. Li Yaoqing is like the flower fairy guarding the flowers. But seeing this scene, Li Zhang's expression changed drastically. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, is using the herbal magic. She is consuming her lifespan, using the magical grass and magic to repair it, and strengthen the physique and qualifications of her 3 children. The flowers dancing in the air fell on the 3 children in the pond. They stopped wailing, as if falling into a warm embrace, their breathing gradually became slower, and they were having a sweet dream. Li Shang finally understood why Li Yaoqing said, "I'm taking advantage of you." She was probably aware of the poisonous nature of the 9-rank wheel azure pond, and was afraid that Li Yaoti, his wife, and Li Yunbing would stop her, so she drove them away. Stop. Li Shang quickly wrote these words on his ancestor's spiritual tablet, gritting his teeth. He already understood that Li Yaoqing had planned from the beginning to use his lifespan to activate the divine power of the Taishan punishment of plants and trees to offset the toxicity of the 9th-rank Wheel of Azure Pond. Look at these words in front of you. For the first time in his life, Li Yaoqing disobeyed his ancestor's order. Her smile is blooming as brightly as the flowers today. No matter how sloppy she is so beautiful that she can get rid of all pain and rejuvenate the dead soil. Hee, ancestor, it's okay. The child is still young, and the child can already feel the next level of divine punishment, sacred trees, and fairy fetuses. The next breakthrough for the child will be the 3 spiritual roots. The speed of cultivation is getting faster and faster, and the child has a fairy fetus. It won't hurt your body even if you take elixirs. But the child's beloved relative. Li Yaoqing didn't say anything clearly. But Li wanted to put it a bit harshly, a bullshit beloved relative. This is the first time Li Yaoqing and these 3 little have met. After all, Kwangren Li's qualifications are very low. I'm afraid that even if the family puts all their efforts into cultivating him, he may not be his opponent in the battle of young talents 20 years from now. The future is full of unknowns. So, Li Yaoqing has always been this kind of person, smiling as silly as he does now, saying it doesn't matter what he says. Then, when she was a child, she stayed away from the crowd. Unlike other children who gathered together, she stayed alone in the elixir garden and took care of everything. While other children were playing with kittens and puppies, she had already dragged the body to the blood fruit tree to bleed. The Thunder Fire Devil's Cave just needed information. She stayed here for decades, and all the good things were sent home. The most valuable treasure she had was a low-grade spiritual weapon gourd for collecting medicinal materials. Li Shang gritted his teeth and typed hard on the keyboard. But after typing, he pressed the delete key. Li Yaoqing held the spell, her eyes bent downward like crescent moons. Although she looked very ordinary, her smile was extremely beautiful. Ancestor, please let your child do whatever he wants for once. Li wanted to know. It seemed that he really couldn't persuade her. It was as if she had turned around and forgotten after he had tried to persuade her. She seemed to be saying, just let her be willful once, and she will do it again next time. If another descendant said this, Li Shang would want to beat him up, but Li Yaoqing said this. Call. Li Shang exhaled a long breath. Yaoqing. He wanted to whisper something, but the words stuck in his throat and he didn't know how to express it. He wanted Li Yaoqing to think more about him, but he knew that he would probably turn a deaf ear. At this time, Li Yaoqing on the screen was surrounded by flowers. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Li Yaoqing was a sloppy pharmacist who was destined to die, or a sacred ant wrapped in decaying vines. In Li Zhang's eyes, Li Yaoqing is the child he wants to take good care of most. Time passes little by little. Your descendant Li Yaoqing is consuming his life. Your descendant Li Yaoqing, while consuming life. 2 months later, for the first time, she put on a thick dress to cover her body, put on gloves, and put on the mask of an actor's smiling face. The hole she had sealed with vines opened. There are no more vines and flowers in the originally dark cave. They are decaying like her life, and as vibrant as she once was, but hidden in the soil, as if they have never contributed to this world. The azure pool of the 9-rank wheel turned from the boiling strange color to clear water. The 3 children opened their eyes and saw Li Yaoqing sitting on the branch of a dead tree as before, this time he looked lighter. Your descendants, Li Kwangren, Li Kuanghua, and Li Kuangtu, soaked in the 9th grade wheel-turning azure pool, and all broke through the 7th level of qi refining. Their spiritual roots have been greatly improved. In the 9-rank wheel azure pond, their bodies were constantly destroyed and repaired. Their tendons, dantian qi si, and roots became stronger, and they obtained the trait, the gift of the heavenly punishment plants. It has stronger recovery power, combat power is increased by 20%, practice speed is increased by 15%, poison resistance is greatly improved, and recovery speed after being cured is increased. Second Grandma's medicine is so powerful, even more powerful than Tianqi in Qingluan Mountain. My spiritual roots have improved. Second wife, look at it. My child has broken through the 7th level of qi refining. His tendons and dantian are much bigger than before. Second Grandma, why are you wearing a mask? The 3 children looked at Li Yaoqing on the branch. From pain to relief, their memories still lingered on the moment they saw Li Yaoqing for the first time. It's just that this time, Li Yaoqing didn't wiggle his feet playfully like the first time, nor did he scare them. He was so quiet that they felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if he owed his second wife everything in his body. After the initial happiness, they did not dare to raise their voices and just stared at the second grandma quietly. It'll be great if you break through. Li Yaoqing reluctantly let out a laugh through his mask. Go out, kids, your great-grandfather is waiting for you. Tell them, the couple, to just come to me and make love to me. How old are we? We are so old. And Yun Bing, when he comes back, let your grandpa Yun Bing help me manage the power, and by the way, tell the demon lord that I want to break through. The 3rd child didn't dare to neglect, yes, second grandma. After the children left, Li Yaoqing still did not take off his mask. She held the ancestral tablet and sat cross-legged. It was as if nothing had been done, as if she had sealed the entrance to the cave again and stood in a dark corner, hunched over as she had just struggled to straighten her body. like a wounded cat, silently licking its wounds. The Thunder Fire Devil's Cave did not contaminate her with demonic nature. She was like the most beautiful flower in the world. Coming out of the 9-rank wheel azure pond, the third young master was at a loss as the cave where the second grandma was just now had been closed. Just wondering where they are. I saw a middle-aged man with mottled white hair and wearing a purple robe coming. There was a dignity in his steps as if he had been in a high position all year round. Those eyes that stared at people seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. He showed a gentle smile, which made people more respectful. Sand Shower also lowered his head subconsciously. Madman, madman, madman. This man's voice was very gentle, but there was an inexplicable pressure on him. I am your Grandpa Yunbing. Grandpa Yunbing. After learning Li Yunbing's identity, Sanjiao was stunned subconsciously, and then couldn't believe it. When they were in Xian town, they heard some old people talking about their family members, and they also knew about Li Yunbing. Their Grandpa Yunbing was once the head of the family. According to those old people, Grandpa Yunbing was the kindest person. They also told some embarrassing things about Grandpa Yunbing, and even many old people had deceived Grandpa Yunbing. In their fantasy, Grandpa Yunbing should be a very kind, approachable and kind grandfather with bright eyes. But now, they only felt an uncontrollable momentum. Even Li Yunbing was trying his best to remain gentle and kind, which still made Sanjiao feel uncomfortable and made them treat him respectfully. As Li Yunbing slowly communicated with them, they slowly eased their inexplicable fear of Grandpa Yunbing. But as Li Yunbing led them around the demon-conquering alliance and the Thunder Fire Demon Cave, they had more and more doubts. According to legend, the monks of the demon-conquering alliance are all righteous men who gathered from all directions. In order to fight against the Thunder Fire Demon Cave, they shed their blood on the front line. I don't know how many of them stayed in this land forever, but all the monks of the demon-conquering alliance along the way they are all bowing respectfully to their Grandpa Yunbing. It stands to reason that Grandpa Yunbing should be some sort of captain of the demon-conquering alliance. But when they arrived at the Thunder Fire Demon Cave soon, they thought Grandpa Yunbing was going to fight the demon cultivator, which even made them nervous, but the imagined battle scene did not happen. They only saw the monks from the demon-conquering alliance and the demon cultivators from the Thunder Fire Demon Cave gathering together. Those demon cultivators were actually saluting Grandpa Yunbing. Then both parties nodded and made a move that they couldn't understand. The two sides actually separated in two directions and bombarded the pitted battlefield in the center where the demon-conquering alliance and the Thunder Fire Demon Cave met. In the end, both sides were panting and exhausted, and each went back to his home. Grandpa Yunbing, what are they doing? Our family. Li Yunbing looked up at the dark clouds. He smiled. Years ago, your second wife came to the Thunder Fire Devil's Cave, and a fatal pharmacist appeared here. As soon as these words came out, the three children were all shocked. They suddenly understood that their second wife, who was as naughty as a child and wanted to play tricks on them when they first met, was also the most special being in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave, the Deathly Medicine Master. She is, among the 12 righteous paths of the demon-conquering alliance, she represents the existence of the medical path. She has saved countless people on this battlefield. There is no one in the entire demon-conquering alliance who is not unfavored by the second grandma. Rumor has it that as long as Zhu Mingyao she is willing, the entire demon-conquering alliance is willing to work for her in order to repay the favor. Then, what about the Thunder Fire Demon Cave? Your second grandma is the first righteous monk to truly enter the Thunder Fire Demon's Cave, and she is also the holy maiden of the Demon's Cave. She has accomplished something that all righteous monks have failed to do. In his words, Li Yunbing was somewhat respectful. Even though he had been controlling the forces on both sides for Li Yaoqing all these years, he knew clearly that those monks really respected Li Yaoqing, and his efforts were nothing more than helping his second aunt who was not good at managing forces. What? The second grandma is actually the saint of the Devil's Cave. The third child even opened his mouth wide, looking incredible. This time, they really felt the power of the second aunt's grandma. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Cave. In the legends. In the deepest part of the Thunder Fire Devil's Cave, there is a demon cultivator in the God transformation stage sealed. And in the entire Demon Cave, the real talker is the Demon Cave Saint. They have a strict hierarchy, and it is said that the Holy Maiden of the Demon Cave can command all the demon cultivators in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Thunder Fire Demon Cave, Demon Conquering Alliance. Madman Li stared blankly. Our Li family actually has such power. Never lose respect for your second wife. She is the person who has contributed the most to our entire family, but you can't see her contribution. Li Yunbing felt the breath of these three children. He sighed, then looked up to the sky and smiled. Because of her, here now. The last name is Li. As Li Yunbing finished speaking, the three children raised their heads. They had never thought that the Thunderfire Devil's Nest and the Demon Conquering Alliance, which were said to be a life and death fight in the world, were not at all as tragic as they were rumored to be. And it was the second grandma who caused all this. This moment, they seemed to see that the clouds in the sky gathered together and gradually formed a huge Li, which was suppressing the entire Thunderfire Demon Cave and the Demon Conquering Alliance. They even heard the story of the second grandma coming alone in order to transform the temple protecting beast. A picture appeared in their minds. In this cloudy place, full of war, demonic cultivators and righteous cultivators are fighting. Until one day, a thin girl carrying a medicine basket, holding the strap of the medicine basket tightly with both hands, came to the Thunderfire Demon Cave, and sat on the throne in the center step by step, checking and balancing the good and evil here. Let's go and see your great-grandfather. Li Yunbing called out to Sanjiao. Soon the three of them reached the depths of the Thunderfire Demon Cave, where scorching hot air emanated from the cave. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the collision of gold and iron came from the cave, making the eardrums tremble. The ground trembled with every collision, like a small earthquake. Li Yunbing has left. Only the three children were left stunned outside the cave. Inside the cave, they saw a shirtless, bald man wearing only a pair of tattered trousers, with muscles all over his body. He was hammering away at a pothole with a hammer that was bigger than his body, of iron. That's their great-grandfather, Li Yaoti. Come in. Li Yaoti didn't even look at his three grandsons. He was still pounding the iron with red eyes, just as obsessed as he was in the forging pavilion in Xian village. This roar had already made Sanjiao tremble with fear and entered the cave. The thunder that came from nowhere here fell into the river formed by the falling magma waterfall. Thunder and lightning mixed with flames, and the magma made continuous explosion sounds. The lava was splashing everywhere, even splashing on Li Yaoti's back. The Thunderfire Demon Cave was named Thunderfire. 2. Grandpa. The three children stood respectfully in front of their great-grandfather. If they had entered Li Yaoking's cave, Li Yaoti would have loved them very much, but not now. Li Yaoking sealed the cave, but Li Yaoti also felt it. The second sister used her life force to extend and temper the lives of these three children. The second sister had no control over that strange poisonous pool. She said those weird words just to make him feel that the second sister had a chance to win. Now, pick up these equipments for me. Li Yaoti was still beating, and a shadow began to appear on his body. It was a hammer, floating in the sky above him. The three children did not dare to say anything. They looked at the ground in front of their great-grandfather. They saw 3 sets of black armors, each with 9 iron bars on the chest. Yes, they endured the heat in the cave, and when they were about to lift their armor, their expressions changed. At the 7th level of chi refining, they actually had to use all their strength to lift the armor. From now on, you have to wear this armor every day, whether you are eating or drinking, you have to wear it for me. When you can bear the weight of the armor, pull out an iron bar on the chest. 2 years, if these 9 bars are still there in 2 years, I will pretend that I don't have you 3 grandsons. The expression of Sanjiao, who had already put on the armor, changed drastically. They had tried their best to put on the armor, and now it was very difficult to even walk, and sweat had flowed all over their bodies. They don't understand. Why was Grandpa so harsh on them when they met for the first time? Dang, dang, dang. Grandpa was still beating the iron block crazily, but Sanjiao didn't dare to ask any more questions. They could feel that apart from forging, their great-grandfather also had anger and guilt that came from nowhere. What are you still doing here? Go out and run around for a couple of laps. After today, someone will give you elixirs and heavenly materials and treasures. No matter what they are, you must digest them as quickly as possible. Remember, you only have 2 years, I want results. Following Li Yaoti's roar, the 3 children had already staggered out. It seems that the rumors in the family have always been fabricated by others, and the eldest uncle's cruelty is false. If the eldest great-grandfather brought them gifts from the elders, and the second great-grandmother brought them gentle cultivation, then with the great-grandfather, they only felt the severity of the elders. Ooh, brother, why did the master do this to us? Li Kuangtu's eyes turned red. Li Kuanghua gritted her teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? Grandpa wants us to grow up, and he is also good to us. When Kuangren Li heard this, he looked guilty but said nothing. He ran faster. He could vaguely feel that everything had something to do with him. Maybe he had not committed such a thing in the first place, and his younger siblings would not have been affected by him. In 20 years, I must show results and not let my elders and younger brothers and sisters down. Dang, dang, dang. Li family's 1995 year. In the Thunderfire Demon Cave, the sound of the collision of gold and iron resounded every day. For 365 days, the Thunderfire Demon Cave was shaking every day. The only difference was that the true energy coming from the place where magma and thunder and lightning converged. The fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger, and even gradually come into contact with the realm of mana. These demon cultivators are even afraid that at some point, the Thunderfire Demon Cave will collapse due to continuous earthquakes. Hey, look at those 3 kids, they're still running. It's like one day at a time. It's interesting to see these 3 dolls. I wonder where they get their perseverance from. Almost all the demon cultivators in the Thunderfire Demon Cave are used to the existence of these 3 children. No one knows what kind of beliefs support their crazy practice. The only thing they know is that they kept falling from the first day, to falling again after taking the elixir the next day, until they became more and more accustomed to carrying weight. But days like this won't last long, and they will return to the state of the first day again. And today, it's the same again. A bar was pulled out again in front of the armor they were wearing. Bang! There was a roar, and Li Kuanghua, who were walking forward like old men, turned around. Crazy man. They quickly turned around and helped Li Kuangtu up after falling. These 3 children are sweating, and they are pushing their limits every day. In just 1 year, we can already see amazing changes in them. Because they couldn't take off their armor, the original lining had already been corroded by their sweat and the year's wind and frost, exposing their strong muscles. Kuangren Li is an ordinary-looking man, but his skin has developed a bronze color. Li Kuanghua, the most delicate girl, has also grown taller. She originally had lovely twin tails, but like men, she cut off her long hair to prevent sweat-stained hair from delaying her spiritual practice. As for Kuangtu Li, he is almost as tall as Kuangtu Li. He has the same muscles all over his body, and his handsome face has an unprecedented tenacity. Brother, sister Kuanghua, I can't hold on anymore. Li Kuangtu panted. Li Kuanghua gritted her teeth. Youngest, stand up, don't embarrass our Li family. With these words, Li Kuangtu's expression changed and he stood up with gritted teeth. This kind of conversation has occurred countless times this year. Kuangren Li looked at his younger brothers and sisters worriedly, but his words seemed to be choked. He could only turn his head. When he couldn't see his younger brothers and sisters, his eyes were firm. Run, continue to practice, let the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Everyone knows that we are worthy to be the descendants of second grandma. The eldest grandpa has long said that we should accept our fate. If we agree, we can't go back on it. We are children of the Li family. ... In front of the screen, Li Zhang's expression gradually softened. Your descendants Li Kuangren, Li Kuanghua, and Li Kuangtu have been practicing continuously for a year. They endure physical and mental challenges every day and break through their own limits. Obtain traits. Extreme person. They pursue the limit, achieve the limit, and will never forget everything they have endured now. The combat power is increased by 10% and the toughness is increased by 20%. Li Shang watched their changes little by little. Li Kuangtu was once a proud man. Although he occasionally wanted to give up, he would become tenacious in the blink of an eye. He would get up every time and continue to practice. The little girl Li Kuanghua, whose combat power was previously reduced due to her trait of enterprising victim, has also been improved due to her being an extreme one. Not only in terms of characteristics, Li Shang also saw that the suffering that this girl had suffered was hidden in the deepest part of his heart. Now she will become a qualified Li family member and face everything bravely. And Madman Li, he could see that Quangren Li was actually very guilty. Maybe he didn't know the life that Li Yaoqing had sacrificed for him, and maybe he didn't understand why Li Yaoti was so harsh on them. But he seemed to vaguely feel that everything was because of him. The elders allowed him to grow continuously, and it was also because of this that his younger brothers and sisters suffered along with him. Every night, when his younger brothers and sisters luxuriously enjoyed the rest of the day, Quangren Li would always take out a refreshing pill, swallow it, and then continue running in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave late at night. And the reason for their continuous breakthroughs. Li Shang clicked on their equipment. 9 layers of mysterious heavy armor. Level: middle grade magic weapon. Introduction. It is made from the heaviest grade 9 mineral materials and is made by Li Yaoti. The mysterious heavy armor will suppress the wearer's magic power, and at the same time warm the body every day. The more tired you are, the more spiritual power it absorbs from the world. There are 9 levels of weight in it. Every time you take off an iron bar on your chest, the weight will increase exponentially. Li Shang felt that these children had finally grown up and caught up with their predecessors. While thinking, the 3 children in the picture are currently at the entrance of Li Yaoti's cave. After experiencing Li Yaoti's harsh and even angry roar at them last time, they dared to stay outside the cave for a long time for the first time. In the past, my great-grandfather seemed to get annoyed whenever he saw them, and would scold them by the way. This day, the clanging sound of iron in the Thunderfire Devil's cave finally stopped, and the demon cultivator outside who had been tortured for countless years could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Grandpa, even Quangren Li, who had been scolded, didn't feel any resentment when he saw the great-grandfather being forged in the cave. Instead, he was filled with endless admiration. The other 2 children did the same, standing behind Quangren Li with their heads hunched, secretly looking at their great-grandfather. The reason why they had no complaints and were even able to persevere throughout this year was because Li Yaoti also became their role model. This bald man is forging and forging almost every day, with no time to stop. Every time he strikes, he uses all his strength. They seem to be able to understand the high-intensity training given by their great-grandfather, because their great-grandfather himself is this kind of person, and he never gives up. And today, your great-grandfather is about to make a breakthrough. Li Yunbing stared at Li Yaoti forged in the cave with joy. He could feel that the rudiments of magic power had already appeared in his third uncle. I saw, Li Yaoti still holds his hammer, which is bigger than his body. But now that hammer has been forged by Li Yaoti and has already reached the level of a top-quality magical weapon, even a natal magical weapon, accompanying Li Yaoti's growth little by little. Just this time, Li Yaoti did not drop the heavy hammer. The heavy hammer was behind him, and he maintained the action of landing the hammer on the forging platform. He closed his eyes tightly, and the muscles all over his body were still full of muscles. He seemed to be in some kind of epiphany. Uncle San has no time to take care of you, or you can take a rest, I won't tell the truth. Li Yunbing glanced teasingly at the 3 children who dared to be lazy. His tone was gentle, as if he would really do this. Quangren Li shook his head, gritting his teeth. No, Grandpa Yunbing, Mirror is waiting for me, my children are waiting for me, and all the elders in the family. He seemed to be cheering himself up by saying this, and after he finished speaking, he was already walking hard into the distance, as if there was his most cherished treasure at the end of the road he was walking on. Ah, brother, I am not a coward, I want to prove it to the sacred tree. Li Quangtu was obviously worried about this matter. He didn't know how many times he had used these words to cheer himself up. It was like a stimulant that was unique to him. Then, he fell down after just a few steps. Watching the eldest brother walking forward, Li Quanghua helped his useless brother up, and then showed a cute smile to Li Yunbing. Grandpa Yunbing, you must be lying. If we dare to be lazy, you will turn around and sell us out. Li Yunbing still maintained a kind smile. Kuaihua, your eldest brother insists because he wants to bring back his beloved and see his child. Your younger brother insists because he doesn't want to become a coward who runs away. What about you? Yours reason. Li Quanghua wrinkled her nose. She helped Li Quangtu and continued to walk forward, leaving only her somewhat stubborn voice. Grandpa Yunbing, I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to resist. Only when I grow up and have stronger strength can I be qualified to resist. The three children moved forward. Li Yunbing looked at their backs, he finally smiled, and then looked at the third uncle who was making a breakthrough inside and sighed, "Hey, third uncle, don't be angry at your age. Second aunt is not spending her life for them, she is for family. Li Shang was also staring at Li Yaoti in the cave. He also saw Li Yaoti's craziness this year, even working harder than he did in the forging pavilion of Xian village. Your descendant Li Yaoti, after many years of forging and continuous use of the hammering method, during this year of continuous hammering, he gradually realized the new hammering method, the 36 instant hammer. 36 instant hammers. Level. Yellow level. Introduction. The hammer has 2 layers. On the first level, 36 hammers are hammered out one after another, the power is superimposed, all hammers are used, the power is multiplied. After using it, the body loses strength and the power is emptied. On the second level, all the body's power is instantly concentrated in the hammer. After use, the power is released and the power is emptied. In this year's practice, not only are the 3 children growing, Li Yaoti is also on the verge of a breakthrough. Your descendants are carving the 36 instant hammers into the fake elixir. As long as the inscription is completed, it is necessary to break through the golden elixir stage. Although the yellow level skills seem to be weak, Li Yaoti's strength is not fighting at all, but forging. He has already understood how to forge spiritual weapons, but he lacks the strength. There are also blueprints for forging the golden elixir stage spirit puppet. Li Zhang's primary war puppets were transformed by Li Yaoti, assembled into various spiritual weapons, and possessed the strength of the early stage of the golden core. Li Yaoti in the picture was still mumbling while making a breakthrough. Second sister. No one knew how guilty Li Yaoti was. In fact, he was not too angry at the 3 children. But because he knew that the second sister did this for the sake of the family. The second sister is trying her best to let the family seize this opportunity and get a ride on the county prince's palace so that they can have strong allies. That way the family will have more confidence to face the countless enemies hidden in the dark. So, boom, Li Yaoti opened his eyes, and he hit the uneven iron stone with a heavy hammer. I'm useless. If I can create more earth spirit puppets for my family, spirit puppets that are more powerful than the golden elixir stage, then there will be no need for a county prince's palace. Our Li family can have enough strength. Clang. Li Yaoti's giant hammer fell, a little bit of true energy spread, and the vibrations in the entire Thunder Fire Demon Cave became more obvious. He is engraving the 36 instant hammer technique into the golden elixir. Although it is only a yellow level technique, it is definitely the most suitable for Li Yaoti. Time flies. As Li Yaoti's movements became louder and louder, the eardrums of the entire Thunder Fire Devil's demonic cult were dominated by his forged voice, and they developed the custom of using the silent array to practice. The happiest thing every day is to walk out of the Thunder Fire Devil's den. The monks from the Demon Conquering Alliance were bombarding everywhere, crying about the unrest in the Demon Cave. Li family's 96th year. The sound of hammering is still there, and the children are still running, but at this time, they have pulled out all the steel bars on the 9-layer profound heavy armor, and they can run very fast around the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Quangren Li, who practices the hardest, can jump when he got up. Li Kuanghua was actually boxing, only Li Kuangtu was a little worse. No one knows what hardships they have experienced in the past 2 years. In addition to breaking through the physical and mental limits, they also have to beware of the tricks of the demon cultivators in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. Those naughty demon cultivators would take them to a place more than 10 kilometers away and let them run back on their own. Or give them a spell that increases gravity several times, allowing them to crawl like a turtle. Or put an extremely dangerous beast directly behind them, scaring them so hard that they have to go all out to avoid getting new wounds on their butts. There are countless such tortures. God knows how they encountered so many tricks. How much psychological damage did those demon cultivators inflict on them in just 2 years? What changes did it make to their previous temperaments? Hu Kai, I'm finally liberated. In front of a cave that exuded demonic aura and a bit of Buddha's light, the 3 of them stopped. Li Kuangtu was panting and exhaling. After becoming more and more familiar with the demon cultivators, Li Kuanghua still looked weak, but she showed a sarcastic smile and spoke shockingly. It was hard to imagine that she was still the poor person who was bullied but did not dare to report. Girls. Useless brother, what you have to think about is not whether you will be liberated, but what we will face next. Be mentally prepared, otherwise you won't just get bitten in the butt. I heard that there is something wrong with magic cultivation. There are many demonic cultivators who are neither male nor female. Li Kwangtu's expression changed drastically, and he straightened his back quickly. I understand, sister, I want to keep my little bird. Kwangren Li is now a young man, his face is becoming more resolute, and the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Kanghua, please don't scare the youngest. He was kidnapped by a demonic cultivator who is neither male nor female just a few months ago. He was so scared that he peed pants. Brother, Li Kwangtu's face turned red. Isn't that scary? He has started to take off his clothes. If the second grandpa hadn't come, I would be dead. Ha ha ha. Li Kwangtua and Li Kwangtua laughed and became even more angry. Slowly, they took off their armor, and they all looked proud. If Grandpa hadn't been making breakthroughs, they would have wanted to go to Grandpa's cave and tell Grandpa that they had not let Grandpa down. The moment they took off their armor, they could instantly feel a huge difference from before they put on the armor. Boom! A burst of true energy burst out from their bodies, and they looked at the explosion of their own true energy in disbelief. After being suppressed, practicing crazily, and taking pills, they all reached the peak of chi refining. After they happily adapted and put on the clothes they borrowed from the demon cultivator, they all frowned and looked at the cave in front of them. Different from other places in the demon cave, this cave has two young people, a man and a woman, sitting on a black and golden lotus platform. They have checkered monk robes, one gold and one black. The demonic energy and the power of Buddha are actually interfering with each other. It can be seen that if these two strange monks stood up, they would definitely look like the angry-eyed Vajra and the compassionate Guanyin. Why are fourth brother and fifth sister practicing so strangely? Li Kwangtu's voice was confused. This was Li Kwangshi and Li Kwangkai, who had been in contact with them for several years. At that time, the two of them burned incense and worshipped Buddha every day. When Kwangtu Li came to the Thunder Fire Demon Cave and practiced with his brother and sister in the Thunder Fire Demon Cave, he saw the two of them. They just didn't open their eyes. As far as Li Kwangtu knew, these two people had maintained this posture for 2 years, as if they had burned incense and worshipped the Buddha, but they definitely did not believe in the Buddha of the gods. But now, Li Kwangtu discovered that he had practiced hard for many years, but he was not as good as Li Kwangshi and Li Kwangkai. In front of the screen, Li Shang smiled slightly. He clicked on the portraits of Li Kwangkai and Li Kwangshi and found the past events column. In the 1992 year of the Li family, Li Kwangkai and Li Kwangshi burned incense and worshipped Buddha, and were sent to the Thunder Fire Demon Cave by their family. Their Buddha nature is difficult to change, they mainly focus on Buddhism, and their Taoism does not concern themselves with worldly affairs. The demon lord of the demon cave, Fang Linglong, came with a trace of his soul and was very interested in the two sons. He made a bet with them and left a demonic thought in the cave for them. If they could resist the demonic thought, he would let them go back to the Buddhist temple to worship the Buddha. If they are unable to resist demonic thoughts, it proves that they are not worthy of becoming a Buddha. In the 1993 year of the Li family, it was difficult for them to resist the evil thoughts. In order to prevent his twin sister Li Kwangkai from falling into the devil's path, Li Kwangshi sucked the evil thoughts into his body. Li Kwangkai saw his brother like this and couldn't bear that his brother would fall into the devil's path, so he used the power of Buddha to maintain his sanity. After years of struggle between demonic nature and Buddha nature, the magic power and Buddha power in their bodies are constantly growing and blending together. They gradually understood that Buddha and demons are not incompatible, and they also gradually understood the importance of family. Obtain traits. One thought of Buddha and demon. Buddhas and demons can no longer restrain their beliefs, and the status of Buddhas and demons cannot affect their nature, but they can practice all the magic and martial arts of demonic and Buddhist cultivation. In the Buddhist state, their practice speed increases by 30% and they can restrain all evil methods. In the demonic cultivation state, their combat power increases by 40%, and they are not restrained by the right way. It was indeed the right thing to let them come to the demon's cave back then, and I have to thank the demon lord. Li Shang smiled. Now these two guys are actually the 5th generation descendants of the Li family who are truly blessed. However, although they are no longer affected by the Buddhist precepts, they have developed the habit of not liking noisy, and they like to practice meditation the most. The only influence is that apart from each other, they are very indifferent to outsiders, but they are more polite to relatives of the Li family. Li Shang once heard their whispers, and their biggest dream was to achieve success in their studies and kill the demon lord who threw demonic thoughts at them. Nowadays, apart from practicing, it is just practicing, and I don't care about external things at all. No wonder Li Yaoti said that these two children were going to be useless. He was thinking about asking Li Yaoan to take action to make these two emotionally indifferent descendants more obedient. Just see the screen. Li Yunbing appeared behind the three children, and this time, they were obviously used to the second grandfather's appearance and turned to look at the second grandfather. No, not only the second grandfather, but also a middle-aged woman sitting in a wheelchair. She has white hair playfully sprouting between her black hair. Although there are wrinkles on her face, she can still see the beauty of her youth. She is wearing a white robe. You can feel that she must be a knowledgeable person. She is very kind and makes people feel extremely kind at first sight. She is a rare good person in the world. The sound of soft words is like the spring breeze in February. Winter is coming. The three children recognized that this must be the fourth grandma of the family. The elders in Xian town said that the most kind-hearted fourth lady was Li Yaoan. She even remembered the names of all the villagers when Xian town was still a village. Whichever household encounters any trouble, the fourth grandma will solve it immediately. However, there are always rumors about the bad reputation of the fourth grandma. It must be a rumor. I was about to speak to the fourth grandma. With the sound of "Winter is coming," there were 3 more ice sculptures in the Thunderfire Devil's Cave. They spoke expectantly to the kind elder who was rarely seen, but were instantly frozen. They still wanted to step forward and salute Li Yaoan respectfully, with expressions on their faces. He has a somewhat reserved and intimate expression. Fourth aunt, do you want to meet third uncle and second aunt? Li Yunbing was not surprised by the fourth aunt's behavior. He admired the fourth aunt the most. Moreover, he also learned from the fourth aunt that he let the demon cultivator play tricks on these 3 children to accelerate their growth. Li Yaoan shook his head. That's all. The second sister and the third brother are both making breakthroughs. I'll take these 3 children away. They should also follow their fathers and learn how our Li family behaves. Yes, fourth aunt. Li Yunbing didn't dare to say more, but he knew in his heart that the fourth aunt didn't want to see the crazy appearance of the third uncle and the old and withered appearance of the second aunt. Just like back then, when he was studying with fourth Gu, he saw fourth Gu sigh for the first time because of the 2 sects fighting against third uncle's crazy forging. When the second aunt came to the Thunderfire Demon Cave, it was the first time he saw the fourth aunt looking like she was about to cry. Yunbing, you have done a good job in the Thunderfire Demon Cave over the years, and you have the talent to dominate. I will let someone tell the big brother. I think the big brother will be proud of you. Li Yaoan praised before leaving. Hearing this, Li Yunbing smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, fourth aunt. This is what a child should do." Seeing the fourth aunt driving the wheelchair and taking the 3 ice sculptures away, Li Yunbing felt no emotion in his heart. After years of controlling power behind the scenes, he has already gained the aura of a powerful man. What has he not seen before? Now everyone in the Thunderfire Devil's Cave treats him like their master, and everyone in the Demon Conquering Alliance obeys his orders. He has heard countless flattering words. It's just such praise. Even if his tribe calls him a genius, he can still laugh it off like he does now. To get excited about this is too childish. Didn't go long. A demon cultivator bowed to Li Yunbing. Li Yunbing patted Mo Shu on the shoulder and said calmly, "Well, okay, my fourth aunt praised me just now." After Li Yunbing finished speaking, he left, leaving the demon cultivator staring blankly at the back of the saintly apostle who dominated the situation in this devil's cave. In the past, this person was extremely majestic and scary, as if she was hiding a conspiracy at any time. Even the demon cultivator can feel like a tiger by his side. Now, why did he skip away? Was he possessed by an evil spirit? Soon, in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, Li Yunbing, who was wearing a purple robe, a goatee, and a middle-aged appearance with mottled white hair, was walking in the demon cave. Although he tried to maintain a dignified expression, his steps gradually became brisker. He said to everyone he met, "My fourth aunt praised me." Then they knocked on Li Yaoti and Li Yaoking's caves and shouted loudly. "Third uncle, fourth aunt, she praised me. Second aunt, fourth aunt said I have the talent to dominate. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more."